13 Big Ten crowns, and 8 Rose Bowl appearances. Everywhere you look, the influence of Coach Hayes is still felt on campus. Today, Gameday returns to the town that Woody loved and the town that loved Woody. Gameday is in Columbus. Next. A pair of top 10 unbeatens collide in the Big Ten. The Hawkeyes pack a pair of lethal weapons.
I've been waiting a long time for me to be in this position.
Miami and Florida State, one rivalry of unparalleled importance as it lost its luster.
As far as we're concerned, it's as big as ever.
After tough losses, Washington and Arizona State refocus on their Rose Bowl runs, while Penn State tries to answer the pollsters with a convincing win at Illinois. The number 1 Gators look for some home cooking versus Arkansas. And for teams with soft schedules, it's time to put up or shut up. Gameday accepts the challenge from the Horseshoe. Next. The picture of autumn perfection on the banks of the Olentangy. For one team, the outlook will become as golden as the leaves here. Someone else will fall and get swept away. A week ago, it was Mick, Keith, and the Stones inside the chute. Today it's Coop, Hayden, the Bucks, and the Hawks. We are just your humbling opening act. Chris Fowler, Lee Corso, and Kirk Herbstreit. Cooper down on these fans last night. I think they're ready today. Around the country, 4 top 25 games today. The top 6 are all big favorites. The best matchup is right here, number 7 against number 8. The Big Ten's first significant game of '97. Could be a landmark day for Iowa. They'll learn a lot about themselves. They have not beaten a team ranked this highly since 1990. Buckeyes and Hawkeyes both trying to show the nation they're national title contenders, not just Rose Bowl contenders. For Iowa, always fighting to get into the Big Ten first tier. They need a win like this. Their last trip here was a total disaster. They trailed 56-7 at halftime. The first 9 possessions, 6 punts, 3 picks. The Buckeyes' hold on Iowa has been iron-fisted the last quarter century. You know, so far, it's been kind of a sleepy season in the shoe, but Steve Cyphers, that's about to change, right?
Chris, about 20,000 OSU students will be in the stands today, a number almost double that of 2 weeks ago in the Buckeyes' last home game when school wasn't in session. John Cooper will welcome those extra fans because after that Arizona win, he chastised them, calling them pathetic, a comment that raised eyebrows in Columbus. But yesterday, Cooper said that the comment was taken out of context.
Said the coaching and the players and the fans, I included all of us together, were very pathetic that particular day. So, you know, I'm going to do a better job of coaching. We're going to do a better job of playing, and I can guarantee you the fans will be a factor in this ballgame.
Iowa isn't concerned with the crowd as much as it is with its own emotion. The last 2 years have seen the Buckeyes blow out the Hawkeyes early, and part of that, the Hawkeyes say, was their own fault.
We've kind of learned from the past, you know, being very high and very hyped up is not the way to do it in big games. You know, you need to ride that emotional wave all 4 quarters, and that's what we've been trying to do.
I have to be careful as a coach that they don't become too emotional again, wanting to win the ball game so badly. It's kind of like shooting a free throw or playing golf. You better be relaxed rather than trying too hard.
That calm, confident approach has been the underlying theme at practice all week in Iowa City, Chris, and Fry had no trouble selling it to his players, with so many of them having competed here 2 years ago.
Meanwhile, Steve, for the Buckeyes, they say they become closer together by the controversial arrest of the backup receiver Kenyon Rambo, who pled innocent to charges of disorderly conduct and drug abuse and resisting arrest. They say that's actually brought the team closer together. Plenty on this game throughout the hour. Give us one take, Lee.
Well, Chris, Iowa and Ohio State both have great special teams. Iowa has sensational return people. Last week against Illinois, they had 126 yards of returns. But don't forget, the Buckeyes blocked an early Iowa punt last year, and I think that was the secret to their win.
I think it changed the game early. The emotions in the football game the last 2 years, you heard Matt Sherman hit up the nail on the head, I think are very key. Ohio State's crowd will be very, very heavily involved in this football game. How Iowa comes out early is something to watch. They've been outscored 87-13 over the last 2 years, then they've had to play catch-up. Check the pulse of this football game early. I think the team out in front early is the team that wins.
I agree with you, and I agree with Steve. A little different feel from the Iowa players this time. Yeah. Hayden Fry usually poor-mouthing his team's chances when he takes on his old buddy Cooper. Not doing that this time? Well, this time it is not the game of the century or even the game of the day. Florida State, a 3-touchdown favorite over a Miami team that has 21 fewer scholarship players available today. The Seminoles should make it 3 straight over the Canes. Bobby Bowden has never done that. Thad Busby could become the first Noles quarterback in a quarter century to have 2 wins over Miami in his career. But the Noles are taking nothing for granted. Bobby Bowden says he feels no empathy for Butch Davis. It's way too soon, and there's been too much pain inflicted by the Canes over the years. ABC's Lynn Swan sets the stage from Tallahassee. Lynn?
Thank you, Chris. Now, with all due respect to the ACC, Florida State plays for a national championship. Now, in order to get there, they've got a couple of bumps in the road, Carolina and Florida, and there's some holes they have to fix up before they meet those teams. Now, when they assess their football team at this stage, their defense is playing much better than they expected. On the offensive side, Thad Busby is getting the job done. His receivers have been remarkable. But where they really have to shore up their offensive unit is in the offensive line and their running attack. In 1996, with Warwick Dunn playing in that backfield, this team averaged 178 yards per game. Now, take a look at what they're doing this year. Only 38 yards. Now, in order for this team to dominate, to control the pace of the game, and to beat the Florida teams at the end of the year, they're going to have to shore up that running attack. Now, can they do it today against Miami? They're going to try. But keep in mind, when you have a great rivalry like this, when your team is trying to fix things or trying to force the issue, sometimes they're paying attention to down the road and not to the game at hand. Chris?
That's a great point. This could break the string of those 9 years with a team that rushes better in that game wins. Well, if a team's only true test of mettle is how it responds to adversity, responds to a challenge, and the whole bunch of college football teams around the country about which we know nothing, and they played a full month of football. These teams are unbeaten, unrespected. Are they about to be unmasked today? Today they step into the ring and they step way up in weight class.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to put up or shut up.
It is hauntingly familiar. For a 5th straight season, Kansas State takes a perfect record in the battle with Big Red, the annual reality check. It hasn't even been close. 4 losses by an average of 22 points, continuing a losing streak against Nebraska that predates the Apollo moonwalk. 25 of the 28 straight losses have been by double digits. But Tom Osborne is calling the Cats his team's toughest remaining obstacle. And the sunset kickoff should make Memorial Stadium extra intimidating to the 10 Kansas State starters who have never been there.
Put up or shut up.
Texas A&M has bullied bantamweights, scoring 21 touchdowns in 3 games, allowing only 1. But to a skeptical nation, they have proven nothing. Today, the Aggies can prove the program is again a force. No better place for a statement than Boulder, where the Aggies lost 2 years ago started a spiral. They came in ranked 3rd, a trendy pick for the national title with a hot Heisman candidate in Leland McElroy. They were 22-2-1 in the previous 25 games. In the 25 since that deflating day, they're a mediocre 16-9 with no top 20 wins.
Put up or shut up.
4 victories in 1 month. Oklahoma State has discovered confidence, even if their victims are a combined 2-16. It's the best start since Barry Sanders left. A win today would equal the Cowboys' highest total for any season in the 90s. But today means Texas. It was 71-14 last year. James Brown said his Longhorns could have hung 100, and he's right. Now Texas arrives humbled and hobbled by injuries, but it's still a major yardstick in Bob Simmons' rebuilding project. Win, and they can start thinking bowl.
Put up or shut up.
Iowa is thinking Rose Bowl. The Hawkeyes have been devastating. Almost twice as many touchdowns scored, 30, as punts, 16. They paid back Tulsa, put rival Iowa State in its place. But they will learn more about themselves the first 30 minutes today than they have in 4 games so far.
Last time we went into Columbus, I think we were just playing to stay in the game, you know, and not be embarrassed while we were there. But this time we're going in trying to win.
October is here. Let's get ready to rumble.
We thank Michael Buffer.
That's right.
Now, Lee, from a coach's standpoint, here it is, October 4th. You don't know much about your team going into a big game. Isn't that a problem with a soft schedule?
Well, Chris, if coaches were honest, they'd tell you this. They'd rather play out-of-conference teams that they can beat than highly ranked teams and lose to them. The reasons are obvious. Number one, if you win, the team morale is up. They're happy. And also, if you win, you get your contract extended and your family's happy. Everybody's happy when you win.
Is that what scheduling has become?
Absolutely.
Keep coaches their jobs.
Absolutely.
See, I disagree with that. I think that players want to play in these big games. And if you think about these teams, it's nothing wrong with playing a couple softies. I mean, that's expected. I think you owe it to your players to play at least one tough non-conference game. I know you're going to see big games in a conference, but kids come to universities to play in those big intersectional games.
Nobody on those teams likes those blowouts except the walk-on that gets to play. Now, Kansas State goes into Nebraska without any kind of a tough test and steps way up in weight class. They have to play at night. A lot of inexperienced players.
This is bad. I think this is bad. Okay. You go back earlier in the year, Kansas State went right through the MAC. The only problem is they struggled with the Ohio University Bobcats option game. They're going to be so focused tonight trying to stop Nebraska in the option game. They're going to leave themselves susceptible to the big play through the air. Nebraska, this is their last hurdle until the end of the year against Colorado in Boulder. They will not look past this football game. Scott Frost, another big game running, and look for the deep ball tonight. Nebraska wins big.
Speaking of the Buffalo's 99th in total offense, John Hessler must regain his confidence against an A&M team. We know nothing about it. They've given up one touchdown all year, scored 161 points. Are they for real?
Yeah, but we know Texas A&M has a great set of running backs. They average over 7 yards per carry. So watch Texas A&M use a ball control field position game and upset the Buffaloes because of one thing. Kyle Bryant, the Texas A&M field goal is sensational. He'll be the difference in A&M's win over Colorado.
I like A&M too.
Well, Brandon Stewart has to get him down the field. He needs to play the game of his life at quarterback for the Aggies. Well, talking about strength of schedule, it's going to be scientifically factored into a new poll that debuts next week under the heading of the Football Writers Association of America. Our Tony Barnhart, a member of that organization, joins us from Williams-Brice Stadium down in South Carolina. Tony, tell us about this interesting new poll.
Well, a little background, Chris. The Football Writers Poll will consist of 3 elements, and each one will get a weight of 1/3. You're going to start with the AP Writers Poll and add the Coaches Poll, and then by computer, a strength of schedule component will be added, and you come out with a total national ranking. Now, I talked to some coaches about this, and they like it. They think it takes some subjectivity out of the process. I also talked to some people in the Bowl Alliance. They're going to look at it, and if they like it, they may incorporate it for the Super Alliance in 1998. Now, guys, if this happens, this poll could become like the RPI in college basketball. It'll reward teams for playing a strong schedule. And some teams are going to have to upgrade their schedule if they want to compete for the national championship. Chris?
We can only hope. It's not perfect, but I do believe it's an improvement. Give you an idea what this new poll might look like. We took the AP poll, the coaches poll, and the Sager and Power ratings and weighted them evenly. Here's how it looks. Florida's still number 1, but look at Penn State dropping from 2 to 4 because the computer only rates them 8 for that week's schedule.
Hey, yeah, what about Michigan? Michigan should be in the top 3. The reason? They've beaten Colorado and Notre Dame. Those teams might not be great, but they sound great. Go Michigan!
You got to get them going. Coach, I like Nebraska at this point over Penn State up at number 2. They played 2 easy games, then surprised almost the entire country with that huge road win over Washington.
You know, Tennessee is 4th in the computer. It doesn't penalize you for losing a tough game. The Hawkeyes will have their chance to make a point to the computer. The writers, the coaches, we'll talk about the TNT attack. They'll take on the Buckeyes today. Florida takes on Arkansas. Gators defense getting some criticism from Coach Spurrier. And Penn State, Mike McQuarrie and company doing nothing wrong but slipping farther behind Florida in the 1 versus 2 issue in the polls. College Game Day coming back from Columbus.
Listen, Charlie, there's no way that my client is going to go for something like this. And what is with this paragraph? Listen, Charlie, you're killing me here. You've been through this a million times, Charlie. Yeah.
The Civic sedan from Honda.
No.
What more do you need?
Charlie, I gotta go. Somebody's here.
hooky la, hooky, 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 hooky la. Everybody.
Special financing now available.
Where the la la is the cow.
Fear has no form. Fear has no name. But now, fear has an address. Castlevania Symphony of the Night for your PlayStation. From Konami.
The Craftsman Hardware Sale. It's what your home's been waiting for. 2 weeks of powerful savings. Like this Craftsman half-horsepower garage door opener, only $129.99. Or this Craftsman 6-drawer chest and cabinet, just $79.99. The tools that make anything possible are on sale. The Craftsman Hardware Sale at Sears. The biggest Craftsman tool savings of the season.
Win a trip for two to ESPN's Bristol University or other great prizes from Foot Action when you take ESPN's Bristol University entrance exam. Watch NFL Countdown this Sunday. Stop by any Foot Action store or call 1-800-821-6000. Take ESPN's Bristol University entrance exam.
Well, it's kind of a gloomy autumn in Chicago. You've got Northwestern, Notre Dame, and 3 winless teams. The Bears, Northern Illinois, and 0-4 Illinois, losers of 10 straight. Illini defense has only allowed 3 touchdowns to opponents in the red zone. The problem is teams haven't needed to get to the red zone. They've scored 13 touchdowns of plays 20 yards or longer, and that's not good. So Penn State today is thinking big play and big win as they continue to slide farther behind Florida in both polls. For more, Dave Barnett and Bill Curry from Champaign. Guys?
Chris, as you know, when the season began, the balloting could have been much closer between Florida and Penn State in the ESPN USA Today coaches poll. Early September, only 6 points separated the two, and then in the most recent ballot, 48 points. The margin for the Gators over the Nittany Lions. But, Bill, it's not so much because of anything Penn State hasn't done. Florida simply had the early opportunity to make a big national splash.
Exactly, Dave. You got to remember that in this poll, the coaches do the voting. It's not ESPN people that vote. Coaches are impressed with head-to-head competition. And when you consider the rivalry at Tennessee and Florida, when you consider the replacements that Florida was required to make and the way they won in such convincing fashion, then the change was inevitable.
Nittany Lions won't have to wait long to get their chance to make a major national impression. Next week, they play host at Happy Valley to Ohio State in the first major head-to-head contest in Penn State's season in '97. Back to you, Chris.
Guys, elsewhere in the Big Ten, the Wolverines open with a game Indiana team that almost won at Wisconsin.
Well, Michigan's defense this year has been much more aggressive, blitzing people like Marcus Ray. He's the intimidator, second on the team in tackles. And what more can we say about this guy right here? Charles Woodson, one of the best covered people in the country, has 1 interception. Indiana will struggle. Michigan wins big.
Michigan State pointing toward the game with the Wolverines. Today, Nick Saban meets another ex-Woody lieutenant, Glenn Mason.
Minnesota's quarterback Corey Sauter was great last week. He had 23 of 35 for 368 yards, 3 touchdowns. He also ran for 2 touchdowns. The problem was Minnesota lost to Houston 45-43.
Now tonight, Northwestern really needs a win for their bowl prospects. The Badgers want payback after the debacle last year.
Badgers beginning to gel here. Wisconsin got off to a slow start this year offensively. The reason, 4 new offensive linemen in the big, and Ron Dane was slow with the stinger. He is now on fire, and they have 5 games under their belt. Look for Wisconsin and Ron Dane to get it done.
Boy, they wanted badly tonight after that game in Madison last year. The Wildcats have to discover some of the spark and the fire. That's tonight from the stadium formerly known as Dyke on ESPN at 7 o'clock. More Game Day from Columbus. We'll hear from Tim Dwight and Fabian Banks as they set the battle that Buckeye defense. They will take on the Big Cat, Andy Katzenmoyer and Ohio State. We're coming back.
Because sometimes it takes more than tape to fix your toys, there's Turner's Body Shop. They can handle minor damage to major accidents. Plus, they can tow from anywhere to anywhere. So, if you do have an accident, get your toy fixed right with Turner's Body Shop. 234-5117 or 234-3110. Towing as approved by all major insurance companies.
One plan, get cloned. Get tickets and hit the road. Here's a better game plan.
ESPN Game Plan.
Every week, college football games from conferences you can't normally see. Sent right to you.
The ESPN Game Plan. It can't be duplicated.
Check Friday's USA Today for Saturday's game plan. To order any of these great college football games, call your cable company or DirecTV.
We knew the folks here were crazy, but not this crazy. These guys were here at 1 o'clock in the morning. That is 10 and a half hours before showtime, getting ready for college game day. God bless the socially challenged. In a few hours, the Big Ten race is about to get serious. A mystery will be solved today. Iowa, #1 in scoring and total offense. Are they for real? One guy's won over. John Cooper told us yesterday he doesn't expect to shut down this Iowa offense. He says his team has to hold the ball 6 or 7 minutes to win so they don't get blown away by that combination Iowa fans know as TNT. With more on that, Steve Cyphers rejoins us.
Kris, 2 years ago, this game featured a Heisman Trophy winner in Ohio State's Eddie George. This time around, Iowa's pushing one of its stars for the award, but the player who's getting the attention in October is not the one who got it in August.
I know you're gonna dig this.
In 3 years, he mastered the 3 R's: running, receiving, and returning. Before the season, he was the one on the poster. Tim Dwight was the one Iowa promoted as its Heisman Trophy candidate.
Well, they were at first, but I think, the real guy is in the backfield.
The guy is Tavian Banks, the game-breaking, breathtaking back who's burst onto the Heisman scene.
He's at the 10, 5, touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Tavian Banks!
The Heisman Trophy candidate should earn it on the field, and if you want to compare stats, he's at the head of the class.
I don't really think anything of it. I'm just out here trying to win for the Hawkeyes.
Doesn't cross your mind?
No, not at all.
It crossed Dwight's mind 5 years ago when he first felt Banks would be a Heisman candidate someday.
Oh, yeah. I had a sense when I was back in junior in high school and what he did to our football team in that game.
That game was a classic in Iowa high school history. A state playoff in '92 when Dwight's Iowa City team faced Banks' defending state champs from Bettendorf. Dwight, a junior, finished with 4 touchdowns. Banks, a senior, had 3, along with 249 rushing yards and a 31-28 victory.
Tim Dwight was playing free safety that night, and Tim was able to tackle him a few times, but a lot of his teammates couldn't tackle him very well.
Dwight played as a fearless freshman, leading the Big Ten in punt returns, catching and running the ball on offense, making tackles on defense. He's been a star ever since. Banks had to wait, right behind Cedric Shaw, the school's all-time leading rusher. But at the end of last season, Banks was assured that he would cash in '97.
I told him then, I said, you deserve to set the single-season rushing record next year, and I'm going to do everything I can to help you achieve that.
I prepped for this year. I've been waiting a long time for me to be in this position.
Leading the nation in rushing and scoring, Banks pairs with Dwight for more than 55% of the Hawkeyes' offense. With the desire to win #1 on the list, their similarities are many. Their differences few.
I'm sort of laid back and more tame. And he's kind of wild.
I have real hair. My hair is this real color, and his isn't, but...
Another difference is in their feet and how they do what they do.
Everybody talks about how it's like ballet, it's like art, And when you watch Tavian run, it's what it is. I mean, he's out there just making people miss, doing things that, you wouldn't even think of. He's so instinctive. I'm more of, everything's full speed, this and that. And so, 2 different style runners.
Dwight is straight ahead with purpose. The style nurtured on the track is a sprinter. Banks is more elusive and creative. The style nurtured on a soccer field as a forward.
In soccer, you have to dribble with the ball at your feet and also look up to see where everybody else is on the field. And in football, all you have to do is just carry the football. And I think that's helped my vision out. tremendously.
I think it's definitely helped him out. I mean, some of the cuts he makes, unbelievable.
Banks' success is good for Iowa, not good for Dwight. Not his statistics. Scoring opportunities don't come as often. And the Heisman hopeful is now Tavian Banks, and not Tim Dwight.
And it's nice for me now because I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. And he doesn't worry about it. He puts everything else in the back seat, and he just plays football and does his job.
We've been through the down years here at Iowa, and we're not going to go through that again. And everybody on our team right now just wants to win.
Don't be misled. Dwight is very much a part of the Iowa game plan, and he must get his touches today if they're going to win, so the Hawkeyes say. And keep in mind that the Hawks have yet to show maybe 50% of its offense in the first 4 games, so look for things we haven't seen. A short drop-back passing game and looks to the tight end. Chris?
Well, Steve Hayden would love to be able to use his game plan. The last 2 years they've been blown out so early. They really can't afford to use it. I'm a big prediction. Tim Dwight is going to be a future governor of the state of Iowa. The current governor is lucky he's not running this year, but the Buckeye defense doesn't care about any of that stuff.
You know, Chris, Ohio State's aggressive defense features pursuit to the football and man-for-man coverage in the secondary. So watch Iowa to use Tavian Banks on counter plays. He had 835 yards this year and 13 touchdowns. Now, Tim Dwight catches the football and then runs like a running back. And don't be surprised if Iowa isn't creative and runs reverses with Tim Dwight and then also throws Tim on the running pass. Now, Hayden Fry will have this team ready. Remember one thing. Iowa was the only football team to beat Penn State and State College last year.
Yeah.
They'll be ready.
Coach, let's go back to all those Iowa weapons. With, they're so diversified, the run, the pass. Ohio State's going to try to make Iowa one-dimensional. They're going to do that by outnumbering Iowa up front, trying to negate the running game, putting a lot of pressure on their defensive backs playing man-to-man coverage. The guy to watch today, Antoine Winfield. He has got to come up and play well, manned up against Timmy Dwight. He's also not afraid to get up. He hits like a safety. Antoine Winfield may have the toughest job in all of college football. He has to follow Mr. Everything, Timmy Dwight, everywhere he goes, number 11 on Ohio State. The key to the game is Matt Sherman. If he has time to throw, it's going to be trouble.
For the Silver Bullets, they need to be Al Davis disciples. The quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard. I want to remind folks, you said Tavian Banks not a factor in this game.
I think they're going to take the running game out. Matt Sherman's the way they beat him today.
Well, under the watchful eye of Coach Hayes, the Buckeyes will try to get it done today, but he's back. He owned Iowa. He won't let the Buckeyes lose. People. A lot more ahead. Doug Johnson and the Gators taking on the Hogs today. And in Miami, these are tough times for Ryan Clement and company. He takes on an FSU pass rush that has not skipped a beat. Peter Warwick and company, no mercy on Miami today. We'll get back to that game in a minute as we continue from outside the shoe.
The Best Western in New York City is conveniently located right in the middle of everything. Best Western, across the street from Ordinary.
Had a great practice today. I know you guys are hungry, but this new Big King gave me an idea for a new play. So listen up. Quarterback takes off tackle, flips the ball, the guard pulls, we hand off to the wingback. Wingback goes up the gut for a touchdown. Any questions?
Coach, can I eat my blocker now?
The new Big King from Burger King, flame broiled with 75% more beef. It's like a Big Mac, except it's bigger and tastes better. Get one with fries and a drink for just $2.99.
Got any more new plays, Coach?
Everyone makes a big deal out of the SportsCenter catchphrases, but honestly, we make this stuff up right on the spot.
Welcome aboard flight 149 for right field. This is a non-chewing flight.
It's never iffy if it's Griffey. That blows.
It must be a homer, Simpson, because the pitcher just went dough.
And because the catchphrases are so organic, it keeps the show fresh.
4 the most popular player in all the land. Yahtzee!
You know, Florida State coaches are preaching you still must respect Miami, and the Seminole players are listening. They say a loss to Miami today, which is a 1-3 team, would be even more devastating than the other ones because they would drop a long way in the polls. A year ago entering this game, the Canes were 4-0 and ranked number 8. Only this year have they truly felt the sting of those NCAA sanctions from the Pell Grant scandal. None of the current Canes or the coaches were involved in that, but they're the ones now feeling the heat. It's kind of a unique South Florida blend of anger and apathy as attendance plummets. Shelley Smith reports.
Signs symbolizing Miami football used to be those of swagger, of bravado, symbols filled with messages of national dominance. In 1997, however, the signs are far different.
National champs to national chumps. I mean, that really hurt my feelings at the time, and you know, it says thanks to Butch Davis, but it's not Butch Davis' fault.
That goes with the territory. I mean, people, you know, I don't give a tremendous amount of credit, credibility to people saying signs in the stands.
You know, Miami students put the sign up, so you know that gives you a sense of what we deal with down here.
What the Canes deal with in Miami is this: win and fill the stands of the Orange Bowl, once a bastion of intimidation. Lose, which the Hurricanes have done at home in 5 of their last 6 games, and
they won't stand for a loser down here. They won't. Otherwise, you can turn the Orange Bowl into a parking lot.
I can't tell you how many times I walked off the field and you know, after a game, and just everybody around the tunnel is screaming to me that I'm horrible, that I stink, that, you know, quit, please quit so we can get this other guy in, that kind of deal.
Put this kid Clemens at linebacker. That's what he wants to do, is bang his head against the wall and be, you know, be rough. He's not a quarterback.
Maybe an analogy is if, you know, if you were to go to a rock concert, like you were to go to see the Rolling Stones, you know their music. And Mick and the boys come out on stage, and all of a sudden they start playing a medley of Barry Manilow hits. Those aren't your expectations.
We're struggling a little bit with the identity. No one feels good when you lose.
Davis is under contract until 2003. However, there was growing criticism of Davis and the program by some alumni and at least one member of the Board of Trustees. They point to not only the probation sanctions, but the offensive staff that Davis has put together and the school's 1991 move to the basketball-rich Big East as reasons why the football program here has been set back, they say, 20 years.
Certainly, anytime you go through this, you find out who's really with you, from an alumni support, from a fan support, from an administration support, and I think clearly anybody that has followed and knows what's going on within the program realizes that there was going to be some tough times and that those tough times are here.
He's too busy being a janitor to be a general. You know, he's too busy cleaning everything up to focus on beating Virginia Tech and beating Florida State, which he hasn't done yet.
Probation hurts. I think when 4 years ago or 3 years ago when it was handed down, I don't think people realized how severe it was.
All these guys that are playing the NFL right now look back at this school and at this team and at a 1-3 record and feel a little bit maybe ashamed, but you know, it was the guys that played here. It was those guys that have created this situation. They were the most dominant team of a decade, but you know, in some cases they did it wrong and it's killing us now.
There's a sign in the front of the athletics department when we walked in that says, "Keep the faith."
Mm-hmm.
Is that a theme here?
Sure it is. You know, I don't know who put it up, but they need a pay raise. Because I believe it. I mean, I think you have to be positive and you have to keep the faith and you have to keep believing, and because it's going to happen. We're going to turn this thing around and we're going to win again and we're going to win big.
Still, the question in Miami remains, when? In South Florida for College Game Day, I'm Shelley Smith, ESPN.
When and how long will they wait? That definitely is the question. If they lose today, it's the first 1-4 start since 1976. They take on a Florida State pass rush. They lose Bullware and Wilson. They had 20 sacks last year at this point. They have 17 now. It's amazing.
You know, as if things weren't bad enough for Miami quarterback Ryan Clement this year, now he has lost his starting left tackle earlier this week to a suspension, which means the already daunting Florida State pass rush becomes even more of a factor. The guy to look out for, Andre Wadsworth, already 6 sacks on the year. He's moved to the outside at defensive end from the inside as defensive tackle, and he's up in weight and has improved his speed. Outside linebacker Sam Cowher, maybe one of the best outside linebackers in college football. He blitzes quite a bit, and he will be in Ryan Clement's face. Florida State leads the nation as well as far as rush defense. So Miami's not going to be able to run the ball today at all. They still have the skill. They are going to get flat out dominated in the trenches. Florida State big.
Well, Kirk, this used to be the game of the year in college football. The reason why both teams had tremendous talent. 10 years ago, yesterday, Florida State-Miami game featured 52 players who played in the National Football League. That's amazing. Miami is down, but they're not out. The Noles struggle, win in the fourth quarter because of superior depth. This is going to be a close game.
No.
There's still a lot of NFL talent. It's just all on Florida State's side right now. 5 straight years, either a special teams or defensive touchdown in this rivalry. Miami better get one. They might need 2. 14, 17 points. That's about what you can expect to score against that Florida State defense. All right, coming up, we'll talk more about the Gators, the #1 team in the country with Doug Johnson hitting on all cylinders. That's going to draw a boo here in Columbus. How about we show you Michigan? They ran over Notre Dame. The Irish get a Stanford team today that's been scoring at will lately. That's still ahead.
Most low-price computer ads include legal type, like this, to let you know about all the wonderful things you won't be getting with your computer. Now this system includes everything you need to get started: printer, monitor, and software. It's only $14.99 plus shipping and tax. And best of all, it's from Gateway. Gateway computers feature Intel Pentium processors. Call us at 1-800-GATEWAY and we'll build one for you.
When it comes to choosing the right motor oil, let's make something perfectly clear. Introducing 3 new oils from Quaker State, specially formulated for the vehicle you drive. Synthetic blends for hard-working engines and high-horsepower engines. A full synthetic for ultimate engine protection. Extra filtered with patented micro-Q filtration to ensure your oil starts clean for a difference you can see and trust. So when it comes to protecting your vehicle, why take a chance? Quaker State. The choice is clear.
Professor Sterling Sharp is conducting research at Bristol University's Theoretical Football Laboratory.
The computer's running various scenarios based on if the United States was invaded by Canada. And consequently, the CFL absorbed the NFL.
And what about the 110-yard field differential? Do it again.
Professor Sharp.
Yes.
The results of the Brett Favre staying in Atlanta scenario.
Interesting. June Jones named Coach of the Year.
On Campus is presented by Outback Steakhouse, proud sponsor of the 1998 Outback Bowl.
North Carolina takes on TCU. The Frogs can count their first downs on one hand. Their offense is 110th. Heels defense, #1. Now, Oscar Davenport, he's nursing a tender knee, hurt against Virginia. So Chris Keldorf returns as starting quarterback. He's had 2 straight strong relief appearances. Davenport is questionable. He could see some action if this game is somehow close. Meanwhile, Auburn's Damian Craig is budding Heisman campaign against a gamey Gamecock defense.
He has found his favorite target already this year, and it's Tyrone Goodson, who leads the SEC in receiving yards per game, 109. But this right here could be the best athlete on the Auburn Tigers. Inside linebacker Keo Spikes. He's everywhere, not only as an inside backer, but also blocking kicks. The man does it all. Auburn, big.
You know, Peyton Manning may look to hand off a lot today. His Tennessee team is looking to run over a small, gritty Ole Miss defense, but they did hold Auburn to 19.
Yeah, Mississippi's quarterback Stuart Patridge had 253 yards passing with 1 touchdown last week. The key stat, Mississippi had the ball 36 minutes to Vandy's 24. Won't work.
Vandy scored 3 points in 2 SEC games. Diesel power, Kirk. Cecil Collins.
Chris, I think this is a pretty good matchup. We all know about Cecil Collins and the way he can run the football, leads the nation in all-purpose runners. Rondell Mealy, very capable, averaging 7 yards a carry. But look out. Vandy's defense, led by Jamie Duncan, they're up to the task. They're only allowing 86 yards a game on the ground. Duncan is a gifted athlete who can move around. This game might be pretty close.
And the Battle of Bulldogs, Georgia tries to go 4-0, the first time since Herschel. State hasn't won between the hedges since 56.
This week, Georgia's quarterback Mike Bobo leads the SEC in passing efficiency. That's right, not Manning, not Johnson, or Couch. Bobo. Bobo is no clown. Georgia wins this ball game.
And finally, in the Commonwealth, it's a sundown kickoff in Lexington. Cats get another crack at an SEC heavy, Kirk.
Well, Bama's cover men better eat their Wheaties this morning before they play Tim Couch. Fernando Bryant leads the team with 2 picks. He and Deshae Townsend need to try to hold up Kentucky's receivers to stop Kentucky's powerful offense.
But you like the Cats in this game.
You know what? I think this could be the upset of the day. I think that Alabama will have a hard time getting to Tim Couch. On top of that, look for Kentucky to slow down Alabama. Their offense hasn't done anything this year. Kentucky at home surprises everybody and gets it done today. I think they win.
I'm not sure about that, but I guarantee they have more first downs than they had last year. They have 4. Arkansas has won 2 straight by scoring 17 points each time. That ain't going to get it done today in the Swamp. Florida's defensive guru Bobby Stoops got a $25,000 raise this week, but his defense also got criticized for Spurrier for not playing all 4 quarters. He will not play any quarters. Fine fullback Terry Jackson won't play the rest of the year after blowing out his knee. Fred Taylor got better news from the MRI. He's okay. Charlie Steiner and Todd Christensen now have more on this one from the Swamp. Guys?
An injury update from the Swamp. Ed Chester, the defensive tackle for the Gators, had his kneecap pop out on him in practice on Tuesday. He'll not play today. He is expected back next week, however. And on the offensive side of the ball, fullback Terry Jackson out for the season, having had knee surgery yesterday. Significant questions about the Florida offense coming into the season. Could Doug Johnson step into the shoes of Danny Werfel? Well, he has, and then some. Through 4 games, Doug Johnson has actually thrown more passes, completed more passes, and thrown more touchdowns passes than Danny Werfel did through the first 4 games of last season. And Todd Christensen, primarily, he is throwing to one man and one man alone.
Yeah, Jaquez Green has made up for the early first-round defections of Riddell Anthony and Ike Hilliard. He has been outstanding. He has more catches by himself than the rest of the Florida receivers combined, which may be a problem in other offenses, but not in Spurrier's fun and gun. The statistic that stands out, 7 catches, 100 yards per game, but this is the one that really catches my attention, Charlie. He has a career of 80 catches here at Florida, 20 of them for touchdowns. Now, I won't insult you with the math, but suffice it to say, that's an incredible ratio.
And every time Jaquez Green touches the ball, it's good for 17 yards. Todd and I will see you from the Swamp at 6 o'clock Eastern time on the Deuce.
Guys, you're going to think about scheming the Gators. You better put more than one guy on Quezzy Green. Now, Tony Barnhart rejoins us from South Carolina. Tony, there's some folks out in SEC country starting to feel some heat.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris. Excuse me. Okay. Chris, look, today a couple of coaches are feeling the heat. Here at South Carolina, Brad Scott is already hearing some boo birds. If they lose today, they go 0-3 with Florida and Tennessee still to play. Another problem, Zola Davis, their top wide receivers, out for the game. At Alabama, Coach Mike DeBose is worried about Kentucky, and he should be. Kirk, I think you made a good pick there. I don't think they could score enough points to hang with Kentucky. They had 470 yards against Florida. Lose that game, and they're 1-2, and they're all but out of it, but in the SEC West. That's unacceptable at Alabama, and DeBose is going to hear about it.
Yeah, Tony, that would be a very short honeymoon, and we'll see. 2 guys go with the Cats in that game.
I will see.
We will shift the focus to the Pac-10 in a minute, but first, we're going to pay tribute to that 2-toned poisonous nut that has become symbolic of a state and a university. It's inspired 3 decades of shoulder pad-wearing mascots. The surprising thing is, I just told you more than any Ohio State player seems to know about the Buckeye.
Do you know what a Buckeye is? Yeah, I know the Buckeye. It's a little, I see it, they just pass them out, but I don't know what they are. I haven't seen any.
Yeah, a little like a little acorn, like a little Buckeye.
That's a worthless nut. As a matter of fact, I happen to have a Buckeye. I carry a Buckeye. That's the reason I'm lucky.
I just want to know who Brutus is, like really, under the head. I don't know, I've just been always wondering about that. But, I never seen him.
Brutus started out in 1965 at a homecoming game against Minnesota.
And the first Brutus Buckeye was a huge fiberglass 40-pound head that came down to like between his thighs and his knees.
Then it went to a head that actually wasn't particularly well received by the fans. That one only lasted 2 games. Then there was a head that lasted 4 years that basically mimicked the first one. In 1981, we changed to what we look like now.
Buckeye! Oh, Brutus is single.
He is. he will, and probably he'll be a bachelor maybe for the rest of his life. I'm not sure, but he is single, but hunting.
I'm proud to be the football coach, and our players are proud to play football. But Brutus, I guarantee, is proud to be. He's proud to be Brutus at Ohio State.
On Campus is presented by Outback Steakhouse. For an Aussie good time over an awesome steak, get to Outback Steakhouse. Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
Our man Brutus. You never know what they might cook up here in Columbus. Pancakes, squirrel, kielbasa. We'll talk about Stanford and Notre Dame when we come back. We're outside the shoe.
When you buy a new Honda 4Trax 300, 300 4x4, or the rugged Foreman 400, you can see something you just won't see on any other ATV. Your choice of 7.9% APR financing and no down payment. Or a pair of incredible German precision optic Steiner binoculars. Now you can see why Honda ATVs are the best on earth.
We are the human cannons, not some circus act, but true missile launchers. Legs ratcheted back, we send forth our shots. A blur of black and white. Black and white turning so fast it becomes a gray mass. Hurtling toward the goal, arriving with a puff of net in the corner. A direct hit. Score 1 for the artillery. Discus athletic. Compete on every field.
Larry, an illegal smack tackle from a sock tackle. You've got the hot box for the rest of the game. What are your inner thoughts right now?
Joe ball's changing, man. Suspensions for eye gouging. What's next? No biting.
That's no fun. Well, at least you still have Coors Light. That Rocky Mountain Refreshment is still the only beer that's frost brewed to really cool down a thirst.
You know, some things are still sacred. You remember Spindle Hendricks? Sure. Played half a season with broccoli ear.
No, I know that was cauliflower ear.
No, man, it was green.
That's right. Hey, kind of a shade of olive, if I remember correctly.
What time is it?
It's time.
Okay, Tiger, hold on.
Time to think about his future. The Equitable, a trusted partner in the U.S. AXA, a global powerhouse with $500 billion under management. AXA and Equitable, a formula for success. Equitable is a member of the global AXA Group.
Washington's had 2 weeks to recover from the Nebraska beating and refocus on the Rose Bowl. But Jim Lambright has told them, don't even begin to think about Pasadena until you dethrone the defending champs from Arizona State. Brock Hewart healthy, set to go at quarterback. The Sun Devils offense, really struggling, and the teams have keyed on the run the last couple of weeks. That first-team defense has still only surrendered 1 touchdown. They've been a little bit sloppy lately. Lambeau, though, says that Arizona State still knows how to win.
Well, Chris, one thing about Arizona State, they've won 8 straight Pac-10 games in a row. But Washington has only lost 2 games in 5 years at home. So obviously, I'm taking the home team, Washington, to win this game.
I want to see how Washington rebounds from that devastating loss to Nebraska a couple weeks ago. This is their first game back. Washington is beat up at inside linebacker all week long. They've been focusing on stopping the run because that is a concern of theirs. For Arizona State, as Chris mentioned, they're struggling offensively, looking very sloppy, penalties, missed assignments. I think those problems will continue this weekend. The Huskies very strong and very motivated today after that Nebraska game.
It's tough to cure those things in Husky Stadium. They better not try to play from behind with a redshirt freshman quarterback Ryan Keeley. Meanwhile, Notre Dame limps into Palo Alto, trying to avoid the first 4-game losing streak since the Kennedy administration. Get used to seeing Notre Dame take on Stanford. They'll play every year through 2008. And get used to seeing Tyrone Willingham on the Cardinals sideline. He's given his word he'll be there through at least 2001. The program that was once shepherded by Pop Warner, Walter Camp, John Ralston, Bill Walsh may have found the right man at the right time, a coach described by his players as extraordinary and unique.
Practice begins at Stanford, and the smallest, quietest man on the field is in total command.
It's so hard to define, but it captivates the team.
It walks in and the room just goes silent, and now it's time for business.
Everybody sits up. There's no giggling. There's no
We got some good individuals.
People talking on the side. Everybody is focused on what he has to say.
We play as one.
Do I come across probably as having a certain edge? I would probably say yes.
You don't chat with Tyrone. I mean, he comes in and says he'd like to see me, and I think it's an important meeting, and it takes 30 seconds. He comes in, he says, can I do this, can I do this, can I do this, yes, no, and out the door he goes.
Like when we have a staff meeting, he's to the point, he's direct, and he's not about wasting time.
Willingham quickly unified a fragmented, feuding team that won just 7 games in Bill Walsh's last 2 seasons, leading them to back-to-back bowls. His image to outsiders, stern and humorless.
Is your image of a disciplinarian, is that overplayed?
I think the word flexibility probably fits better than a disciplinarian. I'm not interested in my way, okay? What I'm interested in is the right way. Okay, and not right by Tyrone Willingham, but right in terms of being successful, being the right things for the program and the right thing for our young men.
And he's not yelling and screaming and throwing stuff against the wall, so what is it about him?
Yeah, he doesn't yell too often, but he'll give you a look where you know that you either did something wrong or he's watching you. So
you don't want to see the glare.
Have you felt the glare?
I got a personal foul, and that was pretty much when I got the full glare of the whole thing. You know, I can't even do it. Troy Walters, he's the impressions guy.
Just a stare that, you know, he's intense stare.
What's worse is when he'll just stand there with his arms folded and shake his head at you. You know, that's when you start worrying.
His style of leadership and management is not a fear style. His style is an expectation style. He expects you to be the very best that you can be.
In other words, follow the example of a lifelong overachiever, the first black quarterback at his North Carolina high school. Undersized walk-on at Michigan State, surrounded by prep All-Americans. Not surprisingly, there is no star system on a Willingham team.
It's because there are no, walk-on starting quarterback. There is no division between them. And so I think in the rough spots, we come together even closer.
Take last year. From the ashes of a 2-5 start, a 5-game win streak, and a 38-0 Sun Bowl rout of his alma mater. Nearly half of Willingham's games have been decided by a touchdown or less. In those, he is 8-3-1.
I think when he's at his very best, to be very candid, is on game day, especially when you're in the midst of adversity. He is very poised, and he is strong, and he gives you confidence.
Would you run through a wall for him?
Most definitely, because I know he would do the same for me.
There's not one thing that I question, and I don't think anybody questions about him.
Somehow he really gets in your head, and you become a person who believes in every word he says. It's scary, isn't it?
In 17 years as an assistant, he was never at one spot for longer than 3 years, but he's found the place he wants to be. Kind of the game plan for Stanford today, jump on the Irish early, see how a 1-3 team responds psychologically.
Well, Chris, I think Notre Dame needs to change quarterbacks. I think Ron Paulus is a good, tough quarterback. He's just good enough to keep the games close, but he doesn't beat anybody. The reason why, he doesn't make the big plays. Now, his record at Notre Dame is 23-13-1. He's only beaten 3 quality programs in the 4 years, USC, Texas, and Washington. What do they got to lose? Let's try somebody else.
You give him Derek Mays, Lake Dawson, and a Rocket, Timmy Brown, he might be able to come up with better numbers. Well, if you look at Notre Dame's defense, I think the one thing, they're not all that talented. They don't have the athletes that they've had there in the past. The thing to remember about this football team, they're allowing teams to drive, but in the red zone, they're not allowing people to score points. Today against Stanford, they must stop one of the most powerful offenses in the Pac-10. I think they're going to go out there with an us against the world mentality. I think Notre Dame's going to surprise some people and stop this losing streak. I think they'll win.
Not so fast, my friend. Us does not win. Stanford wins.
A lot of disagreements today. That's part of ABC's very strong regional package at 3:30 Eastern. If you're in the West or Indiana, you'll see that one. Coming up, we will break down the Buckeyes and the Hawkeyes. America awaiting the predictions, fellas.
When your stomach says it's hungry, why wait? Go to the Imperial Palace Express in the Hilltop Mall, where great Chinese food is served to you in just minutes. From egg rolls, Snow White chicken, Mongolian beef, to almond chicken, and a lot more. When you're hungry right now, choose the Imperial Palace Express, located in the Hilltop Mall. Great Chinese food without the wait.
Iserman, Shanahan, and McCarty lay out the unwelcome map in the Red Wings home opener against the Dallas Stars. Dallas at Detroit, Wednesday at 7:30 on ESPN2.
Next stop on the senior tour, Napa Valley, where defending champ John Bland looks to strike it rich at Silverado. The Transamerica. Coverage begins Friday at 3 on ESPN.
There he is. He's Neutron Man. He's a Columbus favorite. His job is to get these folks stoked up, and they are ready for the first real Big Ten game of the season. Let's get right to it. We talked to Michael Boston yesterday. Iowa didn't cover him last year. Can they cover him today?
I know he feels confident. If you go look at Ohio State right now, they have not run for 100 yards in their last 2 games. That's the first time since 1964 that they've had that problem, causing Ohio State fans to panic and the Ohio State coaches basically to explain the evolution of college football. Ohio State today will take what the defense gives them, and that means they're going to have to go through the air. David Boston feels that he has a big advantage. Great size, dominating receiver at 6'3", 215 pounds. Now, Dee Miller's been the emergent star for Ohio State. With him on the other side, they're unable to double-team David Boston, and he is improving each week out. Ohio State skill is probably as good as anybody in the country. The problem they have had is up front with the offensive line. They've got to protect their quarterbacks, Stan Jackson and Joe Germain, to give them a chance to hit them for the big play. I think they're going to score early through the air.
Yeah, Iowa's defensive plan is to put a bunch of people up front and stop the Buckeyes and force the quarterback into mistakes by pressuring the quarterback. Now, the key guys in this are linebacker Matt Hughes. Last year, he was in the top 10 tacklers in the Big Ten. The defensive lineman, Jared DeVries, last year tied the school record with 22 sacks. He's a heck of a player. Now, Iowa is 3-24-1 against the Buckeyes. No chance, right? Not so fast, my friends. The old Silver Fox, Hayden Fry, 68 years old, a master of psychology. He's like an old fox sneaking around the chicken coop here in Columbus. You never know.
Talking about the chicken coop. Where's the chicken's the shoe? Cooper's 60 years old. We're coming right back. The barbecue, getting to high gear. We'll have predictions when we come back from Columbus.
Need a hand?
No worries, mate. Nothing that a juicy steak and a bloomin' onion wouldn't fix. Want to join us?
Us?
Gordon, sorry, gets a little cranky when he's hungry.
For an awesome steak and an Aussie good time, get to Outback Steakhouse.
Let me guess, you're a kicker, right?
No rules, just right.
Sweet dream, baby. Sweet dream, baby. Sweet dream, baby. How long must I?
Sweet dreams from Doubletree. Bill, you forgot the recycling.
Bill's always been one to do his part for the environment. That's why he drives the new LEV Accord from Honda. It meets a 70% lower emission standard than regulations require, without any sacrifice in performance.
Nice legs!
Thanks, Bill.
This is the playoffs, man. And us Bat Boys need to step up and make a difference. No Bat Boys, no bats. No bats? Let's just say the offense would suffer. One of the Marlins ball girls is smoking. For the playoffs, A super spitball. Holy cow. Someone trips on a bat, and I got the whole city of Atlanta on my butt.
We don't actually bat, but we do set the tone for the organization.
College Game Day is brought to you by Honda. Vehicles designed to help simplify your life.
Iowa hungry for a victory. Ohio State searching for an identity. It is that time. Heavy pressure on you, my friend.
Heavy pressure. I've been as critical on Ohio State all season long as anybody in the country. I think Ohio State's key to this football game to take Tavian Banks out of the game and put pressure on Matt Sherman. The big play through the air. Ohio State wins at home.
Forget about it.
ESPN2 has Penn State, Illinois, bikes, blades, and boards next on ESPN.
Memorial Stadium, Lincoln, Nebraska. A great matchup tonight. Third-ranked Nebraska getting set against number 17, the Wildcats of Kansas State. The Wildcats unbeaten behind a potent big play offense, while on defense they give up yards reluctantly. For Nebraska, it's been another autumn of unparalleled success. The tremendous running game coupled with a relentless, swarming defense. The Sea of Red entering Memorial Stadium, sellout number 217 in a row. And good evening, everybody. Along with former coach Artie Gigantino, I'm Drew Goodman. We have a great matchup tonight. For Nebraska, 28 consecutive 9-win seasons, 28 consecutive bowl games. Those are givens. The way they judge this program is by national championships. And 2 weeks ago in Seattle, Washington, they announced to the nation they're contenders again.
You know, people just were not satisfied with the way they beat at Akron and Central Florida. But last week, as you said, they made a statement in Seattle. They rushed for 384 yards, gave up only 43. I guarantee you, Drew, at the end of the year, Nebraska will be in contention for the national championship.
And they're being led by a guy who's come back home, Scott Frost, their quarterback. He began his career at Stanford. He's from down the road in Wood River. He was much maligned, booed in fact earlier this year, but he silenced his detractors at the University of Washington.
Well, it's absolutely ridiculous to say this guy got booed. He's playing great right now. He is the director, the engineer of this offense. He is 14-2 as a starter. Tom Osborne told me this week he's playing as good as any quarterback he has coached here at the University of Nebraska.
And that's saying something. Well, on the other side of the coin, Kansas State, they too have had success in the 90s. 4 straight 9-win seasons, 4 consecutive bowl games. They have a new quarterback. Michael Bishop is his name. He's a tremendous athlete. He runs 4.5 in the 40, and legend has it, he can throw the football from one goal line to the next.
Yeah, I'm going to wait and see that one. But right now, he is 27-0 as a starting quarterback. He was 24-0 the last 2 years at Blinn Junior College. Right now, he's 3-0 here at Kansas State. His biggest problem, he's never played in front of a crowd like this. So we'll see how he reacts under the pressure tonight.
I'll tell you what, 27-0 in any league is pretty darn good. Jason Peter and the Huskers getting set. Third-ranked Nebraska, number 17, Kansas State.
Get into Prime. Check out FX for the best prime time on cable. The X-Files at 8, NYPD Blue at 9, In Living Color at 10. Weeknights on FX, Foxconn Cable.
I'm glad you could come. I've heard so much about you.
Oh, Paola.
Yeah.
Mind if I take off my shoes?
No, not at all.
Mind if I try a little of that?
No, go right ahead.
Great meal.
Oh.
Mind if I watch a little TV?
No. No problem.
You're always at home with Bola.
When I was 14, my grandpa took me to Canada. We went walleye fishing. Oh.
Mom's calling Enterprise Rent a Car because our car is sick.
Enterprise will arrange to pick you up.
Wow.
Drive you to our place and get you on your way.
Everybody loves to be picked up.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
There's a new movement in fitness, a new momentum to working out. A fun, low-impact fat burn combining the best of what's come before. Momentum Elliptical Cross Trainer by Health Rider. Momentum's elliptical motion harnesses your natural momentum, giving an effective workout that tones, shapes, and burns calories and fat with a fun, natural movement no other machine can match.
It seems to work your legs a lot better, and at the same time you get to use your arms.
Got my heart rate up.
It's identical to the one in the gym.
Only Health Rider Momentum has this patented health club design with rear mechanism and adjustable ramp incline that gives you the cross-training benefits of 2 settings. Now it can be yours at home for thousands less. Trust Health Rider to give you club-quality features you won't find on any other machine. Add the Momentum Elliptical Cross Trainer to your workouts for just $49 a month. Call now to order your Health Rider Momentum.
It's the new movement in fitness.
He doesn't really talk about his hair, but I know he thinks about it. That's why he uses Pantene Pro V. The Pro Vitamin formula penetrates, improving hair, keeping it looking really healthy, shiny, strong. Pantene Pro V, for hair so healthy it shines.
My first script?
It's a bit of humbug.
My brother just said, do something about freaks.
Here we refer to them as very special people.
The circus performer with his twin brother who's attached to him detaches and crawls out and creates mayhem. The idea was so out there, I just loved it.
They had to tape at Jim Rowe's performances, and they said just try to use this guy somehow.
It was great to work with. We got a chance to glue the hooks onto him.
Ouch!
We had spent $2,000 making honeycomb crickets. The day we shot it, I went to Jill and I said, we'll hand you the jar with the real crickets, then we'll cut and I'll put the phony crickets in. You can eat one of those. She said, it's not necessary. I've already eaten one. Jim Rose gave it to me.
Cricket in the mouth, big deal.
I didn't believe her, so we did the shot. And I kind of out on a dare. I said, all right, in action. Jim Rose offered her.
Where are my manners?
A jar with the crickets in it. She reached in, she took a cricket.
Thank you.
And stuck it in her mouth. And then she turned around and she did, in fact, spit it out.
Well, still, that's pretty cool.
X-Files, 5 nights a week, only on FX.
The Huskers 3-0, the Wildcats of Kansas State 3-0. Let's check in with the third member of our crew, Greg Bell.
Look for Nebraska to use his ground attack to slice up the defense of Kansas State. Over the last 3 meetings of these teams, they've averaged over 380 yards against Kansas State. Look for Kansas State on the other side to try and find a running game. Over those same 3 meetings, they've only been able to muster up 1 yard in each outing. And Artie, you can remember our Ram days together. Whenever we controlled the running game and the ground, we controlled the outcome.
Yeah, but we didn't have a rushing game like the Cornhuskers do, Greg, believe me. Right now, coming into this game, they're number 1 in the United States in rushing, averaging an unbelievable 407 yards per game.
Well, that'll get it done. Bill Snyder, 9 years now at Kansas State. They've been a terrific team in the 90s, and they own the MAC. They've beaten 3 MAC teams. Tom Osborne, this is year number 25 in Lincoln, Nebraska as the head man. And, of course, the impressive win a couple of weeks ago against the University of Washington. Under Osborne, Snyder has not defeated Nebraska. And for the last 3 meetings, both teams have been in the nation's top 20. Rushing will play a big key in this football game because Kansas State also wants to run the football, and they're number 11 in the nation on the ground. Kansas State won the toss. They deferred. Joe Walker, Shevin Wiggins back deep. This is Wiggins 7 yards deep, and he's going to stay put. So the Huskers will begin at their own 20-yard line. There is Scott Frost. About an hour and a half from here is where he grew up at Wood River High School. He played for his dad there. In fact, his mother, Carol, the assistant coach, the wide receiver coach. And she was quite a decorated athlete.
Yeah, that's an unusual situation to say the least. But the best statistic about this guy, he's 14-2 as a starter here at Nebraska.
And he can run the football as well as throw it. Double tight end formation. The single setbacks Ahman Green. He gets the call. Big opening. Give him 6, maybe 7. Let's take a look at the offensive line, and it is always great at Nebraska. The pipeline led by 2 All-American candidates, Aaron Taylor and right tackle Eric Anderson. Joel Makovica has put together 2 very good football games, the last couple for Nebraska. Ahman Green, the I-back. 2nd down and 3 for the Huskers. Give it to Makovica, and he'll be stopped short of the 1st down.
Andre Rowe on the stop. Defensive tackle. Here's the even look for the Wildcats. Jerome Evans is 305 pounds. He needs to play well tonight. The linebackers, the strength of this defense. Oaks and Semino are terrific. Jeff Kelly, very active, a junior college transfer in the middle. And Lamar Chapman, the free safety, has to play very well tonight, running the alley against the option of Nebraska.
And look for a quarterback sneak here. They did it 4 times on 3rd and short against Washington.
Well, they hand it off, and Green picks his way, gets 6 yards. He needed 1. First down, Huskers.
Well, the one thing when you have a great running attack, you have confidence you can do it at any time in any situation. And again, you're going to see tonight, not only do they run hard in the backfield here at Nebraska, but they block exceptionally well. In fact, they're probably the best blocking backs in the United States.
There's the numbers on Green. He had 129 on the ground against Washington. Makovica added 129. Toss sweep, Green. And Ahman picks his way and lunges for 8 or 9. And the pipeline moving him out early.
Well, they're running it to the strong side here behind Fred Pollock and Aaron Taylor. It's a simple pitch play. It's something that allows the tailback Green to look and see where the hole develops. Left guard Aaron Taylor pulls, makes a hole, does a great job. Almost stumbles a little bit, but gets up. That's great balance. I'll tell you, that could have been all the way if he hadn't stumbled, Drew.
I'll tell you what, Artie, I saw Scott Frost throw a block on that play as well. Here's the option. Frost will keep it. He has the corner. And he's got a dozen more at least to the 42-yard line of Kansas State. This is a more confident quarterback than people saw a year ago here in Lincoln.
Yeah, and last week, he ran for 68 yards in the first quarter. But what he's going to do on the corner here is make a decision. If no one takes him, Drew, he is instructed to tuck the ball and get up the field. They don't want to pitch the ball unless the quarterback is taken away by a defender.
Power I formation, 2 tights for Nebraska. And now Scott Frost checks off. Option into the boundary. And Frost will keep it again. He pays for it, though he got 4 yards. Monty Spiller, the strong safety, led the charge, number 9.
You know, people don't realize what a physical guy Scott Frost is. He is 6'3", 220. Watch number 9 here, Monty Spiller. He's going to be the alley guy, and he's done a good job of seeing it, and he makes a nice tackle, but he's got to wrap up on that, Drew. You can't bounce off runners here tonight.
Blake comes to the near side. Again, 2 tight ends. Makovica not much in the middle. And it'll set up a 3rd down and about 5 for Nebraska from the 36-yard line of Kansas State. These fullbacks are interesting. Joel Makovica, the younger brother of Jeff, who was a fullback here and a starter during the national championship run. All 3 fullbacks, 1 through 3 for Nebraska, played less than 11-man football in the state of Nebraska in high school.
Well, you know, those 8-man and 6-man teams, they have fullbacks too, so they were able to come here and play well.
They need the 31-yard line. Frost on the option. Oh, a great move. And he'll get it to the 25-yard line. Scott Frost, very, very patient. He let the play develop.
The one thing the Kansas State coaches wanted to do, they wanted to make Frost keep the ball. And when he gets to the corner and no one takes him, he's going to tuck it and get up into the alley. Kansas State is overplaying the pitch and overplaying the dive. They want Scott Frost to keep the ball tonight. And so far, he is keeping it. And so far, he is gaining positive yardage. He's a guy, though, that can beat you. As we talked about, he had 68 yards in the first quarter last week against Washington.
Handed to Makovica, and he is wrapped up by Travis Oaks, the outside linebacker, the junior from Overland Park, Kansas. He was a 3rd-team All-Big 12 player a year ago. He's a good football player.
Yeah, he was 3rd team last year, and he's one of the co-captains. He's a guy that can play either middle linebacker or outside linebacker. And the thing you gotta love about him, Drew, he's got great football intelligence. He's a productive player that will probably play at the next level someday.
2nd down and 10, no gain for Nebraska. Give it to Ahman Green. Green could go. He will go. Touchdown, Huskers, no flags. A vintage Nebraska drive, all on the ground.
Yeah, it was a counter play, and they just blew out the Kansas State defenders. And you gotta stop the run against Nebraska. And I don't understand why Kansas State deferred to give Nebraska the ball, because this was a great chance that this was going to happen.
Kris Brown in to attempt the extra point. Good hold by Ted Retzlaff, and it's 7-0 Nebraska. The drive took 5 minutes and 4 seconds, and Ahman Green pounded it in, his 4th touchdown of the year.
Hey, check it out. ABC's new Saturday night lineup.
Oh, man, what we got, man?
Well, we got an entire night of crime and punishment.
Cop shows?
Better. FBI.
Oh, lawyers and sleaze bags.
By the truckload.
Big name stars?
Can you say Belushi and Bochco?
Oh, so it sounds like Saturday night is gonna be the bomb night to stay in and watch some TV.
Yeah. Like we got a choice.
This is for Mr. Blanchard, who told me to make something of myself. For Miss Miller, who never let me settle for a C. For my parents, who believe in my dreams. For myself, for my future.
Be all that you can be.
Weekends are for relaxing and spending time with family and friends. But for most homeowners, it's the only time to straighten out personal finances. That's why First Plus is open on the weekends, every weekend. We're available when you're at home thinking about consolidating bills or financing home improvements. Just call 1-800-510-PLUS. You can apply today right over the phone, and there's no application fees. First Plus takes care of business 7 days a week, just like you do. At First Plus, we're working first for you. Call 1-800-510-PLUS.
On the extra point, Lamar Chapman was injured. He came off the field holding his right arm. They can ill afford to lose their free safety, the sophomore from Liberal, Kansas. He's a big part of their game plan.
Yeah, so much of what they're doing is putting the free safety in the middle of the field and running to the so-called alley to tackle the quarterback or tackle the pitch. They cannot afford to have a second teamer play that position, because Chapman got all the work this week, obviously, with the first team.
Gerald Niesman is the man in the middle, back deep. Kris Brown to kick it. 7-0 Huskers. Niesman from the 3. Got an opening. Niesman across the 35. Gets it out close to the 40-yard line. So good field position for Kansas State in their initial possession. A return of 36. Erwin Sweeney knocked him out of bounds.
On the last touchdown now, you're going to see Pollock and Taylor pull over here, and Green's going to run a counter up in there. The best play right now in college football is the counter play, because you get about 600 pounds of beef out in front of the ball carrier. Well executed by that great offensive line of Nebraska.
Too tight for Kansas State in their offense. And a busted play to get going. Michael Bishop lost 4 yards, turned around and handed off. And Eric Hickson was already gone into the hole, and this was something they were very concerned about. Bishop, in 2 years of junior college football, if you add up all the crowds he played in front of, it might not come out to 70,000+ as they have tonight in Lincoln. But he has the ability to run with the football, and he can really throw it.
What the Kansas State coaches want him to do is make some big plays on some broken plays, which he didn't do that time.
Look out for quarterback draw here on 2nd and 13 out of the gun. Here he comes, and he is tripped up. Cutting in, Grant Wistrom, the All-American from Webb City, Missouri. Here's the offensive line. Weiner has usually done well against Wistrom in past battles. Jaycox has played very, very well. in the month of September for Kansas State. Eric Hickson, a solid running back. Goolsby is back after a foot injury at fullback. They need him as the lead blocker. But the problem is they haven't put it up that frequently this year. Their leading receiver, tight end Justin Swift, and this is a throwing down. 3rd down and 14. Here's the strike, 1st down midfield. That's not a bad way to begin for Michael Bishop. He got it to 83. Everett Burnett, who hung on, just his 3rd catch of the year.
And that'll be the biggest boost for his confidence tonight. On his first pass, he completed it. But he's got to learn tonight. He's going to probably pay the price after every time he throws a forward pass, because those guys in the red shirts want to knock him down as much as possible and really try to intimidate the junior college transfer.
Hey, Coach, that was a Nolan Ryan fastball. Another collision in the backfield. Goolsby tackled by his quarterback, Michael Bishop, along with Grant Wistrom. Well, let's take a look at the black shirts. That's what they call the defense here at Nebraska. Defensive line on the right side. You will not find a better pair in college football, trust me, than Jason Peter and Grant Wistrom. All-Americans, both of them. The Mike linebacker in the middle is Jay Foreman, the son of Chuck Foreman, the outstanding running back in the 70s for the Minnesota Vikings. In the secondary, a little bit young, but Ralph Brown, a sophomore cornerback, probably will play in the NFL one day. He is that good.
And if you have a question mark about Nebraska, it's probably the secondary. They've given up a bunch of big plays this year in the passing game, and it's something they've worked very, very hard on these last 2 weeks during the bye.
2nd down and 11. Here's the option. Bishop will turn it up. He lost the football. They're going to say he was down after picking up maybe a yard and a half. Peter in on the tackle with Brian Shaw. Let's go downstairs on a very loud field to Greg Bell. Greg.
Well, I spoke with Ron Hudson before the game started, guys, and one of the things he was concerned with all the JUCO transfer guys he's got and the young players he's got starting today, he didn't want them to be overwhelmed by this Nebraska 12th man. As we can see at times, they become extremely loud and wild.
Ron Hudson, the offensive coordinator for Kansas State. 3rd down and 10. Bishop with time. He's got to complete. Burnett. He could go. He needs a block. Inside the 10, toward the end zone, out of bounds at the 1-yard line. What a play by Burnett. Sweeney saved the touchdown, and there is the strength of the arm of Michael Bishop. If that ball wasn't gunned in there, it's going to be knocked down.
No question about it. And Sweeney getting his first start tonight at one of the cornerbacks is a real freshman. In other words, he's a true freshman. But that is a gun right there by Bishop. And one of the things you got to get out of your receivers is exactly what Burnett's doing here, is run after the catch. He gets 25 yards extra, Drew, after the catch.
An advance of 46 yards, 1st and goal inside the 1. Hickson behind Goolsby. Hickson takes it. He won't get there. He was stood up by Polk and Chad Kelsey. Also, Mike Brown, the rover, or strong safety if you prefer, was in there.
You know, it's very obvious from this first drive that it's going to be difficult for Kansas State to run the football either on the goal line or down in the middle of the field against the Nebraska defense. They might be better off throwing down here, because I think they can get in if they do throw it.
Hickson over the top. Touchdown, Kansas State. Well, a big response from the Kansas State offense. After giving up an 80-yard drive, they drive at 61 yards to perhaps even the game.
Well, it's a jump over the top, and that's what you got to do. But the line does a good job of getting into the legs of the Nebraska defenders. And I'll tell you, last time out against Bowling Green, they were 9 for 9, Kansas State was, inside the red zone. They had 7 touchdowns and 2 field goals. That's a big-time stat, Drew.
Martin Gramatica, and the snap was not handled. The extra point is botched. Well, that was an interesting play. You coached at Cal. I thought we were going to see the Stanford Cal play break out. Where's the band?
Well, you know, Garcia is the holder, but he's also a punter. And what's happened, like in the National Football League, people are questioning whether you should put punters as the holders.
Michael Bishop, he was terrific on the opening drive for Kansas State. Nebraska by 1.
There are people who think water polo is not a game for a man. They're right. This is no game, and he is not just a man. It is a sport, and he is an athlete, just like a football player, just like a basketball player, just like a baseball player. GTE is proud to be the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA and the Big 12 because of him and the pure spirit of college athletics.
Is that a new big, King? No, it's a bag, Coach. No, in the bag, son. Yes, sir, it is.
Well, what's a smart kid like you doing sitting on the bench? Get in there and play quarterback.
Really?
Like taking candy from a baby.
The new Big King from Burger King, flame broiled with 75% more beef. It's like a Big Mac, except it's bigger and tastes better. Get one with fries and a drink for just $2.99.
Coach said I could play halfback.
I'm glad you could come. I've heard so much about you.
Oh, Bola.
Yeah.
Mind if I take off my shoes?
No, not at all.
Mind if I try a little of that?
No, go right ahead.
Great meal.
Oh.
Mind if I watch a little TV?
No. No problem.
You're always at home with Bola.
When I was 14, my grandpa took me to Canada. We went walleye fishing. Oh.
2 impressive drives for both schools. Nebraska leading Kansas State 7-6. Well, coming up on FX next Saturday, join the Bruins for an afternoon of duck hunting. UCLA will take on Oregon as both teams try to work their way perhaps toward the Rose Bowl. NCAA football on FX next Saturday at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 on the West Coast. It's the best game time on cable.
You know, on that last drive, the Nebraska defense going into the game had given up 12 plays in the passing game of 25 or more. Now here on the extra point, what happens is Garcia, the holder, does not see the ball snap. He has got to concentrate on the ball coming through the legs of the center. I think you have to have a backup quarterback or a wide receiver as your holder because punters do not handle the football. And catching a snap and then dropping it on your leg, to me, is not handling it.
Artie, we saw a punter not handle a snap and cost the Jacksonville Jaguars a football game earlier this year on what should have been a chip shot field goal to win it for Jacksonville. And I couldn't agree with you more because if you have a backup quarterback, even if there is a botched snap, at least he's used to running around and maybe making a play for you.
That's right, throw the ball or whatever, but people think, special teams coaches think, that because the backup punter doesn't do anything, or the punter doesn't do anything during practice, he can hold for the play schedule.
Gramatica has kicked it to Omaha. They'll have it at the 20-yard line. 6:11 to go in the first quarter. Scott Frost has been very, very good in Lincoln, Nebraska as a quarterback. He has better numbers, in fact, at home than he does on the road. 10-play drive, 80 yards to begin things. And all 10 plays were on the ground for Nebraska. Frost had 4 carries, 29 yards. Ahman Green, 4 carries, 47 yards. Here's Ahman Green. Tripped up in the backfield. He dives ahead for 1. Good penetration by Semino and also Jeff Kelly at the linebacker level.
That's what you have to do to stop this Cornhusker running attack. You got to get penetration with your defensive linemen and your linebackers. The backs at Nebraska run very hard. They're taught to be aggressive. And you've got to step up like Semino did that time and make the play on the other side of the line of scrimmage, not to allow the back to get going.
2nd down and 9. Kansas State hustles to get lined up. Here's the draw. Green. Jeff Kelly filled the hole. Good looking play by the junior from LaGrange, Texas. Well, let's take a look at our First Plus Financial Conference leaders. Tonight, we take a look at the Big 12 rushing leaders in terms of teams. Nebraska, number 1 in the nation. Kansas State at number 11. 5 teams in the top 15 in the country, and that's old Big 8 football.
That's Big 8, but now it's Big 12, and that's very, very impressive.
3rd down and 8 for Nebraska. Frost will operate out of the spread. Throwing, and he's high, trying to get the football to Shevin Wiggins. So Nebraska will have to punt the football.
Well, one of the trademarks of the Kansas State defense has been pass defense and pass efficiency defense. They've been in the top 20 in the last 4 years in the country in pass defense. Scott Frost overthrew that pass, though.
Jesse Cush, he'll punt the football. He doesn't get many opportunities as good as this offense is. He didn't even punt against Akron in the opener. There's David Allen, a redshirt freshman, back at his own 36. They come after it, and a flag comes in, they roughed him. 37-yard line, Allen the fair catch. But we'll see if it was a 5-yard roughing or a 15. It's a personal foul. Nebraska will get the football right back. Oh, what a big play that is.
You can't give a team like Nebraska opportunities to run the football down your throat. And when you give them fouls like that on 3rd down and 4th down, that's what's going to happen. When you're going to block a punt, you've got to go take the ball off the punter's foot. He gets pushed into him a little bit, but Keith Black could not bring himself under control, and he knocks the punter down. I thought that was an average call by the official. It should have been a 5-yard penalty.
I don't disagree with that. Keith Black was pushed into the punter, and Bill Snyder's team will have to go back out on defense, and the last thing you want playing in Lincoln, Nebraska, is to give the Cornhuskers an extra set of downs. The Huskers, over the last 10 years, folks, 58-2 at Memorial Stadium. And I'll tell you the two teams to beat them in a moment. Here's Frost on the option. He's got a big gap, and he'll have 9 yards. In 1990, Colorado came in here and won. If you recall, Colorado, the AP national champions that year. The next year, Washington won here in Lincoln, knocked off Nebraska. That's their last loss at home. They've won 38 in a row, and Washington won a national championship in 91. So 2 losses in 10 years to 2 national champions. That's not bad.
Not bad, and they've got a built-in advantage here. It's all these great fans that come out and just scream and holler for their Cornhuskers. They do have a home field advantage here in Nebraska. There's no question about it.
Ahman Green into the pile, tumbles forward. The last guy up will be Jerome Evans, and he kept his pads low, Artie. And he got 305 pounds into the backfield.
You know, and he missed all of spring practice, Evans did, with a shoulder injury. He's a guy that is the only returning defensive line starter here for Kansas State. He had a big year last year. He had 12 tackles for losses. The coaches are expecting big things out of him. And he, like you said, he is all of 6'6", 305, which is amazing to me that he can get his shoulder pads down and underneath those offensive linemen that are coming to block him.
1st and 10, here comes Frost on the option. The pitch is lost, but Ahman Green fortunately lost it out of bounds. Nebraska will retain possession.
That's one of the few times you're going to see Scott Frost and Green have some fumble on the pitch. He does a good job of pitching, but it didn't look like Green was looking at the football because Frost had been keeping the ball on the last 6 or 7 options so far tonight. So I think Green was a little bit surprised that the ball was flicked to him.
There's Scott Frost. He had the unenviable task of following Tommy Frazier, who was the prototype for this offense.
Yeah, but last year he had better stats than Tommy Frazier did his senior year. So
here's a QB draw, Frost, and he is tackled by Joe Bob Clements right around the ankles.
Frost brought down on the play. Number 46,
pick up of about 3 or 4, so it'll set up 3rd and a long 6 for the Huskers. They need to get to the 41 of Kansas State.
You know, it's obvious that Nebraska is coming to this game saying we are going to try to pound the ball at Kansas State's defense. They had some respect for the Kansas State defensive front going into the game. They felt they wanted to come in and really try to run the ball at it.
Slot to the top, out of the gun, Frost. He can run for the 1st down, and he will. He gets a block from Wiggins all the way to the 22-yard line. Lamar Chapman back in the football game, knocked him off his feet, but Scott Frost showed his athletic ability. Nothing in the passing game, he used his legs.
Well, that's called maturity in a quarterback. And this year, or in the last 2 years now, he has not thrown an interception in the last 34 quarters. He doesn't see a receiver down the field, so he takes off down the field. He's pointing the way for a couple of his blockers, and he picks up great yardage. That is great decision-making by a quarterback.
27 yards on the advance. Makovica and Green give it to Makovica, the up back. Well, you know you're a fullback. You know what you are? You're like in a shooting gallery. Guys taking pot shots at you from every direction.
And people are bouncing off of him all the time. And like we talked about, he had a bunch of yards last week against Washington, 129. And they want to use him tonight. But one thing Kansas State is saying on their defensive front, the fullback is not going to beat us tonight. They are taking away the fullback plays right now from Nebraska. So you're going to see the ball probably get on the corner a little bit more. But this guy is a tough guy, and I love the way he practiced this week.
Power eye. Makovica goes in motion. Ahman Green. Monty Spiller put a helmet on him, but Green able to fall ahead to the 16-yard line. 3rd down and 5 yards to go for Nebraska.
You know, when you get into a power eye like that, which is 3 backs in the backfield, the Kansas State defenders are putting 9 and 10 guys around the line of scrimmage. And no matter how good you are at running the football like Nebraska is, you got to get out on the perimeter against that kind of front, or you got to try to throw the football.
3rd down and 5. Too tight. Short side option. He won't get there. Kansas State defended it well. On the outside, Semino, and on the inside, Damian McIntosh.
Stopped on the play by number 56, Andre Rowe.
So we'll see Kris Brown, the place kicker for Nebraska. Here is why Nebraska was able to hold on to the football on the roughing penalty to Cush. Let's check in with Greg Belly as an update on Cush.
Hey guys, injury update. Cush sprained his right leg on that last kick. Look for him to be back in the game. The trainer said he just twisted his ankle. He might even tape him up so he can get a good plant on that right foot because he's a left-footed kicker.
All right, Greg, and on the field, you don't often see this. The place kicker, Kris Brown, called the timeout. There might have been only 10 players on the field. So we'll step aside for a moment. The Huskers leading the Wildcats 7-6.
At Kansas State University, in athletics and in the classroom, we strive for excellence. In football, the Wildcats went to the Cotton Bowl. In the classroom, K-State is the #1 public university in the number of Goldwater, Truman, Marshall, and Rhodes scholars. Kansas State, whether we teach or coach, our goal is always the same: excellence. That's Kansas State University.
Jeff Spady Automotive Center and Mark III, #1 in luxury vans. They have a terrific selection on hand just in time for all your Big Red tailgate parties or vacation plans. Take a little bit of home on the road with you with Mark III vans and Jeff Spady, Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, Jeep, Eagle, and Kearney.
Hi, this is Sean Stanley with Kay's Jewelry in downtown Kearney. With the buying power of 3 stores, we offer a broad selection of the highest quality jewelry at fair prices. Most of all, Kay's is a friendly place to view diamonds and precious gems. Kay's Jewelry, a jeweler you can trust.
Drew Goodman, Artie Gigantino, Greg Bell in Lincoln, Nebraska. FX has the X-Files weeknights at 8/7 Central. On Monday, Mulder attempts to rescue Scully, who's been abducted. The X-Files invades the air 5 nights a week at 8/7 Central, only on FX. You've got to watch. I don't know that guy, Mulder. You know him?
No, but it's my favorite program. I love it.
Pay attention to their names. From 31 yards away, Kris Brown near hash mark knocks it through. So it is Nebraska 10 and Kansas State 6 and Nebraska has yet to complete a pass in the football game.
Well, they don't have to if they keep running the ball the way they are. And by the way, Kris Brown, that was his 30th field goal, and he is now, or is the career holder in field goals for the University of Nebraska. And with this offense, I would think he'd have a few more because they get down and they either score touchdowns or give him an opportunity to kick one through.
He's done a great job in his career in Lincoln. 25 years for Tom Osborne, 245, 49, and 3. And that's truly remarkable. 83% of the time, they come out on top. There's only 6 active coaches who ever have defeated Tom Osborne. That's unbelievable.
That's a great trivia question for people in bars or when you're playing Trivial Pursuit or whatever. But I guessed 4 of them yesterday when I was asked that. But I didn't guess Hayden Fry or Danny Ford. This man, needless to say, his record speaks for itself, but he is truly a great gentleman. In fact, in the press guide this year, there are 13 pages devoted to him. That just goes to show you some of the records and some of the accomplishments that he has had here at Nebraska.
Hey, Artie, they've written a number of books already on Dr. Tom Osborne.
Well, they should. Like I said, he is one of the great guys. And you know what's amazing about him? He took over a great program from Bob Devaney, but he kept it going. And what people don't understand sometimes, it's harder to keep it going than it is sometimes to rebuild a program.
This is Gerald Niesman in the middle. He had a good return last time. He's got another good return. Niesman, open field to the 47-yard line. Kris Brown, the kicker, may have saved Niesman from going the distance. Now he's doing a little Muhammad Ali. Well, 47 yards on the return.
For a junior college quarterback, that's a great return. And Bill Schneider talked about it this morning to us. They thought they might have an edge in special teams, and no one from Nebraska touches him except at the end there. That's a big-time return, but a couple of guys out of Nebraska, got out of their lanes, which created a big return for Niesman.
Michael Bishop says, yeah, I like this. Better field position. Here's the counter tray. Not much doing for Eric Hickson. And despite the success of running the football their first 3 games for Kansas State, a whole different deal running against the Black Shirts. And that will be the final snap of quarter number 1. Nebraska held the football for more than 11 minutes in the first, and they have the lead.
Get into Prime. Check out FX for the best primetime on cable. The X-Files at 8, NYPD Blue at 9, In Living Color at 10. Weeknights on FX, Foxconn Cable.
These days it seems like everything is the official something of somebody. What's next? The official soft drink? The team mascot? Look at this guy right here. And this one here. And his girlfriend and his kid. See? See, they're drinking Dr. Pepper just because it tastes great. It's kind of the official soft drink of everyone else. Like this guy with the bratwurst. He executes a one-handed switch. You can't coach this stuff. It's a thing of beauty. Hey, who's doing that? I do that. What's going on? Hey.
To help capture the realism for Kart World Series, Archero Wells driver Max Pappas let us take his car out for a spin.
How's she feel?
Feels pretty sweet. The sequential gearbox is amazing. I don't even have to get off the throttle to shift.
Beautiful, you're doing great.
I'm still getting a little push in turn 2.
Oh, we'll put one turn into the front wing.
Hey, I can see you guys now. Wave. Hello. This is smooth riding. I wish it had a cup holder. That would be nice.
PlayStation.
It's freezing, it's quiet, but you get used to it. You grow to love it.
Snowfox 2-1, this is Snowfox base.
This is Snowfox 2-1.
Then a storm comes up, and I'm the one who's got to get us out of here. And I remember who gave me courage. This is for them. For my mom and dad, who never missed a game. For Drill Sergeant McCardle, who showed me what it takes to be a leader.
Visual contact, Sergeant.
And for myself, who became one.
Beautiful autumn night in Lincoln, Nebraska. Not a cloud in the sky. 12. GTE, the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA. And by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste. With Greg Bell and Artie Gigantino, I'm Drew Goodman. Coach, you got the tie loosened up. You're ready to go.
I'm ready to go, and I tell you, I hope the Nebraska defense is ready to go because, you know, Bishop can make big plays, as we've seen so far. He's a very interesting guy that a lot of people compare to a guy by the name of Cordell Stewart, who used to play at the University of Colorado, now with Pittsburgh Steelers.
He is a pretty fair player. Second down and 10. Pressure on the outside coming, and they dump it in the flat to Hickson, who could not hang on. Eric Johnson was coming off the edge. He's the weak side linebacker, the will linebacker, if you will, for the Huskers. It'll set up 3rd and 10.
And you know, that was an outside corner blitz that Charlie McBride called. He wants to put pressure on Bishop as much as possible today in passing situations. And one of the things the Kansas State coaches want to do, they want to protect Bishop by calling the pass protection in the huddle tonight instead of allowing him to call it on the line of scrimmage.
3-step drop, and it's knocked down. They're trying to get it to Burnett. Good coverage by Ralph Brown. That's not the guy you want to pick on.
No, Ralph Brown's a big-time player. In fact, he's the first freshman to start at the University of Nebraska first true freshman since World War II. You have Bishop Ahman in California, and he's just an outstanding player.
So into the game is James Garcia. He's a very good punter. And he unloads a bomb. He turns it over. This one will get into the end zone. A punt of 54 yards.
First and 10 with the ball on the 20-yard line.
Kansas State and Garcia. Well, next week on College Football Saturday, it's a quadruple header. Colorado and Oklahoma State will be there, and then in the Pac-10, Stanford will take on Arizona. It all starts with Air Force, Navy, or Southern Miss, East Carolina. That's next week on Fox Sports Net's College Football Saturday. Check your local listings.
How about Oklahoma State today? Just destroying the University of Texas. They've done a great job of coaching down there, obviously.
Colorado went down today to Texas A&M. Ahman Green, and he runs into Joe Bob Clemens from Emporia, Kansas. Now, Joe Bob, he should be from Texas, shouldn't he?
Yeah, and you know what? He's a hunter and he's a fisherman, and he walked on in 1995 and got himself a scholarship. He's a tough guy that the coaches just love because he's a go-fast football player with a high motor that just will not take no for an answer. And you got to love guys like that because he made something out of himself at Kansas State.
There's never been a guy named Joe Bob that wasn't tough. Second down and 7. Little waggle for Frost, looking for his first completion. He has it to Sheldon Jackson. Third-team tight end and the best receiver of the tight end group for the Huskers, and that'll be enough for a first down.
Well, one of the things you want to do with Scott Frost is get him on the corner. He's a mobile guy that can run. You're going to see Sheldon Jackson now run across the field as Frost runs the bootleg onto the top of your screen. That's a good job of finding the open receiver. He puts the ball a little bit behind him, but big old Sheldon reaches back and catches it. He had 3 catches against Central Florida for 61 yards this year.
10-6 our score, Nebraska leading. Blocker out in front for Ahman Green, but Semino ran around the block and made the play in the backfield. The sophomore from Smith Center, Kansas, the geographical center of the United States.
Well, he's got a center for the ball, I'll guarantee you that. You see the counterplay developing here by Nebraska, but Semino, right, number 42, comes up the field, brings himself under control, and makes the hit on Green. That's a good job, and the way to stop the counter is to get penetration, and more penetration, and that's exactly what they did there.
He's a co-captain as a sophomore. That had never happened before under Bill Snyder. Frost, option look, now he wants to throw it. Got a man open. Oh, that's a beautiful play by Travis Oaks. If he doesn't get a hand on the ball, Lance Brown's going to pick up big yardage.
Well, one of the things Frost can do, he's an escape artist. He's a guy with great athleticism, as we all know, but he can escape from pressure, and he will buy you big plays with his feet. He does a nice job of keeping his poise, looking down the field, and then throwing the ball. He's just got to get a little bit more air on that so Oaks doesn't tip it up. But as you said, Drew, it would have been a big play if it had been complete. I think one of the things that has helped Frost in his career was he was under Bill Walsh at Stanford for 2 years, where you're going to quarterback school, so to speak, you know, when you're playing for Bill Walsh at Stanford.
Good friend of yours.
Good friend of mine. Good guy.
Joe Bob Clements shaken up. He's helped off the field. 3rd down and about 11 and a half for Nebraska. They need the 43-yard line. Bill Snyder. He's produced some pretty good defensive players. Chris Canty plays for the Patriots now. He was their number 1 back in April. Brown goes in motion. Frost in a lot of trouble now. He's going to be dumped back at the 24-yard line. Kelly and McIntosh got there as Mike Stoops blitz got Frost on 3rd and long.
Well, you got to blitz him because you don't want him to have time to throw the ball up the field to those big receivers. Mike Stoops has done a great job with this young Kansas State defense. And the one thing you gotta like is that the Kansas State defense has come out and been very, very aggressive so far tonight. They are not playing this game on their heels, so to speak. They're playing it on their toes, going and attacking this Nebraska offense.
David Allen back deep, push. This one's off the side of his foot. Takes a big hop. Allen swarmed under at the 33-yard line. A punt of 46 yards on the big hop. And then a flag comes in at the 31-yard line. There's Mike Stoops. Of course, everybody has heard of Bobby Stoops now with the success he's had as the defensive coordinator at Florida under Steve Spurrier. Brothers, very close. They talk every day.
Well, they should. They
Illegal push in the back on return. 10-yard penalty. Timeout.
They probably exchange films too, but he's a little volatile right there, and you know he's going to get after. But that's what you got to do to be a good defensive coordinator. You got to be part of the game and be enthusiastic.
He doesn't really talk about his hair, but I know he thinks about it. That's why he uses Pantene Pro V. The Pro Vitamin formula penetrates, improving hair, keeping it looking really healthy, shiny, strong. Pantene Pro V, for hair so healthy it shines.
It captured our imagination.
If it's not human, what is it?
And became a phenomenon. David Duchovny, Gillian Anderson, The X-Files, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on FX. On the next NYPD Blue, an ex-con turns against an old friend.
I know Dick Capri's pawn shop.
You in on a pawn shop?
No, I was not in on it.
Until the friend raises the stakes.
I'm going to give you $2,500.
We're cut off. Police! All right, get down, get down. Why down? What we do, huh? Get behind your back.
But is the bust legal?
I don't know if the search is going to hold up.
So we might lose the search.
NYPD Blue, Monday at 9, 8 Central on FX.
You're in the pocket. 4 seconds to pass before some 1-ton corn-fed Clydesdale blindsides you and rips off your head. Then you get up and do it again. You play for free all day long because you love to play. Hey, if college football doesn't make you crazy, you must be dead. Pac-10, Big 12, CUSA, college football's greatest hits. UCLA battles Oregon on the road to the Rose Bowl next Saturday, only on FX. The best game time on cable.
Nebraska at home leading Kansas State 10-6. Glad you're along tonight on FX. Mike Stoops, the defensive coordinator, we saw him jumping around the box for Kansas State. He says, the reason I stay upstairs, I'm too animated to be on the sideline. Michael Bishop hands it off. Eric Hickson, this is the best run of the night for Kansas State. Before that carry, Artie, they had -4 yards rushing. The last 3 years against Nebraska, they have a grand total of 1 yard.
I know what it does, though. It takes a while for an offensive team and a defensive team to get used to the tempo of the game. And Nebraska obviously is very good, but this huge offensive line from Kansas State had to get used to the tempo of the game, and I think they're starting to settle into it right now. By the way, they're the third biggest team in the National Football League right now in the offensive line.
There's a quarterback draw. Bishop takes a lick. That's Brian Shaw, who blew him a kiss in the backfield. It'll be a loss of a couple. Showed that big offensive line. What conferences do Washington and Jacksonville play in?
Yeah, Washington's in the Big East. I'm not sure about Jackson. This is a quarterback counter here, a new play that they put in for Bishop. It's like the tailback counter, where two offensive linemen pull, the quarterback gets the ball out of the shotgun and runs the counter play. Ron Hudson, the great offensive coordinator from Kansas State, put that in to maximize his running abilities.
Big play here, 3rd and 3. Three-step drop, Bishop throwing, and it's knocked away, and it's intercepted by Warfield. He has the sideline. And he'll get it to the 16-yard line, the first turnover of the game. Ralph Brown had the coverage. The old tip drill, Artie.
The old tip drill, it's just bad luck. Here's number 3, Eric Warfield. He comes up to help on the slant pattern. Ralph Brown knocks it away. The ball is up in the air. It's the old tip drill that all defensive backfield coaches use. The ball fell right into Warfield's hands.
Handed to Ahman Green, and he is hit from behind by Jerome Evans. And when Jerome Evans hits you, you're usually done.
You're done, especially when that guy falls on top of you. George Darlington, the secondary coach from Nebraska, loves his defensive backfield right now. The only thing they lack, he says, is experience, and that will come with time. But guys like Warfield, who's a senior, is a great player, but Sweeney and Brown and Peterson, some of the younger players, will really make their mark here in this Nebraska program.
2nd down and 9 for Frost and the Huskers. Matt Davison, the freshman, in motion. Give it to Makovica. No, Frost keeps it. Nowhere to go. Joe Bob Clements back on the field. We've called his name several times tonight. It'll set up 3rd down. And if Kansas State can hold Nebraska to 3 here, that's a moral victory.
Now, I was talking about it before, getting used to the tempo of the game, and that's what's happening up front now for Kansas State. They're used to the tempo of the Nebraska offensive line and the speed of the option, because you can't practice against that, Drew. There's nobody in the Kansas State program that can give the Kansas State defense that look like they're going to see against Nebraska.
Nebraska fairly efficient in the red zone this year. Frost has a screen set up, ball's batted, and it falls harmlessly to the turf. Jerome Evans, 6'6" and 305, got a big mitt on it.
The big man out of Waco, Texas, did a great job, but Scott Frost on a screen, Drew, has got to get a little bit deeper. Bill Walsh taught him better than that. He's got to keep floating back to let the defensive line penetrate a little bit more and get more air underneath the football.
There's Brown. Coaching staff said he had to play well tonight. Jerome Evans, and he has played well. Here is Kris Brown, 32 yards away. He's 1 for 1 tonight. Good snap, good hold, and the kick is true. And Nebraska extends their lead to 13-6. They take advantage of Michael Bishop's first interception of the year.
When I was growing up in Pittsburgh, my father always told me to do business with people who are reliable and stand behind their product.
Some things never change.
That's right, Dad. That's why I work with First Plus. They're experienced, dependable, and dedicated. They'll get you the best loan to meet your needs. If you're a homeowner looking to consolidate bills or make home improvements, call First Plus. You can count on them to make the loan that's just right for you.
And I thought you only listened to your mother.
Call First Plus at 1-800-510-PLUS.
Mia Hamm spends 90 minutes destroying her hair and 90 seconds bringing it back with the shampoo that conditions too, Pert Plus. Because Mia wants great hair with plenty of time for other things. Don't you? Pert Plus. Simply great hair. Simply.
He's worked almost 40 years. She's worked almost 40 years. And during that time, they've gone on walks together instead of cruises and shared secrets together instead of champagne. Just so that someday, they could retire and be together all the time. At Cigna, we care about the retirement dreams of over 5 million people. After all, there are dreams too. Cigna, a business of caring.
Dennis Franz, David Caruso, Jimmy Smits, Kim Delaney, and the show nominated for over 50 Emmys. NYPD Blue, 5 nights a week only on FX. Watch The X-Files, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on FX.
Look at that guy in the green shirt. He must not have gotten the message on the dress code here.
He got tickets for free.
Well, Tuesday on Fox Sports Net, don't miss a behind-the-scenes look inside the NFL on NFL Total Access, followed by Hardcore Football, featuring guests Mark Jamora and Bill Romanowski this week. It's NFL coverage like no other network. That's NFL Total Access and Hardcore Football, Tuesday on Fox Sports Net. Check your local listings for the times in your area. Drew Goodman, Artie Gigantino, Greg Bell from Lincoln, Nebraska. Brown to kick it deep again. And he has some wind behind him, and the field goal is good. That, folks, was a 75-yard field goal that won't count for any points on the board.
And you know what's amazing? There's not a lot of wind here. He just got the bolt toe into that baby tonight.
It was a good idea because the last two times that he has kicked it to Gerald Niesman's almost brought it back the other direction.
Well, like we said, Bill Schneider talked about that. He thought he had a little bit of an edge tonight in the kicking game, and so far he's been right.
Let's take a look at the numbers on Michael Bishop against Northern Illinois. Very good. Ohio, he was pulled, Artie, but it didn't hurt his confidence.
It didn't hurt his confidence. It probably woke him up a little bit.
K-State runs a counter. Hickson makes a good-looking move, and another. He got 9 yards. It looked like he'd lose a couple. Eric Warfield, the free safety, had to make the tackle. And Hickson's not a burner, but that's how he gets his yards.
Yeah, and he missed all the 1996 season with a broken leg. But Ron Hudson and Bill Schneider and the coaches at Kansas State love this young man because of his determination to come back from an injury. He's a tough guy, and they really want this young guy to have success.
They say his leg is so scarred, it's almost nauseating to look at it. And he got enough for a first down. 2 yards. He needed 1. Eric Johnson, credit for the tackle defensively for Nebraska.
And you know, against Bowling Green a couple weeks ago, he had a career night. He rushed for 163 yards and 1 touchdown, which was his best career number in rushing yardage, you know, throughout his career. So, you know, he's off to a good start so far this year if he can stay healthy.
He's a senior, though. They are attempting to get him a medical redshirt year for last season. That would be a big plus. They're very deep at running back. Marlon Charles and Mike Lawrence, 2 other tailbacks for Kansas State. 1st and 10. Bishop. And this one's high and away, trying to get it down the field to number 80, Darnell McDonald. Ralph Brown was in his hip pocket.
He had some big-time pressure that time by the front from Nebraska, and you're going to see the big offensive lineman, Ryan Young, number 76, push Kelsey past him, but Kelsey does a great job of coming back into Bishop. And like we've talked about, they want to, the Kansas State defensive front, keep hitting Bishop legally as much as possible, because if you keep getting hit as a quarterback, you don't want to throw too many passes down the field.
There's Foreman. Look at the play clock. The reason we're showing this is Kansas State wants to use as much of it as possible to shorten the game. Out and up, this is up for grabs, and it's in and out of the hands of Mike Brown, the Rover. It'll set up 3rd down. He should not have thrown that ball. Michael Bishop did not see the over-the-top help from Mike Brown.
And that's one of the problems with the junior college quarterback. Sometimes in junior college, they just run around and throw the ball up the field. But he threw that ball to a Nebraska player. He didn't throw it to his own guy. He's got to make a smarter decision on things like that. And again, that was the biggest concern that the coaches from Kansas State had going into the game tonight.
Burnett to the top is the widest outside the slot. QB draw, and that play ended in a hurry. Bishop ran into Eric Johnson. And Kansas State will have to punt it to the Huskers.
Well, talking to Charlie McBride yesterday, the defensive coordinator from Nebraska, he said, we expect Kansas State to run a lot of quarterback draws, a little bit of option. Their linebackers were ready for it.
And a quick punt by Garcia to a trio of Huskers. And this is Bobby Newcomb, who's a quarterback, a freshman. for number 12 for 3 more years because he is the heir apparent at quarterback. The player of the year in the state of New Mexico last year. Bobby Newcomb.
Yeah, he's also a parade All-American, and he's a guy that went and asked Coach Osborne, can I contribute on this football team? And he discussed it with Coach Osborne, which is why they moved him to receiver and the kick returner instead of redshirting him. But again, in practice the other day, I saw him. He's an exciting guy.
Ahman Green straight ahead, not much doing. Let's check in with Greg Bell.
Hey guys, one thing that we're seeing from Kansas State's defense that's a little different than what we saw in Washington and a few other losses to Nebraska is that they're getting off the ground quick from the cut boxes. Ernie, we talked about it yesterday, Arnie. They're just not going to let these guys cut them and stay on the ground. They're getting up off the ground, they're wrapping up, and the coach loves it. He told them stay with that, and Nebraska won't go anywhere.
2nd down and 9. Greg, thank you. Nebraska, little counter, Green busts through there and then lost his footing as Jeff Kelly was closing.
What Nebraska's got to start doing, I think, is go back outside and get on the perimeter. Because like we've talked about, inside right now, the Kansas State defensive front is doing a nice job of stopping the inside, quote, power running game. Nebraska is half power, half finesse. The finesse part comes in when you get on the perimeter.
2 tights on 3rd and 5. Option to Frost, late pitch Green. And a good open field tackle by Dimitrik Denmark. And he stopped Ahman Green short of where he needed to get.
And that's a little bit of a mismatch because Denmark's only 5'8", 175 pounds. He comes up and does a real good job, and he goes and tackles the big guy low and just knocks him over. He didn't wrap up. It wasn't picture perfect, but Drew had got the job done.
Tom Osborne's going to go for it on 4th and 3. Kind of in that gray area already at the 35-yard line on the plus side of the football field.
And this year they're 4 for 7 on 4th down when they go for it.
And Kansas State calls a timeout. We'll do the same. 5:47 to go before halftime. 13-6 Nebraska.
Lies that are stamped with an official seal. You can deny all the things I've seen, all the things I've discovered, but not for much longer, because too many others know what's happening out there. And no one, no government agency has jurisdiction over the truth.
The X-Files, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on FX. Seeing is believing.
Over the years, 2 names have become recognized for healthcare needs, ABC Drug and Value Right. When it comes to your health, you can trust the knowledgeable staff at ABC Drug. For everything from prescriptions to aspirin, stop at ABC Drug, your Value Right pharmacy.
It's the quality of our people and the heritage that we share. O'Brien Stratman Funeral Home, we care.
Here's a sample of new construction in Kearney. This is what Interstate Structures, your authorized chief builder, does, and we do it very well.
Win big with Napa's Win with the Winter Sweepstakes going on now. While you're at Napa, pick up a case of Napa oil, only 59 cents a quart after rebate, or put on a pair of premium Napa wiper blades and get a free gallon of washer fluid. Only at Napa the Parts Store, 706 Central, Kearney.
One of the great settings for college football in this country. 13-6, Nebraska leading. We're in Lincoln, the state capital. 217th consecutive sellout. 4th down and 3. Frost on the option, has the corner, and he has a first down at the 30. Semino made the tackle. They ran the option to the wide side of the field. And that's what we were talking about during the commercial break.
Vintage Nebraska offense that time. Guys getting chopped down, quarterback keeping the ball.
5-yard penalty at the end of the run. First down.
John Laurie telling us about the face mask. So they'll tack on some more yardage to the gain.
Well, you knew it was going to be an option now. He's going to take the ball, he's going to get on the corner, he's going to get a block up in the alley here, he's going to knock a Kansas State defender down. But watch the lineman pull. Watch big old number 64, John Zacchaeus, get around the corner and knock somebody down. And now the face mask, and that was a good call by the official that time. That's what happens in options sometimes. Defenders reach for the guy with the ball.
Here's the option, near side of the field. Frost cuts it back, still going. 7-yard line before Jeff Kelly grabbed him. Move the chains again. 1st and goal, Huskers. Josh Heskew, the center, had a good block, number 59.
Here's an end zone look, but you're going to see Frost when he gets over to here and he makes a decision, what great vision he has as to where he wants to go. But you also see guys right here chopping people, getting them on the ground. The key to being a great option team is to chop people and knock them down in the perimeter, and that's what they're doing right now.
Two tights, Green behind Makovic in the eye. Give it to Makovic. He'll get 2. Darren Howard, number 49, will get credit for the initial hit for Kansas State.
That was also a good play that time by Jeff Kelly, the middle linebacker. He's a guy with a lot of talent and not a lot of experience for this Kansas State defense, but he's a load in there, man. He's 6 foot, he's about 245 pounds. He's a good football player.
2nd down and goal at the 5. Frost looking to cut it back. End zone, touchdown. I can't tell you enough about how much more patient Scott Frost is running the option than he was a year ago.
And here's a look at it through the eyes of the defender. But Scott Frost is the man with the eyes. He sees the end zone and leaps himself into it. This guy really knows how to engineer this option offense.
Kris Brown pounds it on through. 20-6 Nebraska with 4:33 to go in the first half. This guy is a remarkable kid. He's a tremendous student, well over a 3.5 in finance. He's on his way to another 100-yard football game rushing. He was a free safety at Stanford. They played him as a starter at free safety some.
I know, we played against him when I was at the University of California in 1994. He was the quarterback then, but the year before, as a freshman, he was a quarterback and a free safety. And Bill Walsh, Mr. West Coast offense, put an option in for this guy to run. This guy is an athlete, and he could play free safety also on a lot of defensive football teams. But the one thing that Tom Osborne kept saying to me about him is he understands the offense now. People a year ago, I think, got a little impatient with him because they weren't winning by big numbers and they lost 2 games. But he said the man now understands the offense. He's had a year to understand it and to execute it. And right now, Scott Frost is playing as good as any quarterback that they've had here at the University of Nebraska.
Brown again really pounds the football. And out of the end zone, Neesman catches it, puts a knee down, and it's 1st and 10 at the 20 for Kansas State. Now, you mentioned Tom Osborne, 25 years at the helm of this tremendous program. We'll sit down and have a chat with Dr. Tom Osborne at halftime. We'll check scores from around the country, and we'll also give you our view of the Heisman Trophy through the first month of the season or so.
Yes, who is really the best player in the United States?
Well, there's a lot of good ones, I know that. Kansas State needs to respond offensively. They scored on their initial possession, and they go backwards there. Mike Rucker, 6'6" and 250 pounds, and he got in the kitchen of Eric Hickson. And he might have stolen a couple of appliances.
Well, he really did. And Rucker's really a starter for this defensive unit here. In fact, he's the only non-starter, Rucker is, that has a black shirt, which is the jersey that the defenders wear at the University of Nebraska in practice on defense. He is considered by the coaches a starter, even though he's listed as a backup to Chad Kelsey.
Jackson tackled from behind. The great speed of the Nebraska defense. Grant Wistrom. An Outland Trophy, Lombardi Trophy candidate, as long as we're mentioning trophies. Charlie McBride, he's been in Lincoln forever.
He's been in Lincoln forever, and he's been here for 21 years and 16 as the defensive coordinator. And he said to us, Lindstrom and Peter are two of the best players he's ever coached. In fact, Jason Peter is the best defensive tackle he's ever coached. That's really saying something.
There have been some great ones here. 3rd and 12. Quarterback counter. Michael Bishop gets a few, not nearly enough. And you talk about the success of the Nebraska program. I think it begins with the coaching staff and the continuity they have under Dr. Tom Osborne.
Well, if you add this all up, it equals 137 years of experience, including Tom Osborne here at the University of Nebraska. That really tells you something. And that guy, Charlie McBride, is a big part of it. Continuity equals success in college football today.
Garcia, another tremendous punt. Shevin Wiggins trying to shake free, and he gets to the 37-yard line for the Huskers. Well, check out NYPD Blue weeknights at 9, 8 Central right here on FX. Monday, a man who planned a pawn shop robbery claims his former cellmate committed the crime. It's an episode you don't want to miss. NYPD Blue following the X-Files. 5 nights a week at 9, 8 Central. Experience what everyone's been talking about. I like that show.
That's my second favorite show, and that's one of my goals in life, is to be there and drive in the car with Sipowicz and the guys. Would you like to do that?
I'm along with you. Sipowicz is your kind of guy, Artie.
Yeah, he'd be a linebacker coach, I think, or an offensive guard.
The other guy's too slick for you. Give it to Correll Buckhalter, excuse me. And he gets about a yard or two. He's a true freshman from Mount Olive, Mississippi. 6'2" and 210. They've never had a recruit out of Mississippi before, Buckhalter.
No, and he's had 177 yards so far this year. But he fits the type of running back that they like here at the University of Nebraska. He's 6'2", he's 210, 215. He's a big guy like the rest of the running backs that have been here in the past and are here now.
Nebraska leading 20-6, inside 2 minutes to play in the first half. Frost has a man downfield in Shevin Wiggins, but he ran out of bounds, and pretty good coverage by Cephas Scott. Anyhow, 20-6, Nebraska leading. We are in Lincoln at Memorial Stadium, sellout number 217 in a row with Greg Bell and Artie Gigantino. I'm Drew Goodman, and we are pleased you're along as always tonight on FX. Nebraska trying to go to 4-0. They're number 3 in the country. Kansas State 3-0, ranked number 17. A couple upsets today in the Big 12. Texas A&M went to Boulder and won.
Big one for them, and like I said, I just can't say enough about that Oklahoma State team, just what they did to Texas today and what they've done all year.
Max Blitz coming, screen set up. Buckhalter, can he escape? No. Great pursuit play by Damian McIntosh. How about a 290-pounder out in the flat?
Yeah, he did a nice job of chasing that one down, and he is a big guy also. Like you said, he's 6'4", he's 290, but the one thing about him, he's a versatile guy. He started a game this year against Northern Illinois on offense. He's a guy that can play on either side of the ball, and he showed his real athleticism on that play.
On 4th down, Kansas State calls timeout because they want the football with some time to operate. 1:31 left in the second quarter. The Huskers by 2 touchdowns. And Buckhalter limping off. And we'll check on his condition in a moment. Kansas State had a touchdown on their opening drive, botched the extra point. Since then, they have not done much. Bill Snyder, 58-36-1. Folks, when he took over this program, they ended the 80s 136-1. Since that time, they're 57-26-1. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing, but the only problem with him, he has put a lot of pressure on coaches around the country. He and Gary Barnett at Northwestern have done such a sensational job, and especially Bill Snyder, it's made other people, like, you know, some of the schools that fired coaches this year, very, very impatient.
Look at this short list. Teams with 9 wins or more each of the last 4 seasons. Pretty good company. We got 2 tonight.
Yeah, and who would have thought, like we talked about 7 or 8 years ago, that Kansas State would be on that list?
Nobody.
Nobody, but of course Nebraska. And this guy, everybody would say Tom Osborne would have been there.
You've just penciled him in for at least 9. 9's unsatisfactory. Jesse Cush to punt. David Allen, the freshman, back at his own 25-yard line. And this is a great punt by Cush. High and deep, and he lost it. It's picked up by Nebraska. Another turnover, and they're in great shape with plenty of time. It was grabbed by the man who snapped the football, Brandon Drum. There he is.
You can't give Nebraska opportunities. That's what they want to do. They've had a great turnover margin here, and it's going to continue tonight.
Coach, off a left-footed kicker, different spin.
Totally different spin, but you got to practice that. Go give somebody in Manhattan a scholarship that's a left-footed punter to come in and kick the ball to him, so you get the detail of the ball spinning correctly. And believe me, being an old special teams coach, it is very different, that spin.
2 tights, Green behind Makovica, 1:20 left, ball at the 22-yard line. Frost in trouble, gets it away, he threw it up for grabs, intercepted by Cephas Scott. Cephas Scott with his first pick of the year. And that, a costly error by Scott Frost.
Well, it's his first interception in like 36 quarters now, and it's certainly the first one this year. Nice job by Scott of seeing the ball, but it was a very poor pass that time by Scott Frost. Nebraska obviously trying to loosen it up by throwing it on first down. Frost does a good job of getting out on the corner, but he gets tackled in the backfield, and that ruins his velocity in terms of throwing the football. And obviously he's very disappointed.
Pressure came from Dyshot Carter on a corner blitz. Kansas State backed up, goes on the ground, hits him. Gets about 5 yards. Eric Johnson made the tackle. A reminder, coming up at halftime, we'll check out all the scores from around the country. We'll have an update on the Heisman Trophy race, and we'll also converse with head coach Tom Osborne of Nebraska. They're letting the clock run inside 45 seconds. Again, it's Hickson. Subtle little move. And he was unable to take Eric Warfield out. The safety broke down on the corner and made a good play in the open field.
And what Bill Schneider is saying here is, hey, we're satisfied to be behind only 20-6. We don't want to make another mistake by throwing the football, put too much pressure on Bishop. Let's just get out of here with a 14-point deficit. So I think that's the right thing by Bill Schneider. Go in, make some adjustments at halftime. You have the ball when you come out, and see what happens in the second half.
And Michael Bishop, though, 2 of his first 4 plays were botched. He turned the wrong way on a handoff and had to improvise. When he threw the football, especially on the first couple of drives, he was right on the money. So he was not that dazzled or frazzled, if you will, by the crowd here.
Well, sometimes footwork and sometimes remembering where you're going when you're the runner as a quarterback is harder than just dropping back and throwing the football. Because I'll guarantee if you watched him as a junior college quarterback, he just dropped back and rocketed the ball to the opening man, you know, which is what you kind of do at a junior college level, because coaches don't have the time or the facilities to obviously coach players like they get coached at Nebraska or Kansas State. But I am very impressed with his arm so far. And I don't know if he can throw it 100 yards, but he sure as heck can throw it 50 and on a bullet too.
I'll tell you, the story goes that he threw the ball 93 yards messing around in practice one day. And I don't care if they're off by 20 yards. That's some kind of arm.
That's some kind of arm, and he's a baseball player too. He's a third baseman and a catcher. I'll bet you he's gunned down a lot of guys at second base in his day.
And he was not available for spring practice. Last spring, he was at Independence Community College, so he's really had about a month in this offense.
Yeah, and you can't miss spring practice if you're a quarterback and expect to play great.
27 seconds left. Hickson with the football. He's going to lose a bunch. Ralph Brown, the corner, coming up and supporting. And now it's 4th down. And Nebraska calls another timeout. And at the very least, they have an opportunity to A, set up a return, or B, come after the punt.
Yeah, now Nebraska sometimes does that. They will go after the punter. Now, the danger in doing that is you have a chance to rough them. I'm not sure what Coach Osborne will do here, but either way, Drew, he ought to end up with pretty good field position, and one first down or one long completion could end up being at least a field goal try before you go in for the halftime.
20 seconds to go. The Huskers leading by 14. Do you think if you and I put football pads on and got 9 of our friends, they'd have 72,000 here?
Well, maybe 71,900. There are 10 people here that would not want to see us play, but there would be a lot of people in red. And
well, after they saw us, there'd be 72,000 that didn't want to see us play.
Yeah, probably, absolutely right. Hey, you know, and we asked Coach Osborne this. We talked to Charlie McBride about this. You know, why do people come? Well, he said, you know, there's nothing else in the state of Nebraska. There is no professional sports here. There's not a Nebraska state. They have obviously tremendous tradition. They've won national championships. They demand national championships. And it just makes a great atmosphere.
8 men on the line of scrimmage. Lance Brown back at his own 44. James Garcia at the spread punt formation back at his own 3. Here they come. And a good job by Kansas State, and a howitzer boot by Garcia. Here's Brown, and he's still going, and he pays for it. Travis Oakes ran him over at the 30-yard line, and there are now 6 seconds to go. See, if you're Michael Bishop, you can throw the ball in the end zone. Here, I think you're probably going to sit on it if you're Nebraska.
Yeah, I'm sure they will, but you know, Nebraska did work on the Hail Mary play in practice on Thursday, so they might want to take one shot up the field, but I'm like you. I don't think they will do that. What I think they'll do is sit on it and go in with a 20-6 lead at halftime.
Lance Brown shaken up a little bit now. He jogs off the field, top of your screen. Keith Black was the player shaken up for Kansas State. Scott Frost has his team in a double twin formation. He's going to go out of the shotgun here. Frost looking deep. And Davison, what a catch! The true freshman, Matt Davison. It'll look good in the stats. However, that is the final play of the first half. Good throw and a wonderful catch by Davison. So at the break, Nebraska pleasing the home folks. They lead Kansas State 20-6. Let's go downstairs. Greg Bell with Coach Bill Snyder. Greg?
Coach, you've had some success with the throwing game. You came in wanting to establish the run. Will you stick with that game plan come the second quarter?
Well, we're going to do whatever we think we can do to move the football. Right now it's a little difficult to move it on the ground, and we've had some trouble throwing it of late. So, you know, we're going to have to try to mix it up and keep a balance in terms of our approach to offense and see what happens. We got to pick up our kicking game. I think obviously we got ourselves in some trouble there, and we just can't turn the ball over. You know, we turn it over by trying to throw it.
Okay, Coach, good luck in the second half. Okay, Drew, back up to you in the booth.
All right, Greg, thank you very much. Bill Snyder's team needs a big second half. They're down by 2 touchdowns in Lincoln.
Why does she play field hockey? She knows there will be no shoe commercial.
For total convenience, stop at Bob's Total Service. Along with quality Total Gasoline, you'll find snacks and drinks for the football game, a complete line of Goodyear tires, and a full automotive service department. Open 6 to 11. That's Bob's Total Service of Kearney.
Let your Husker pride show with the help from Bogarts. They carry a full line of shirts, hats, flags, and other cool team stuff. Bogarts also has the things you need for a perfect tailgate party, from snacks to refreshments. Get it all for the game at Bogarts.
Okay, that's all right, first time. All right, Leclerc, come on. What, are you a figure skater now? weak. If it's easier, I could probably call my little sister. Well, let's see what you're made out of, John.
How's that?
Yeah, we got that.
PlayStation. Most low-price computer ads include legal type, like this, to let you know about all the wonderful things you won't be getting with your computer. Now this system includes everything you need to get started. Printer, monitor, and software. It's only $14.99 plus shipping and tax. And best of all, it's from Gateway. Gateway computers feature Intel Pentium processors. Call us at 1-800-GATEWAY and we'll build one for you.
I'm glad you could come. I've heard so much about you.
Oh, Bola.
Yeah.
Mind if I take off my shoes?
No, not at all.
Mind if I try a little of that?
No, go right ahead.
Great meal.
Oh.
Mind if I watch a little TV?
No. No problem.
You're always at home with Bola.
When I was 14, my grandpa took me to Canada. We went walleye fishing. Ho.
Big 12 football on FX is brought to you by GTE, the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA. And by First Plus Financial. At First Plus, you'll get an answer on your home loan before you hang up. Call 1-800-510-PLUS. Sun setting here in Lincoln, Nebraska. 20-6, the Huskers leading Kansas State. Had an opportunity earlier to sit down with the head man here in Lincoln.
Tom, you look at some programs over the years like Southern Cal, University of Texas, and obviously you always think of those programs like Nebraska and Penn State. And for whatever reason, you have been able to maintain excellence, whereas Texas has slipped a little bit at a time or two. Southern Cal's had some roller coaster years. Why has Nebraska been able to maintain this excellence?
Well, I don't have any real good answer. I think one thing that has helped us, we have quite a few walk-on players here, and so sometimes you get a couple of injuries at one spot on one football team, and it can really impact you. And that doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt here, but we often will have at least somebody who can go in there and play fairly well. Maybe he's a third, fourth-year walk-on guy that knows what to do, and maybe isn't tremendously talented, but at least he's been in the program long enough that he can help you survive. We have a greater work ethic here among our players. They work very hard in the weight room, and I think they take a lot of pride in the overall program, and so all those things have gone together. And then also another factor I think has been very important has been continuity in the coaching staff. We just have not had a lot of rollover there, and so that always hurts your recruiting and hurts your communication within the staff. And so I think some of those things have had some impact, but again, I don't have any quick and easy answers.
You talk about the continuity of your staff. Milt Tenopper's been here forever. Charlie McBride has been here forever. Frank Solich has been here forever. Why do they stay? How come they don't move on?
Well, I'm not real sure. I think Lincoln is a fairly nice place to live. This has been a fairly stable program, and we get along pretty well together. I think that there's a fair amount of camaraderie among the coaches, even though it isn't like we socialize all the time, but we just get along well. And another guy you didn't mention there was George Darlington. George, our secondary coach, has been here for, I think, 25 years. So it's been good from that standpoint. And then we have a real good mix of some younger guys, Turner Gill, Ron Brown, Nelson Barnes, some guys that have come in that have made a real good contribution. And I think it's important that your overall staff doesn't get collectively old. You know, you want to have a good mix of experience and younger guys. And I think right now we have that.
The program has been outstanding. That has been obvious. Plenty of national championships, plenty of opportunities to win national championships. You've been in control for 25 years. I know you like to deflect praise and are uncomfortable in the spotlight. But why have you been such a successful head coach?
Well, I think the program has been successful, and the program has been successful for the reasons I just mentioned. and then also, I think there's been a very unified support base throughout the state. We don't have a University of Nebraska and a Nebraska State. We just got one school. And that support was here even when Bob Devaney came here. And of course, Bob built that, and then I inherited it. And there's always been a fairly solid support on the part of the administration of the university. They've never wavered in saying, well, we'd like to have a good athletic program and a good football team. So I think that has been helpful. And then, of course, we've always had our stadium full for since 1962. And I think that helps attract players here, and it certainly has added momentum to the program.
All-Americans, academic All-Americans, national championships, as we've talked about. In 25 years as the head coach, what are you most proud of?
Well, I think generally it goes back to the players and what they have accomplished, what they've stood for. As I mentioned earlier, they've generally worked very hard here. They work hard in the off-season, work hard in the weight room. And the overwhelming majority of them stand for the right things. And then I'm proud of a lot of them that maybe didn't stand for the right things for a period in their life, which a great many people go through periods where they're not quite on track. But a lot of them, as you see them in their late 20s, in their 30s, and even in their 40s, have made some remarkable turnarounds. Johnny Rogers got his degree at age 41 or 2, something like that, won the Heisman Trophy. And so those kind of things, I don't know if you're proud of them, but there's a certain satisfaction in being in one place long enough to see things go full circle for a lot of people, and some people that you weren't really sure were going to make it in some way. And so I guess that's been the most satisfying thing to me in coaching.
They don't come any finer than Dr. Tom Osborne, and his club right now leads 20-6 over Kansas State.
He doesn't really talk about his hair, but I know he thinks about it. That's why he uses Pantene Pro V. The Pro Vitamin formula penetrates, improving hair, keeping it looking really healthy, shiny, strong. Pantene Pro V, for hair so healthy it shines.
Check it out. Check it out. ABC's new Saturday night lineup.
Oh, man, what we got, man?
Well, we got an entire night of crime and punishment.
Cop shows?
Better. FBI.
Oh, lawyers and sleaze bags.
By the truckload.
Big name stars.
Can you say Belushi and Bochco?
Oh, so it sounds like Saturday night is gonna be the bomb night to stay in and watch some TV.
Yeah. Like we got a choice.
This simple-looking device is the key to unlock your body's hidden potential. It can change the look and shape of every line and curve on your body. Because it's the weight, the challenge, and the secret behind one of the most effective fitness machines in the world. Introducing the Bowflex Power Pro. Bowflex uses patented power rod resistance to give you an incredibly smooth, natural feel for over 60 different health club quality exercises. With features like a built-in aerobic rowing exercise, convertible grips, and convenient folding capabilities, it's easy to see why a Bowflex was selected by Fitness Magazine as the best home gym for 1997 and was awarded a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. It's time to get the body you want with no money down and payments as low as $33 a month. Call right now for your free video and brochure. Discover the body you've always wanted with the Bowflex Power Pro.
To help capture the realism for Kart World Series, Archero Wells driver Max Pappas let us take his car out for a spin.
How's she feel?
Feels pretty sweet. The sequential gearbox is amazing. I don't even have to get off the throttle to shift.
Beautiful, you're doing great.
I'm still getting a little push in turn 2.
Oh, we'll put one turn into the front wing.
Hey, I can see you guys now. Wave. Hello. This is smooth riding. I wish it had a cup holder. That would be nice.
PlayStation.
It captured our imagination.
If it's not human, what is it?
And became a phenomenon. David Duchovny, Gillian Anderson, The X-Files, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on FX.
Next week on College Football Saturday, it's a quadruple header featuring Colorado taking on Oklahoma State. Then in the Pac-10, Stanford takes on the Arizona Wildcats. It all starts with Air Force Navy, Southern Miss, East Carolina. That's next week on Fox Sports Net's College Football Saturday. Here in Lincoln, Nebraska, leading Kansas State 20-6. Elsewhere in college football, a very, very busy day. Let's take a quick glance. BYU on Friday night beat Utah State 42-35. Penn State rolls over Illinois. Florida State-Miami used to be a good football game. Not this weekend. Michigan gets a shutout. Ohio State, they beat up Iowa in a Big Ten encounter. Auburn over South Carolina. Tennessee got another big day from Peyton Manning, and Michigan State wins. LSU hangs on to beat Vanderbilt. Virginia Tech in the upset of the weekend loses to a MAC school, Miami of Ohio. Washington State over Oregon, and Texas A&M wins today. How about the Georgia Bulldogs? Between the hedges, they shut out Mississippi State. Stanford all over Notre Dame. Just one win for the Fighting Irish this year. Air Force is undefeated. They have 6 wins. Elsewhere, it was Kansas in Lawrence beating Oklahoma. A mild surprise there. Missouri rolls over winless Iowa State. Florida 28-0 in the third, leading Arkansas. And some other partial scores at halftime. Washington leading Arizona State. Alabama a point better than Kentucky. That's a good one in the SEC. UCLA no problem with Houston. Texas Tech 2 scores up on Baylor. That's a look at our Dr. Pepper college scoreboard for the day. And welcome back inside Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. I'm Drew Goodman along with Artie Gigantino, and the college football season about 5 weeks old now. What's made the biggest impression on you thus far?
Well, the fact is that Kansas State still cannot run the football against Nebraska. They've only run for 20 yards. Nebraska's got 166. Nebraska's had the football for 19 minutes. Kansas State only 11. Those numbers have got to change, or else Kansas State's not going to win this football game.
No, they need plenty of offense in the second half. You know, it's fun at any point in the season to talk about who might win the most coveted trophy in all of sports, the Heisman Trophy. And through about 5 weeks on this college football season, there are a number of good candidates. I think Peyton Manning was the guy that everybody pointed to in the preseason. Tavian Banks looked as the best runner in college football through the first month. And how about Doug Johnson, the sophomore at Florida?
I think he's playing great. He's a good football player with 20 touchdown passes so far this year. He is in a great system for him. But the guy everybody talks about, the guy that's getting all the publicity, is Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning's going to win the Heisman Trophy, but no one is going to forgive him because he never beat University of Florida. He's a guy that's talented, will be a great player in the National Football League. But here's another guy that's going to be a great player in the National Football League. He might be the best player in the country. Randy Moss from Marshall. He averages 20 yards per reception, and he's a guy that is a big-time player who's a dark horse for the Heisman.
Smaller school, big talent.
Get into Prime. Check out FX for the best prime time on cable. The X-Files at 8, NYPD Blue at 9, in living color at 10. Weeknights on FX, Fox Gone Cable.
Had a great practice today. I know you guys are hungry, but this new Big King gave me an idea for a new play. So listen up. Quarterback takes off tackle, flips the ball, the guard pulls, we hand off to the wingback. Wingback is up the gut for a touchdown. Any questions?
Coach, can I eat my blocker now?
The new Big King from Burger King, flame broiled with 75% more beef. It's like a Big Mac, except it's bigger and tastes better. Get one with fries and a drink for just $2.99.
Got any more new plays, Coach?
At Cigna, we care about people who have babies. We care about companies that make steel and about companies that make bread. We care about life and about all that makes life great or possible or just better. At Cigna, we care because it is our business to care. But we also care because, well, we have babies too. Cigna, a business of caring.
When Barb at Kearney Yamaha found out Gene ordered too many 98 ATVs, well, Gene was in a bit of trouble, but it means great news for you. Kearney Yamaha is cutting prices on your favorite ATVs. The Kodiak was $63.95, now only $58.95. The Big Bear, $56.95, cut to $49.95. How about the Timberwolf? Was $47.95, now cut down to $39.95. Hurry in today while the selection is great during the cutting of the 98 at Kearney Yamaha, 1115 2nd Avenue.
Behind every champion is a winning team. Let Plum Creek Motors in Lexington make your next vehicle purchase a victory for you. Our professional sales staff will assist you in finding the perfect vehicle to fit your needs. After the race, get all of your genuine GM parts from our full-line parts department and let our GM certified technicians maintain your vehicle at its peak performance. And if you ever hit the wall, visit our full-service body shop. Take the pole at Plum Creek Motors in Lexington. Our winning team will make you a champion.
Nights at 8, 7 Central, only on FX.
Just a few folks shy of 76,000 here at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. The Huskers leading the Wildcats 20-6. She can find a better date than that, I know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's Herbie Husker. Let's take a look at some of the numbers from the first 30 minutes. Nebraska dominated, as they usually do on the ground, Artie.
Well, it's the 21-66 number I was talking about. Kansas State has got to rush for 100 yards in this game to have a chance. Nebraska is going to try to continue to hold them down to under 50.
20-6 at the break.
There are people who think water polo is not a game for a man. They're right. This is no game, and he is not just a man. It is a sport, and he is an athlete, just like a football player, just like a basketball player, just like a baseball player. GTE is proud to be the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA and the Big 12 because of him and the pure spirit of college athletics.
This is for Mr. Blanchard, who told me to make something of myself. For Miss Miller, who never let me settle for a C. For my parents, who believe in my dreams. For myself, for my future.
Be all that you can be.
Did you know? Well, Coach Tom Osborne's been leading the University of Nebraska football team to multiple national championships. Husker professor Walter Mienka also coached the U.S. math team to first place with a perfect score in the International Math Olympiad. It's true. No matter how you add it up, there's no place like Nebraska.
When you need to be towed, you can rest easy with Gary's I-80 service of Kearney. Large or small, Gary's has the right equipment, including the Screaming Eagle, state-of-the-art in towing and recovery. Plus, they offer flatbed hauling, motorcycle trailers, and cargo trailers that can haul even the most precious cargo. For all your towing needs, call the professionals. Call Gary's I-80 service of Kearney at 236-6211.
Jimmy Smits, Kim Delaney, and the show nominated for over 50 Emmys. NYPD Blue, 5 nights a week, only on FX.
Nebraska leading Kansas State 20-6 in the Big 12 opener for both schools. Lincoln, Nebraska Memorial Stadium. Told you that it's sellout number 217 in a row. When this stadium is filled, most people know around college football, it's the third largest city in the state of Nebraska. 5% of the population is represented by 76,000 folks.
That's an amazing statistic. This is a city here. Maybe you and I are the mayors of this city since we're up here with the microphone.
There's the mayor.
No, he's the governor, I'll guarantee you that.
He's the president, the governor, the mayor, whatever he wants. The most revered man in this state.
Absolutely. There's no man more popular than him. And, you know, there's no man under more pressure sometimes than him when things don't go well either.
That's Gerald Niesman reflecting down at his own goal line. He's been spectacular returning kicks tonight. He had a 46-yarder, also a 36-yarder earlier. Kris Brown to kick it off. And Niesman backpedaling 9 yards deep, and He prudently puts a knee down. Let's check in with Greg Bell. Greg, what do you have?
Guys, in that last series for Nebraska, Corell Buckhalter, number 36, left the game limping pretty badly. Talked to the trainers, they came out, they said he'll be coming back in the second half. He's just going to give it a try. Not sure if it's going to last for him or not, but he's going to give it a try in the second half.
They just keep lining up buybacks, don't they?
They keep getting hurt, though. Maybe the best one in the program is hurt D'Angelo Evans, a young freshman who will probably redshirt. But they've had their share of injuries at the I-back this year.
D'Angelo Evans is fun. He's out of Wichita, Kansas. Great player, but he had abdominal surgery. Michael Bishop on the option, tackled from behind. Jason Peter, number 55, maybe the hardest worker in this program, and that's saying something.
Oh, big time. And we met his brother yesterday, and his older brother, Christian, plays for the New York Giants, and that's quite a family. But he's a guy, along with his buddy Wistrom, who are, by the way, roommates, have the best motors maybe in all of college football, the intensity at which they play at.
Well, who gets the list to go grocery shopping in that family? Bad pitch. Hickson's got to jump on it. He'll lose a bunch. Wrapped up by Brian Shaw. Chad Kelsey put the pressure on Bishop, and Kansas State's going backwards.
You know, if you're Kansas State, you got to think that Nebraska knows how to defend the option. Bishop comes on the corner that time, but I don't think he makes a very good pitch. It goes right over the top of Hickson's head. Now, Hickson's got to fall on that football and secure it, because if you go and try to pick it up, Drew, a defender might just knock the ball out of your hands.
Well, Coach, you were defensive coordinator, 3rd and 25. What do you call on offense?
If I were Kansas State, I'd run a draw here, and then I'd punt.
Tough to hear in this end zone, and movement. Todd Weiner came out of his stance. Grant Wistrom, Eric Johnson pointing in his direction. We will see how the officials saw it.
Well, the crowd wants the offense to jump, obviously, but sometimes the defense jumps. And Nebraska was offsides on defense 3 times in the first drive against Washington.
Offside defense, 5-yard penalty.
Well, it was Wistrom. That's the good news. The bad news is it's still 3rd and 20.
Yeah, it's 3rd and forever, no matter how you look at it. All it did was get a little bit more room for Kansas State if they have to punt.
Bill Snyder said this: if you want to spend all your time watching the crowd here in Lincoln, the Jumbotron and those things, that someone will probably run right over the top of you and leave tire marks. There are a lot of programs that have come in here and learned that.
Yeah, that's someone's an offensive defensive lineman from Nebraska.
Pressure coming, Bishop. Oh boy, he pays for it at the 6-yard line. Jason Peter blew him a kiss. Jay Foreman also in the backfield applying pressure. The black shirts hold, and Kansas State will punt the football.
Somehow I think Nebraska's come revved up here for this second half. You think Charlie McBride gave him a good talking to?
Flag comes in. Garcia's been averaging more than 50 yards a punt. Chevin Wiggins just shy of midfield trying to get to the wall. And he'll get about 3 yards, and then the omnipresent Travis Oakes made the play. He's everywhere.
Hey, he does it all. He plays linebacker. He runs down the field. He's a valuable guy to this Kansas State team, who plays a lot of starters on offense and defensive special teams.
Illegal motion is indicated by John Laurie, the referee. And Nebraska already with good field position. They'll probably decline it. They're on the plus side of the 50 at the 47 of the Wildcats with a 20-6 lead.
Illegal motion, offense, 5 yards, repeat 4th down.
Well,
repeat the down.
They're going to have to punt it again. And maybe that's because they're going to force him into a shorter punt formation.
Well, he is. He's going to make him really get back and punt out of that end zone, which is very, very difficult to do. You see Garcia get a pretty good punt off here, but now there's going to be a shorter distance for the snapper to snap the ball. And you know Nebraska right now is thinking about blocking the punt. I'm not sure they're going to, because like I said, even if they fair caught the ball, Drew, where they're going to be is great field position. The punter is lined up 13 yards. His feet are on the end of the end zone here, 13 yards from the line of scrimmage. He's usually at 15, Drew.
Brandon Knowles is the long snapper. They need good protection. Garcia, preseason All-American at punter. Low snap, and it's handled nicely, but a line drive punt. Wiggins from the 49. And he'll get it all the way to the 34. So it was a good decision by Tom Osborne and the Huskers. They picked up 13 yards in that exchange. Punt of 46, return of 15. Scott Frost was very, very good in that first half. 88 yards on the ground, Artie.
Yeah, well, Kansas State wanted Scott Frost to carry the ball, and they're going to see the results here. Scott Frost did a great job of engineering this offense, not only on the option, but escaping from danger when he was in the shotgun trying to throw the football.
And now outstanding field position, plus 34. Hand it to Ahman Green. He squirts through the other side of the pile, gets it to the 27. Jerome Evans tripped him up. And here are the numbers officially for Scott Frost. Just 46 in the air, 88 on the ground. That's okay. His primary responsibility is to move him down the field. He's done that.
Absolutely. At Nebraska, you're going to play in 4 plays. You're only going to throw it 1 time at the most. So, hey, he's going to get bigger yardage running football than he is throwing it here.
Wiggins and Davison come to the near side. Wiggins in the slot on 2nd and 3. Option short side. Here's the cutback, and Frost is gathered in the backfield. 56 is Andre Rowe, another one of those junior college transfers. 10 junior college players taken in this year by Bill Snyder. That's unusual for a big-time program.
It is unusual because it's hard to get him into your system. You're going to see Frost this time give some kind of signal to his backs behind him. It's an option, obviously, to his right, but ill-advised. He makes a decision to come back against the grain, and he runs into a lot of guys with silver helmets on. That was probably the first bad decision he has made tonight.
Well, he made one bad decision throwing his first pick in 155 passes in the first half late. Other than that, he's been flawless. He's throwing it down the field, and it's complete. Jackson made the catch. Vershawn Jackson inside the 10-yard line. A flag came in the neighborhood. Number 3, Cephas Scott. Cephas Scott thinks it's offensive interference.
And he might be right. Jackson might have pushed off of Scott to come back on the ball.
It's holding, defensive holding.
If that was defensive holding, the throw was awful late by the official on the flag. We'll have to watch it on the replay.
Holding on the defense. The penalty is declined. First down.
Boy, that ball fluttered up in the air for a while, Artie.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Now you're going to see Frost get out on the corner. Jackson down the field. He floats it up, but I don't see the defensive holding. I would have called that on Jackson, if anybody, because the ball was underthrown, and he looked like he pushed Scott out of the way as he came back for the football, Drew.
First and goal at the 7. Makovica, the up back, the eye back, Ahman Green. Toss sweep. And Ahman will walk in. Touchdown, Nebraska.
The old power pitch play. Nothing like a great offensive line that's going to get out in front of you. Watch big old Aaron Taylor there, number 67. He's going to throw it back. Block. Makovica's going to knock somebody down. And Green is going to walk into the end zone literally untouched.
Kris Brown back into the football game. Retzlaff is the holder, and the kick is right through. 27-6 with 11:29 to go in the 3rd quarter. Nebraska off and rolling.
These days it seems like everything is the official something of somebody. What's next? The official soft drink? The team mascot? Look at this guy right here. And this one here. And his girlfriend and his kid. See? See, they're drinking Dr. Pepper just because it tastes great. It's kind of the official soft drink of everyone else. Like this guy with the bratwurst. He executes a one-handed switch. You can't coach this stuff. It's a thing of beauty. Hey, who's doing that? I do that. What's going on? Hey.
There's a new movement in fitness. A new momentum to working out. A fun, low-impact fat burn combining the best of what's come before. Momentum Elliptical Cross Trainer by Health Rider. Momentum's elliptical motion harnesses your natural momentum. giving an effective workout that tones, shapes, and burns calories and fat with a fun, natural movement no other machine can match.
It seems to work your legs a lot better, and at the same time, you get to use your arms.
Got my heart rate up.
It's identical to the one in the gym.
Only Health Rider Momentum has this patented health club design with rear mechanism and adjustable ramp incline that gives you the cross-training benefits of 2 settings. Now it can be yours at home for thousands less. Trust Health Rider to give you club-quality features you won't find on any other machine. Add the Momentum Elliptical Cross Trainer to your workouts for just $49 a month. Call now to order your Health Rider Momentum.
It's the new movement in fitness.
Nebraska at home leading Kansas State 27-6. The third-ranked Huskers behind a touchdown from Ahman Green. He has 5 on the season. And the Huskers with a comfortable lead. Brown into the football. This is another hammer job, nearly into the crowd. Along with Greg Bell and Artie Gigantino, I'm Drew Goodman. And the Huskers have got it going on the ground behind the pipeline. And they have such an athletic offensive line. They're not just 300-pounders. They can move out people.
No, and Milt Tepper, the offensive line coach, he calls them a bunch of short, stubby guys. But they're big guys. Stubby means big to him. He doesn't want big guys playing here in terms of height, but he wants wide guys. And he's got a bunch of wide bodies playing for him.
We talked to him yesterday. He says, I recruit explosive guys. Guys with punch. He must have used the word explosive half a dozen times in our conversation. Little turn-in pattern. Burnett and Ralph Brown. And a flag comes in. Perhaps interference on Brown. Tight coverage. They've tried to pick on him, and they have been unsuccessful.
Holding on the defense. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Well, it must have been Brown at the line of scrimmage. Those slant patterns are easy throws for the quarterback, and what you want to do is get the receiver the football and hopefully allow him to run after the catch, something they did with the 49ers with Jerry Rice and John Taylor that they made famous. But they also, Ron Hudson and Bill Schneider told us they want to pick on the smaller corners of Nebraska by throwing the ball on quick slants to the wide receivers of Kansas State.
Well, Central Florida, Dante Culpepper is an underrated quarterback, threw for more than 300 yards against Nebraska, and Washington threw for a bunch of yards in that loss in Seattle 2 weeks ago. 11:19 to go in the third quarter. Bishop goes play action. He runs it, and it's dropped. And that has been the story too frequently for Kansas State's wideouts this year. Gavin Parise had it in his hands. That was on a line for 45 yards.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, they have had nothing but problems catching the football. And I don't know if Bishop throws the ball too hard or not. But Perez on the bottom here is going to be in great position to go and catch the football. And Bishop delivers it right on the money. It's a good pattern. He's wide open. It's the right call. But you got to catch the football, Drew, when it's thrown on the money.
Look at this, an option that goes back the other way. Hits and loses a bunch. Jason Peter was not fooled. This guy is 285 pounds, and he has 9% body fat.
And you know it's a killer. That just says what a big play that drop was the play before. Because now instead of being down the field, it's minus yards. A little razzle-dazzle here. They're going to start an option to one side, but come back on it like a reverse option. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. But give all the credit to Peter. What a nice job of coming up the field and making the play.
Coach, I'm not sure you'll see it again.
I don't think so, or do I want to?
3rd and 19. Bishop trying to get it to Parise, and there was good coverage, and the pass wasn't close. 4th down again for Kansas State. And the busiest man in Nebraska, James Garcia, trots onto the field.
You were talking about junior college players. They have a hard time, no matter what position they're playing, getting into a rhythm. And I think that's the problem with Bishop. It's been the problem all year. He missed 1,500 snaps in spring practice because he wasn't there for 15 days. He's having a hard time getting into rhythm with this passing game tonight.
Garcia fumbled it, and it was nearly blocked. I don't know how he got that away. Wiggins from the 40 takes a look and keeps on ticking, at least for a moment. Keith Black covered the punt very well for Kansas State. Artie, how'd they miss this?
Well, being an old special teams coach, you got to go in and you got to take the football off his foot. And what happens? The guy from Nebraska jumps up too soon. He didn't have to jump there, Drew. Just run right through Warfield and take the ball off the punter's foot. That's special teams punt block A right there. Don't jump. Take it off the guy's foot.
That's how you taught the Rams, huh?
Hey, you were pretty good at it.
I know you were. Here's Ahman Green with a couple of blockers on the counter. Ahman Green in the corner. He can go, folks. See ya later. Touchdown, Huskers. "59 yards. Boy, they can get on you and run up the score in a hurry.
But Green did a wonderful job of keeping his balance there. He's a big guy, he's an excellent athlete, but he also has balance.
17 trips, 140 yards now unofficially for Ahman Green. And Brown, another extra point. At one point in time, this was a 7-6 football game. Not any longer.
Watch the left side of the line here. Both these guys are going to pull. Tight end's going to do a good job of chop blocking here. It's a counter play, and it's off to the running. But Green's got about 600 pounds out in front of him, and he does a nice job there of making a tackle or miss him. He keeps his balance and keeps going down the field. You know, Frankie Solich, the running back coach, teaches aggressive, violent running here, and that guy, number 30, is as violent and an aggressive runner as they have had here at the University of Nebraska.
Well, from one current great runner to a former great runner, not only Greg Bell being a former great runner, but the guy he is situated with now. Greg?
Hey guys, I'm down here on the sideline with legendary running back for the Minnesota Vikings, Chuck Foreman, whose son Jay is out on the field right now. Changed his number to number 44, basically in honor of you. Did you give him any tips to tell him what not to do when he's approached by one of those legendary kind of shake and bake backs as you were?
Well, the thing he better not do is be aggressive, uncontrolled. You better be controlled and aggressive. That's the best way to handle that.
Well, I tell you what, Jay's out here having a great game, guys. Chuck Foreman, you couldn't get you can't get a better, greater shake and bake running back than here. And what do you think about this Ahman Green here for Nebraska?
Well, I think Ahman is a wonderful running back. He's got a lot of talent. You know, he's going to get better. You know, as long as he stays aggressive and attacks when he's running, he'll be the best in the game.
Well, thanks a lot, Chuck. Good luck to your son all season long. Back up to the booth.
All right, Greg, thank you. And thanks to Chuck Foreman. Remember that pirouette he used to do? And he was one of the all-time great receivers coming out of the backfield.
Yeah, he was one of the first real big backs. A guy that big runs around. And, you know, I asked Jay Foreman yesterday or the other day at practice, I said, what has your dad taught you? You know what he said? He said, my dad taught me how to focus on something. He said, you know, he didn't give me, I'm not a tailback like him, I'm not a great receiver like him, but he taught me how to focus myself. And I thought that was a great tribute to his dad. And this young man, Jay Foreman's got outstanding football intelligence.
That's what the coaching staff says about him. He's consistent, he's very bright. Michael Bishop needs to make some plays, and on the option, he turned the wrong way. And now he's running for his life. Oh, big block there on Johnson. And that is a spectacular 3-yard gain, folks. Eric Hickson nearly knocked Eric Johnson into the Nebraska sideline.
But that's what you get out of a guy like that. He might make the big mistake, he might make the big play, and he might make the crazy play. He runs literally 40 yards here, gets some great blocks, but as you said, only gets a 3-yard gain out of it. That's big time stuff right there. It's also exciting.
And he ran 50 to get 3. They rush 5 time, and a completion of the 34-yard line, making sure he hung on this time, is Gavin Parise, the junior from Pasadena. He's another one of those junior college transfers.
Set all the records there that Anthony Miller set when he was at Pasadena. Tell you one thing, watch Bishop's release here. He gets back in the pocket. He's only looking at one receiver, and he really releases that football. He reminds me of a lot of great quarterbacks in the NFL that have got that baseball arm, Drew, that can really gun it. And maybe he can throw the ball 100 yards. Maybe you're right.
I'm telling you, he has a howitzer. We were watching him warm up. And remember that throw a couple of moments ago, 45 yards on a line. Hits it, trying to get to the corner, running downhill. You can't outrun the Nebraska defense. Johnson got there along with Mike Brown. We're at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska. And we're thrilled you're along tonight on FX with Artie Gigantino and Greg Bell. I'm Drew Goodman. The Huskers, after a close first quarter, have started to pour it on in the second and third. Johnson will hobble off. The Huskers lead 34-6. And they are so deep. They have 120 guys suited up tonight on that Nebraska sideline.
And you know, Johnson wasn't even the starter. Octavius McFarland was, and he was injured. So now you're looking at the third Will Backer.
Movement. Chad Kelsey walked across the line of scrimmage, but Ryan Young might have come out of his stance. And when you're 330 pounds and you come out of your stance, there's no getting back into your stance.
No, there isn't. He's a guy that everybody calls Shaq because he resembles Shaq O'Neal. And he is a house. Ryan Young, number 76, is just absolutely huge.
He's a house with maid's quarters. Look at that sideline. Talk about a sea of red in the stands. There's a sea of red on the sideline from 30 to 30. And more yellow hankies.
But one of the reasons they have so many players is the great walk-on program that they have here. They encourage
All-start
walk-ons.
offense. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
It's been well documented, the finest walk-on program in the country, and nearly half of their top 88 players, that's 4 deep, folks, nearly half are from the state of Nebraska and were walk-ons.
And 3 right now are starters, and what Coach Osborne does, he saves 4 or 5 scholarships each year to give to a worthy walk-on. And I think it's a great program.
Second down, 21. Bishop hands it off, and Hickson, battling for yardage, wrestled down by Mike Brown. Tell you what, Mike Brown, 5'11", 205, he's the rover, and he'll come up and really smack you.
Well, he looked like Ronnie Lott on that one coming out of the secondary. You're going to see him come here on the right of your screen. He's going to come up, he's going to balance up, he's going to lower his shoulder, he's going to wrap up the running back and drag him down. That was a big-time play. He reminds me of a guy like Ronnie Lott or Tim McDonald, some of those great safeties we had when I was coaching at USC.
Well, those are 2 pretty good players.
It's all coaching.
Yeah, I know. And the pass wide of Darnell McDonald on 3rd down. So James Garcia will have to punt it. Eric Johnson's got his foot off, and unless you're a place kicker, that's not good.
Like you said before, though, Garcia might be one of the busiest guys in all of Lincoln tonight.
He should get 2 letters just for tonight alone.
He might. He's not over yet either.
There's James. You know why he's an All-American candidate coming in. 48 yards average here in Lincoln tonight, and this is another very good punt. Tough to return, and Nebraska's going to try to return it. This is Brandon Harrison finally being corralled. Travis Oaks down in the neighborhood. Jeff Kelly was there covering the punt. Huskers 34, Wildcats 6.
At Iowa State University, we know it takes teamwork to win.
You have a lot of people that come together towards one major goal, and that's doing what's best for the students.
They make themselves available because they want to help you.
The synergism, the excitement of collaboration and working together, that comes through.
I feel like a cyclone. Iowa State University, it works.
Hey Husker fans, Hoover's Jewelers is your officially licensed collegiate and sports logo art carrier. You'll find pins, tie tacks, pendants, charms, money clips, key rings, and more from all major college teams, including the Huskers. Hoover's Jewelers, Hilltop Mall, Kearney.
It's the quality of our people and the heritage that we share. O'Brien Stratman Funeral Home.
Make new memories with your family that will last a lifetime. Let Heinrichs Photography capture you in the perfect setting with one of the largest indoor studio sets and outdoor photo parks. Heinrichs Photography has 23 years of experience, and their focus is on you. They are now offering a Christmas special, 24 Christmas photo cards and setting for only $44.95. This sale lasts through November 1st, so hurry and make an appointment today at Heinrichs Photography to make your memories last a lifetime.
Weeknights at 9, 8 Central, only on FX.
6:24 to go in the third quarter. The Huskers leading the Wildcats 34-6. And tomorrow on FX Major Movie Sunday, Brad Pitt is Johnny Suede, a rock and roll singer dreaming of stardom, finds a pair of shoes that make all of his wishes come true. When he loses them, he'll do anything to get them back. Don't miss Major Movie Sunday tomorrow at 8, 7 Central on FX. And a short gain, Cephas Scott comes up and tackles Ahman Green, a pickup of just a yard.
Well, the one thing you know Nebraska is going to continue to do is pound the football up inside, go outside. I think you're going to see him, though, in this series, Drew, maybe try to get outside with the option a little bit more. The one thing about this offense and Tom Osborne, they are very, very, very patient people.
Double tight. Ahman Green on a counter. Here comes a reverse. This is the freshman quarterback Newcomb playing wingback. And he's tackled at the 49-yard line. He got a great block. He's an exciting guy. Tom Osborne said he's even better than we thought he was when we recruited him.
Well, that's what happens, Joe. He comes from a place like New Mexico where there's not a lot of players. And here's a counter play that turns into a reverse. And it's a great block by Scott Frost. He does an excellent job of coming back and blocking someone. And you gotta love right that with a quarterback when a quarterback's gonna roll up and try to block a defensive lineman. The thing about Nebraska's trickery, though, Drew, it's very subtle. It happens when you don't think it's going to happen.
He was blocking a 290-pound man in Damian McIntosh. They fake it this time. Ahman Green's got open field. Look out. Goodbye. That wasn't a bad three-play drive. Ahman Green, 192 yards on the ground.
It wasn't a bad call either, and the ball handling was absolutely superb. It was set up, obviously, by the reverse. Great call by the offensive coaches in Nebraska.
Kris Brown make it 41-6. Ahman Green out of Omaha Central High School. A guy way back when by the name of Gale Sayers starred at Omaha Central.
Searching for major movies? Turn on FX Major Movie Sunday. It's a Halloween party. Sundays in October. October 12th, Arnold Schwarzenegger is prey for a deadly alien.
Come here!
Predator. October 19th, there's a serial killer on the internet.
It's perfect.
Ghost in the Machine. October 26th, Jason Patric and Kiefer Sutherland, teenage vampires, explosive action.
You don't want to miss this.
The Lost Boys. It's a month of scary movie Sundays in October on FX Major Movie Sunday.
They give us heroes, they give us hope, they let us laugh and cry and fall in love. Movies touch us as few things can. Any technology that heightens the experience of watching movies at home makes life even more enjoyable.
DVD video from Philips Magnavox. Technology for the heart, the spirit, and the imagination.
It wasn't much of a gift shop. It wasn't much of a fire. It was pretty much everything to Joe and Linda. It was gone pretty fast. A small, bright dot in the night sky, then nothing. And by now someone may be watching this and saying, not unkindly, but still saying it, who cares? So we just wanted to say, well, there's Joe, there's Linda, and there's us. Cigna, a business of caring.
The Huskers are rolling 41-6 over Kansas State. The last time the Wildcats were able to beat Nebraska, 1968. Ahman Green wasn't even in a twinkle in his parents' eye. Career high 4 touchdowns, 192 yards rushing. His career best is 214 against Iowa State. He was over 1,000 as a freshman. He had turf toe last year and merely rushed for 917 yards as he was banged up. But he's as good an I-back as they've had. They've had some unbelievable I-backs here.
And ask Jim Lambright, the head coach at the University of Washington, because Green ran right over the top of him last week in Seattle. And Lambright had a bad shoulder and a bad knee all week.
Well, here is how Ahman Green got in the end zone. A 3-play drive. We'll show you the last 2.
Okay, here's the reverse where Green hands the ball off to Newcomb. Newcomb comes around, gets a great block by Frost, and gets some real positive yardage there. Excellent job by Scott Frost, but be careful, Scott, you don't hurt yourself. Okay, now, here's the second play. Now watch this big guy right there, Eric Anderson. He comes around, he's an All-American player. He's gonna end up blocking 2 guys, and Green just takes it on into the end zone. But that play was made by Eric Anderson's block of 2 men.
Counter tray, Hickson bangs it through there for 7 yards. 41-6 Nebraska. Folks, they're over 300 yards rushing, and when they rush for more than 300 yards in a football game, they have won 77 consecutive games, and they're well on their way to 78. Kansas State was 7, which means in their last 4 games against the Huskers,
they've got 8 yards.
8 yards.
Rushing.
That's not going to get it done. You know the amazing thing about the folks here in Lincoln? They will stay to the bitter end no matter what. I mean, if they hang 70 points on an opponent, they will stay to the end.
False, excuse me, defense, offsides, 5-yard penalty. Defense move first.
Let me tell you a quick story. There's Eric Anderson, number 70, the All-American. He's 6'4", 305 from Southeast High School here in Lincoln. Now, Scott Frost is 6'3" and 220. His mother, Scott Frost's mother, was a great track athlete. In the state championship in Nebraska, this guy won the shot put. In second place was the 305-pound kid, Anderson. How about that?
Speechless.
Bishop, all kinds of time, a rope, and a great catch inside the 30 by Darnell McDonald. Just his second catch of the year. I'm amazed at his arm.
You know, he really did a good job, but you know, there was no one in the passing lane. The Kansas State offensive line's doing a good job of keeping these red shirts away from him. When he's got time, he is an accurate passer. And like you said, he throws that ball on a rope. But you know, the Nebraska defenders have got to go up and try to react to the football. They can't stand around and watch.
42-yard gain. Counter, Hickson makes a man miss, and then Eric Johnson grabbed him. Good to see Johnson back in the football game, the junior from Phoenix, 200-pound outside backer, and that's the new trend for Nebraska. Ever since Florida State and Miami beat them up in the Orange Bowl, they went out and recruited more speed at the linebacker level, Coach.
Yeah, you know what they're doing? They're recruiting safeties and moving them to outside linebacker, and they're recruiting outside linebackers and making them defensive ends, because that gives you the maximum amount of speed on defense, and especially because they play on turf here, artificial surface, which makes the defense a lot faster.
They fake the toss sweep. Bishop on the slant, and Darnell McDonald hounded by Jerome Peterson. Kansas State obviously would take a miracle for them to win this football game, down by 30-plus points at 41-6. They're down by 35. Bill Snyder has not overhyped this game. He says, you know what, they're another opponent. Obviously, we'd love to beat Nebraska and move to the next level and continue the evolution of this program. He said, but you know what, if we lose, it's not the end of the season. There's still plenty more football. Bishop has a man wide open, and Mike Lawrence catches it, but he stepped out short of the first down at the 18-yard line. The reason I bring that up, Artie, is that instead of Kansas State being overly deflated if, in fact, they lose this football game, they will be able to gather themselves a little quicker.
Yeah, you can't put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak, and he's absolutely correct. I mean, he knew coming into this game tonight it was going to be a tough go against Nebraska. But he's got a lot of games to go, and he's been to bowl games the last 4 years with defeats. So even if you get beat up here tonight, you can still have a great season.
4th down and 3. Kansas State going for it. Nebraska comes with a blitz up the middle. Bishop in trouble. How did he get out of there? First down, Kansas State. That is what he brings to the table. Unbelievable athleticism. They had him dead to right, 6 yards deep in the backfield.
Great escapability. And one of the tough things when you're blitzing, if you come clean when no one blocks you, you got to slow down a little bit. If you don't, big guys like Bishop can avoid you. And that's exactly what happened to Jay Foreman that time. He had a clean shot at Bishop. You got to bring yourself under a little bit more control and make the sure tackle, not the hard hit.
I'm not so sure Bishop's middle name isn't Houdini. 1st and 10 at the 14. Counter Trey, hits him, explodes through the hole to the end zone, touchdown. Nice looking drive for Kansas State. And that was against the first defense.
Ron Hudson, the offensive coordinator, said he really wanted to run the counter play, which is exactly what they did on that play against Nebraska. Texas ran it effectively against Nebraska last year in the championship game. And that time, the Kansas State offensive line executes it perfectly.
Brian Goolsby had a great block at the point of attack, the 250-pound junior fullback. And Kansas State will go for 2. They botched an extra point early in the game. Trips to the top. And in the flat, they tried to get it to Mike Lawrence. The ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, and the 2-point conversion is no good.
Little trickery there, Drew. Thrown against the grain, so to speak.
Let's go back to the touchdown run.
Okay, watch Kendall Jaycox here. He's the center. He is going to block back here, and they're going to block back here. Watch what happens. Good block on Foreman by number 74, Kendall Jaycox, which springs it, and Hickson just does an excellent job of re-accelerating up the field. That's exactly the way the Kansas State offensive coaches drew that up during the week. And as I said, Texas ran it effectively against Nebraska in the championship game last year, and Kansas State thought that they could execute it tonight.
41-12, Nebraska. That man doesn't look too happy. That's not a happy face. And I can't blame him. Joe Walker and Shevin Wiggins back deep for Nebraska.
What happens in these situations, you know, the first half went fairly fast, but now it seems like it's going to go on forever because you have a lot of reserves playing, and for Kansas State, it just, this next 15 to 18 minutes is going to take an hour, come a little real time, but for them it's going to seem like 10 hours.
High kicks that's going to come down to Walker at the 23-yard line. And he gets it out to the 38-yard line. So Nebraska again in very good field position, leading 41-12. Well, tomorrow, America's most watched pregame show is back on the road, and it'll be live from Green Bay. Then don't miss a key NFC Central battle as the 5-0 Buccaneers will clash with world champion Green Bay or other regional action. Turn to your local Fox station for all the action at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Check local listings. Scott Frost still in there. Makovica and Ahman Green through the hole. Scott Frost keeps it, and he gets about 4 yards. Let's check in with Greg Bell. Greg?
Hey, on that last series before the touchdown run, Dan Young, the offensive line coach for Nebraska, came over to his big guys, looked at them, knew they were tired, said, look, one more good series, and I'll probably get you out of this game early. So look for the depth of Nebraska to start showing.
Yeah, number 62, Matt Hoskinson is in the game, and he is the 6th lineman. He's the center now for Nebraska, but he is a starter. He plays a little guard on both sides and plays some center, so he rotates in there. Talk about depth. They give it to the up back, and the fullback charges ahead. A first down for Makovica, the junior from East Butler High School in Brainerd, Nebraska, recruited by no one out of high school.
He's a walk-on guy, and you know, the Nebraska fullbacks, no one ever knows their names. In fact, like we said, he rushed for 129 yards against Washington last week, 2 weeks ago, and that was the most since 1989 by a fullback here at the University of Nebraska. So he's a tough guy, but he's a guy not everybody knows about.
Frost, option pass, down the middle. Kenny Cheatham was well covered by Dimitri Denmark, and Frost hummed it over his head. 2:10 to go, actually 2:12 to go in the third quarter. Frost 4 for 11 in this football game throwing it, but the important stats, what he's done on the ground, and also that he's been able to get the ball to Ahman Green, which is always a good option.
Yeah, it's too bad they don't count completions on the pitches. You know, right. He'd have a whole lot better percentage.
Green, minimal gain here, maybe a yard. Mark Simino and Travis Oakes defensively. Those two guys are good friends. They arrived at Manhattan a year apart. They're both quiet, hard workers. And Oakes said, when I saw Simino and I watched him work out for a couple of weeks and I watched him play, I knew that we'd be good friends.
Yeah, well, they ought to be, because they are bookends, and you gotta love guys like that. They are both extremely, extremely productive football players for these Wildcats.
3rd down and 10 for Nebraska. Frost on the option, trying to cut it back, and Kansas State does a good job flowing to the football. Casey Weirman, backup linebacker, made the play, and Nebraska stopped the presses. They'll have to punt. I'll tell you what, Jesse Cush, the punter for Nebraska, he's like the Maytag repairman. They never use him.
They never use him. No, he's an interesting guy. His dad played safety on the 1970-71 National Championship team. He's an athlete, and you know what? He's a big heavy metal fan, so he's a guy that beats quote to his own drummer.
I like that. Though Artie, if he's a heavy metal fan, I'm not hanging out with him after the game. David Allen on the return, trying to squirt free. A lot of effort on that return. Gets to the 23-yard line. Well, a reminder, Tuesday on Fox Sports Net, don't miss a behind-the-scenes look inside the NFL on NFL Total Access, followed by Hardcore Football featuring guests Mark Chmura and Bill Romanowski this week. It's NFL coverage like no other network. That's NFL Total Access and Hardcore Football, Tuesday on Fox Sports Net. Check your local listings for the times in your area. And Artie, I checked out this week's version of Hardcore Football, and it's rated PG, so you can look in.
I can look in, yes. I'll be ready to go. That's a good program.
That's a great program. If you like the NFL, make sure you're with us on Fox Sports Net on Tuesday nights. 20 seconds to go, clock moving in the third quarter. There's big Brian Goolsby. He had a foot injury and didn't play in the first couple of ball games. This is one of the better blocking fullbacks you'll see in college football.
Yeah, and this offense really, really missed him because they had a backup who's not quite as big, Matt Gangwish, who did a good job, but he's not quite as a prolific a blocker as Goolsby is. So Ron Hudson and Bill Schneider were very, very happy to get him back at full health.
That'll do it. 3 chapters closed in Lincoln. A familiar story. Nebraska 41, Kansas State 12.
Why does she play field hockey? She knows there will be no shoe commercials, no trading cards, no limos. So why? Because she is an athlete. Just like a football player, just like a basketball player, just like a baseball player. GTE is proud to be the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA and the Big 12 because of her and the pure spirit of college athletics.
Mike Piazza spends 9 innings destroying his hair and 90 seconds bringing it back with a shampoo that conditions too, Pert Plus. Because Mike wants great hair with plenty of time for other things. Don't you? Pert Plus. Simply great hair. Simply.
It captured our imagination.
If it's not human, what is it?
And became a phenomenon. David Duchovny, Gillian Anderson. The X-Files, weeknights at 8, 7 Central, only on FX.
When Barb at Kearney Yamaha found out Gene ordered too many 98 ATVs, well, Gene was in a bit of trouble. But it means great news for you. Kearney Yamaha is cutting prices on your favorite ATVs. The Kodiak was $63.95, now only $58.95. The Big Bear, $56.95, cut to $49.95. How about the Timberwolf? Was $47.95, now cut down to $39.95. Hurry in today while the selection is great during the cutting of the 98 at Kearney Yamaha, 1115 2nd Avenue.
Fourth quarter in Lincoln, Nebraska. The Cornhuskers leading the Wildcats 41-12. Drew Goodman, Artie Gigantino, Greg Bell from Memorial Stadium. Second down and 8 for Kansas State. They need points and they need them in a hurry. Bishop flushed. And his pass short of Eric Hickson in the flat. Might have been knocked down by Mike Rucker. Hard to throw over him. He's 6'6". Here's the QB comparison, and this really is the story of the football game. Bishop 5 of 15, Frost 4 of 11, but you see some big plays from Frost. 4 catches, 169 yards. It's running the football. Kansas State dead last year in the Big 12 running it. They've had success, but against MAC teams tonight, not a lot of success.
No question. The quarterback's ability from Nebraska to run the football has been the difference in this game tonight.
Bishop with time. Throwing the out route, and you want to talk about good coverage. Ralph Brown was more open than Everett Burnett, and Ralph Brown has a red jersey on.
And he's the 1996 Big 12 Defensive Newcomer of the Year.
See those arms there? There's a lot of big guns. Nice little tricep shot there on Ahman Green. A lot of big guns with Nebraska players. They have the best strength program in the country under Boyd Epley, and they have had for a number of years. They call it strength and performance, and they have an index that they keep track of. Here's a punt, and taken by Harrison. Harrison gets to the corner and runs out of bounds, and you know, Michael Bishop punted that football. He's the backup punter.
Right, that's the second punt he's had this year, and you know, that just goes to show you what kind of athlete he really is, and it wasn't bad form from what I could see from up here. And I'll guarantee you, if he could have, he would have made a tackle on that play. You're gonna see him here. He catches the ball, bobbles it a little bit, drops it. That's pretty good form. Little work, he might be doggone good at it.
There doesn't seem to be much he can't do. He'd be good in a punt, pass, and kick competition. I think he's too old, though.
Probably too old. He's won a few.
Frost. And he tossed it to Jay Sims in the football game. Jay Sims. We talked about the performance index a moment ago. He has the top all-time performance index. That includes a number of lifts, a 10-yard pro shuttle run, a 40-yard dash time. This guy, the best conditioned athlete ever at Nebraska. And you know what? He's the third-team I-back.
Yeah, the problem he's had is the injury bug. You know, he's been hurt, and, you know, not against him, but it's just little freak accidents, a twisted ankle here, a pulled muscle here. So he is, when he's healthy, he can really do something in this Nebraska offense.
Billy Leglade at fullback, and knifing in there and making the play was Dyshot Carter, the cornerback. And he tripped up Jay Sims, and it will set up third down.
Well, it'll be interesting here now to see how many passes Nebraska throws. They're obviously trying to run out the clock. They're walking back to the huddle, slowly trying to utilize as much time as possible, and then just get out of here with a win.
That chin strap is interesting.
Well, he's probably got a cut or something on it, and that's to protect it from getting an infection.
Bobby Newcomb is in the football game at a wing back. Scott Frost looking at a 3rd and 7. Frost throwing, complete, first down yardage to Kenny Cheatham. The 6'4" junior from Phoenix hauled it in. It's kind of lonely sometimes being a wide receiver at Nebraska.
Yeah, it is, because you're not going to get the ball very much, but that last formation was a new formation that Nebraska put in a week ago, and it's 4 wide receivers in the game, which is a little different here. But Tom Osborne said they want to open it up a little bit and give defenses different things to get ready for, and the next opponent will have to get ready for that formation.
Slot to the top, now Wiggins in motion. Pressure coming, they get the screen away to Sims. He has blockers. With the escort, Sims to the 29. Tripped up by Jeff Kelly. Scott Frost paid for getting that screen pass off.
You know what, though? He has got a sixth sense as to when to throw that ball. He did a nice job of dropping back that time, giving his lineman enough time to get out in front of him, holds it, fades back, and throws the ball. That was picture-perfect screen mechanics by a quarterback. And it's also great blocking out in front of Sims by the offensive line.
Makovica back in at fullback. He gets the football, and he takes a few licks. Gets about 2 yards, and he'll jog back to the huddle. Damian McIntosh made the tackle. Makovica, another one of those big weight room guys. They all are here. 9 strength coaches.
That's more than most football staffs in the country. But hey, if you're going to emphasize something, if you're going to be the best at what you try, what you set out to be, then do it. A long time ago, Bob Devaney and Tom Osborne sat down and said, we are going to set a trend here in the United States with strength development, and they have here at the University of Nebraska.
And a lot of lean big guys, not just big guys.
Even the coaches are.
Yeah, they're in great shape. Tom Osborne runs every day. Here's Frost to the corner on the option, give him 9. Scott Frost, who runs under 4.6 in the 40. You know, he reminds me a little of Cordell Stewart. Same kind of size, the ability to run, the ability to throw.
Yeah, he can do it all, and you look at him because he looks like we talked about before. He almost looks like a safety, and he received a lot of criticism when he left Nebraska and went to Stanford, but I don't think if you talk to him, he regrets it. He had a great experience at Nebraska. He's come back. He's going to be a hero this year, even though he got off to a rocky start last year. But this guy is really something special.
3rd down and a yard. Twin tight end, Sims puts his helmet down and gets enough for the first down before he hit Jared Cooper. Backup strong safety. Football's a violent game, folks. Listen to this play.
You gotta just love pads, and that's a great job by our crew downstairs in the truck, but you gotta love it when you can hear the pads, especially way up here.
A big part of the autumn, a huge part here in Lincoln. 2 seasons. Football season and waiting for football season in Nebraska. Frost tucks it up, gets a couple. Andre Rowe made the play defensively, the junior from Boca Raton, Florida, by way of Fort Scott Community College. They really recruit that Jayhawk Junior College Conference.
Well, there's a lot of good quality players there, and you have a chance to really evaluate the players, in that league because you're so close. And there's a lot of good junior college players playing in the country today. California's got over 95 junior colleges alone. There's a bunch in Texas, so there are a lot of good football players in the junior college ranks.
It used to be on a first-name basis for all those coaches, too. Here's Sims, busts it up the middle to the 5.
That was Nebraska power there. Straight Nebraska power play. And they are just trying to wear down this Kansas State defense. You're going to see it coming right at you now. It's the right guard's going to pull around, the fullback's going to lead, and Sims is going to lower his shoulder and get up the field. That is called violent running and aggressive running by the running back, Jay Sims.
He gets another chance. Jay Sims stays on his feet to the 2-1. Touchdown! Oh man, what a run that was! A whole lot of want-to on that run.
Yeah, the effort on the end here is just magnificent. He gets knocked down, he turns around, he lowers his shoulder, he keeps his feet moving. That is just great effort.
That's 3 greats.
That's 3 greats all the way. I hope the coaches grade him the way I do.
47-12, make it 48-12. Nebraska will make it 29 in a row over Kansas State. But a whole lot of folks have come in here and left on the wrong end.
I have a lot of fun playing characters that are impulsive and dramatic, because the real me is pretty basic. I'm even a little practical. Like a while back, I noticed I had some flakes. So naturally, I started using Head & Shoulders. Of course, it helps keep the flakes away. And if it leaves my hair looking like this, why mess with a good thing?
Head & Shoulders changes dandruff problems
Into beautiful hair.
Play it back, rock, rap, fast food, cool dude. Hole-in-one, home run, Dr. Pepper, taste the fun. Movie star, classic car, talk show, Bobby and Ken will twist again. Instant replay. Now is the time. Now is the time. Dr. Pepper. This is the taste. Dr. Pepper. Now is the time.
48-12 Huskers. Frankie London could be getting ready to play a little quarterback. He might give Scott Frost the rest of the evening off. 4 yards deep. This is Neesman. And he only gets to the 17-yard line this time. Let's check in with Greg Bell, one running back, talking about another running back. Greg?
Hey guys, Sims is a classic case of what a lot of the coaches here at Nebraska told us yesterday, is that everybody here works 100% of the time, regardless if they're a first string or a fourth string guy. And you love it when you get to see a guy like Sims come, who's gone through so much adversity here. And you know what the biggest thing I see right now, guys, emotionally, Kansas State is being drained, because when the seconds and thirds can come in and do what the first team does, all you can do is shake your head.
Absolutely. I'll tell you a quick story about Jay Sims after this snap. Kansas State backed up at their own 16-yard line, tight formation. Bishop still the quarterback, and they hand it to Hickson. Hickson cuts it back, gets to the 19, and then Justin Wilkes wrapped him up, the 310-pound junior. Jay Sims is 25 years of age. He's a senior from Omaha. Didn't have any carries coming into this football game. But Jay Sims, you say, how's he 25 years of age and he's a senior? Well, Jay Sims is a kid that took 3 years off after high school and just worked. And then decided he wanted to attend college. And he's worked very, very hard, and his reward tonight, 5 carries, 19 yards, and a touchdown in his senior year. Hickson has the corner. 35-yard line, and a flag comes in. Peterson made the tackle. I wonder if he grabbed a hold of the face mask.
Yeah, I'll bet you that's what it was. And what you're seeing here is Kansas State now working on their offense. They know they're going to lose the game, so they're going to try to execute their offense here. And I think it's a good move by Bill Schneider. And it was a face mask.
Personal foul, face mask, 15-yard penalty, into the run, first down.
Watch the fullback here, Gangwish, right here. Watch the great block that he throws on this play. 98's coming up the field. Boom, he puts his shoulder into him, keeps his feet moving, but then he keeps his feet moving and puts him on his back. That's really a pancake block and a great job by Matt Gangwish, the 5'11", 240-pounder, and he's from Shelton, Nebraska. So you know that had to feel good for him.
And one of 2 Kansas State Wildcats from Nebraska. Bishop looks to the backside, nothing there. Now he's going to heave the bomb into double coverage. And all right, now he let that go at the 40, and it landed at the goal line. So that was 60 yards, and the ball looked like about 12 yards off the ground. Do you think he can get it 93 now?
He might be able to. I still want to see him do it before I pass judgment, but he has got great arm strength, and if he can just control it, and if he can work within the confines of the offense, he might have a good future here. Obviously, tonight's going to be a disappointment for him, but what he's got to do, he's got to get better next week and a little bit better the week after, because he hasn't played very much. This is only his 4th game.
That's right. His last loss, state semifinals in high school when Willis, Texas went down. Bishop on 2nd and 10. Given time, there's a strike and through the hands of his intended target, Darnell McDonald, who took a lick.
Well, you don't want to hang your receiver up like that, because if the ball's in the air over the middle, a defender is looking around, lurking around, looking to lay the wood onto you. And that's what happened that time. Let's just hope he just got the wind knocked out of him.
I know I sound like a broken record. We have a great view because we're up high. But that was another 40, 45-yard pass on a rope.
Yeah, it is. And like I said, he's a good baseball player. He's got a good arm.
And the thing that has to develop for Kansas State, not only Michael Bishop has to mature as a quarterback and get used to playing at this level, completely different level than the junior college ranks, already as you've pointed out, but this receiving crew, very young. Kevin Lockett led them last year, 2nd-round pick of the Kansas City Chiefs. The cupboard was bare when they went to practice in the spring.
Right, they have 2 junior college players and they're 2 deep at wide receiver. But I think maybe one of the biggest problems they're having, quote, with the passing game is Michael Bishop was not there during spring practice. And there's an adjustment period for junior college players, especially quarterback. And here's a replay of it. The ball is thrown high, but I tell you, it looks like McDonald just gets the wind knocked out of him the way he came down. But if he would have been in a little bit more of an inside position, he could have really gotten knocked out. And it was a good job by the Nebraska defenders, especially Harrison, number 2, going up for the ball and playing the ball and the man.
That was a double kill shot by Clint Finley. He got McDonald, and he also got his own man. 3rd down and 10 as McDonald makes his way to the bench. College Park, Georgia, his hometown. Nebraska sends 5, turn in, good strike, and it is complete for a first down to Gavin Parise.
See, that's the kind of passes that he's got to throw. It looked like he looked the safety off that time, but they're curl patterns about 12 to 14 yards deep. This guy does not throw the long ball well, but what he does, he throws the intermediate route well, and it did look like he looked off the safety. That was a nice job that time by Bishop. And what you're going to do if you're Ron Hudson, the offensive coordinator, and Bill Schneider, the head coach, you're going to say, hey, this is progress here being made with this young, talented quarterback in the 4th quarter.
Slot to the near side, out of the gun, Bishop. And that ball was knocked down. He had a man open, and you see Michael Bishop indicating the ball was tipped. 9:19 to go in the 4th quarter. Nebraska 48, Kansas State 12 from Lincoln. The Huskers trying to win their 39th consecutive game at home. They haven't lost a conference game since '92. Here's a great trivia question. Who was the last team during the regular season? And Texas won the Big 12 championship over Nebraska last year. During the regular season, name the last Big 12 or Big 8 school to beat Nebraska.
All right.
Nope. Here's Bishop on a QB draw. Breaks a tackle. Bishop to the 15. He's a lot of fun. He can make plays. Knocked down by Brandon Harrison.
Boy, is he one heck of an athlete. The coaches were right about that. And, you know, you asked me, why did they recruit him? Because he's not a polished quarterback. Well, that's why they recruited him, because they saw sparks of greatness with this guy when he makes some things happen and his escapability. But now you got to somehow, like we talked about, corral it a little bit and get it into the offense. And that guy will do it, because this guy is one of the great coaches, definitely one of the top 10 in the country today.
He's been the National Coach of the Year on a couple of occasions by different publications. Hickson tries to cut it back. Nebraska swarms to the ball. Mike Rucker through the knockout blow. Number 84, the junior from St. Joseph, Missouri. Getting back to our trivia question. November 1992, Iowa State in Ames beat Nebraska 19-10. That's the last time Nebraska lost in conference 31 3/4 games ago.
Was it snowing that day or something?
A guy by the name of Marty Seiler, little option quarterback for Iowa State, had a big day. Bishop looks left, and now lobs toward the end zone, and he throws it out of bounds. He was trying to get it to DeAndre Robinson, transfer from SMU.
And what Nebraska's trying to do tonight, and I think they've been successful at it, they're trying to stay in their pass rush lanes. Charlie McBride did not want to stunt and run a bunch of elaborate pass stunt things with their defensive line tonight. He wanted to just stay in your lanes and make Bishop try to beat you with the pass. And don't allow him to scramble by keeping him contained in the pocket and let those two defensive tackles push up the field. I thought it was the right strategy by that guy as far as handling Bishop tonight.
3rd and 10 for Bishop. Pressure. Scramble time. Look at this. 10 to the 5 to the 4.
Ball carried by Michael Bishop.
Rucker finally there defensively, along with a few other red jerseys. Michael Bishop, he can go 1 on 11 and make people miss.
Well, you know, he kind of ignores the first guy who's around him. He always does that. Look at him. He just ignores him. His eyes are down the field looking for the second guy. He is a big-time threat when he's got that ball in his hands. And I'll tell you, if I was choosing up sides for a street game, I would take this guy on my team.
He'd be number 1.
He would be number 1 in my draft.
First and goal at the 4. Bishop will walk in. Touchdown, Kansas State. That was a Michael Bishop drive, almost exclusively.
Almost exclusively all Michael Bishop. And, you know, again, it seems like he's settled down. Obviously, the game is a little bit out of reach. Does a good job of faking into the line here, but there was no question in his mind that he was looking into the corner of the end zone there, and he was going to take the ball into the end zone himself. A little bit too late, obviously, for Kansas State to come back. But again, I think Ron Hudson and Bill Schneider are looking at the next game and the progress that this young athlete has made tonight.
You know what? He has not played poorly at all in front of 75,000 folks here tonight in Memorial Stadium. Option, end zone. He goes up over the top. Number 7 is pretty darn special. He's on the short end, however, right now. 48-20, Huskers, 7:35 to go in the 4th.
Mutual of Omaha presents 25 years of excellence. Coach Tom Osborne received his 200th career victory.
Jeff Spady Automotive Center and Mark III, #1 in luxury vans. They have a terrific selection on hand just in time for all your big red tailgate parties or vacation plans. Take a little bit of home on the road with you with Mark III vans and Jeff Spady, Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, Jeep, Eagle, and Kearney. Win big with Napa's Win with the Winter Sweepstakes going on now. Get a $5 rebate on reliable Napa batteries, $10 rebate if you use your Napa card. Keep your engine running smooth with STP Fuel Injector Cleaner, 3 for $2.99. Only at Napa the Parts Store, 706 Central, Kearney.
75-pound snake. We wrapped 19 feet of boa constrictor around Dan. We had to put some sweat on him. Well, by the time we needed to spritz him up, he didn't need the makeup lady. He was just gushing buckets of sweat. We had to do the dialogue. He couldn't talk.
When we plot out the stories, I always put them on index cards and then divide them into 4 acts. First card to go up was the end of Act 3. Guy gets eaten by a snake, and then go, okay, what else happens?
That was also our last X-Files for that season, so we had a message that the witch left for Mulder and Scully on a blackboard. He said, "Nice working with you," and that was our message to the crew and cast.
The X-Files, 5 nights a week on FX. NYPD Blue, weeknights at 9, 8 Central, only on FX.
Well, if this was baseball, we'd call it the line score. 10-6 at the end of 1 for Nebraska, and they poured it on in the middle 2 quarters. They lead 48-20 over Kansas State. Drew Goodman, Artie Gigantino, and Greg Bell from Lincoln. Kevin Wiggins was off his hands, but he wasn't going to be able to return this one. Actually, it was Kenny Cheatham downfield. Well, stay tuned. Coming up after the game on the East Coast, FX brings you Jim Carrey and the Fly Girls in living color, followed by Crockett Tubbs and Miami Vice. On the West Coast, it's Daredevil action with the Fall Guy, followed by Mr. T and the A-Team. Right here, only on FX. Frankie London, the new quarterback for Nebraska. London, a sophomore from Lake Charles, Louisiana. He can fly. And he hands the football off to Jay Sims, who gets 5 yards.
You know, he's really a great ball handler, this guy. He runs the option well. He runs bootleg passes well. But I was very impressed on Thursday at practice with his ability to handle the football. He's really a student of the game. He does it all exactly the way the coaching staff wants it. And I think this guy is going to be a great quarterback for Nebraska next year when he becomes a starter.
Well, he's going to get pushed by freshman Bobby Newcomb for that starting position. That's going to be quite a battle. London wrapped up in the backfield by Damian McIntosh. McIntosh is a kid that starts at D-tackle tonight, and 3 weeks ago he started at offensive tackle.
I know, and in high school he was a first baseman on the baseball team. So can you imagine that big old guy standing on first base, being the first baseman? I wonder if he could hit the curveball.
He tilted the field.
He tilted the field. He tilted the field on this one. He does a really nice job here of penetrating up the field and getting to Frankie London before he can get the option going. Now that's not fair though. That big old guy falling on little Frankie.
Frankie needs some help there. Inside 6:15 to go in the 4th. Nebraska 48-20. London out of the gun. This pass is going to fall harmlessly to the turf at Nebraska. You know what? The trend has been to go to natural grass around the country, but they won't change things, I don't think, here in Lincoln.
And they shouldn't. Number one, it helps their team speed. If you're an option team, you want to have artificial turf because I think it helps your speed. Number two, it helps the pass rush and the defensive speed of Nebraska. Right now, only 3 teams that I know of, Colorado, Washington, and Nebraska, 3 teams that are, top 20 schools, so to speak, have artificial surface. A lot of teams have gone to grass, Drew, because of recruiting, because there's an injury factor that's greater on an artificial surface. But as a defensive coach, I love artificial surface.
Phil LaFleur, backup punter, in for Cush. And that's not a bad punt. Caught by Allen, and he is erased almost immediately downfield. Making the play was Vanderbosch, number 83. 48-20 our score, 5:55 to go in the 4th. We shall return right after these messages on FX.
There are people who think water polo is not a game for a man. They're right. This is no game, and he is not just a man. It is a sport, and he is an athlete, just like a football player, just like a basketball player, just like a baseball player. GTE is proud to be the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA and the Big 12 because of him and the pure spirit of college athletics.
Applying for a home equity loan can be confusing, but it doesn't have to be.
When you apply for a loan at First Plus Financial, you get your own personal loan officer to help you step by step throughout the entire loan process. And since First Plus offers loans up to the value of your home and more, your personal loan officer can work with you one-on-one to understand your situation and get the right loan to meet your needs. So call 1-800-510-PLUS. At First Plus, we're working first for you.
At Cigna, we care about people who have babies. We care about companies that make steel and about companies that make bread. We care about life and about all that makes life great or possible or just better. At Cigna, we care because it is our business to care. But we also care because, well, we have babies too. Cigna, a business of caring.
Big 12 football on FX is brought to you by GTE, the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA. We're in the state capital of Nebraska. And tonight in Lincoln, the Huskers have rolled again. They're up by 4 touchdowns. Kansas State, Bishop still at quarterback. Throwing it down the middle, that's intercepted downfield. Still with the football is Walker. Joe Walker on block and he could get in. Oh, baby, what a return that was. 71 yards for Walker.
Put him at tailback.
Freshman from Arlington, Texas, the third-team Rover.
Boy, Michael Bishop, he really takes a beating. Gets knocked down once, gets held, going to try to make the tackle, falls down. Boy, that's a tough throw, and it's a tough play after the throw for poor Michael Bishop.
The left-footed Ted Retzlaff, the senior, and this one is botched. And Frankie London will scramble to the turf. So the the 1-point conversion is no good. 54-20 the score. Let's go downstairs. Greg Bell has a happy couple with him, or a happy individual, we should say.
Well, I got 2 individuals. We'll start off with the dad here. Larry Frost, father of Scott Frost. Larry, what kind of performance were you expecting? And is this everything you were expecting from Scott when he transferred from Stanford?
Oh, I think so. We're just real happy for the team and the fact that they won a couple big games in a row and headed in the right direction.
All right, congratulations. Now on the other side, I've got to go to one of his other former coaches, Carol Frost, his mother. Has Scott been on the phone with you trying to get some coaching tips the way you led him to a state championship in the shot put?
Well, he doesn't throw the shot put this time of the year, and he's got a pretty darn good coach in Tom Osborne, so he doesn't need my help at all.
Well, congratulations to both parents. They've got a great son, a great quarterback. Take it upstairs.
All right, his mom was on the 1968 U.S. Olympic team. She was a discus thrower. She won a gold medal in '67 at the Pan Am Games. Used to be the head track coach for the women here at Nebraska. And we mentioned she still coaches track at Wood River, and she's the receivers coach for Larry, her husband.
Well, that's great. I've never heard of a female receiver coach in high school, and I'll bet you she's a good one because she's got a coaching background, and what a great family he comes from. And now I kind of know why everybody was upset when he left Nebraska and went out to Palo Alto and Stanford, because these people are part of Nebraska heritage.
That's right. They probably took a lot of grief every Saturday when they came to Memorial Stadium.
Well, they just couldn't get in. They just wouldn't let them in.
54-20, 5:34 left in the football game after the missed extra point. And now Tom Osborne rumbling a little bit because his kickoff team didn't have enough guys on the field. And I think one of the reasons that they didn't have enough guys and had to call a timeout. They probably have their third kick team.
Well, that's exactly right. But the other day at practice, he drilled this situation where the third and the fourth kickoff team were called out on the field and practiced kickoff coverage. So I was standing right next to him when he was doing it. So, you know, it's something that they prepared for. They probably prepare for each week. But you are so right. A young guy gets his first shot at going out there. Sometimes he forgets, or a guy is hurt and the backup doesn't replace him. So it gets complicated when you get down to your third and fourth kickoff team.
Well, you heard our conversation with him at halftime. He talked about the pride of playing football at Nebraska and the fact that they're the only show in the state. Up the middle for a decent game on the kick return is Gerald Niesman, who had a couple of big returns early. You play at Nebraska, you might have to wait your turn to get on the field, but generally speaking, you will get a turn at some point because they win so many games by big margins. And so you might be 17B. That might be your uniform number because there's 17, 17A. You might be the third number 17.
Well, yeah, but you're going to, like you said, you're going to eventually play. But believe me, the coaching staff from Nebraska prepares every player that suits up for a game to get ready to play somewhere during the year. And it was very impressive the other day when I was out here. There had to have been 150 guys suited up for practice. And like I said, when you start practicing your third and your fourth kickoff coverage team, you know you've got a lot of depth in all positions.
That's John Zadiska, senior from East High School here in Lincoln. His older brother Rob, a terrific lineman for the Huskers, now with the New York Giants. Rob and his other brother Steve, all high school valedictorians. How about that for a family? Bishop goes down. He was sacked. Brandon Drum was in there.
You know, I'm surprised here now that Kansas State is trying to throw the ball too much, but that last scoring drive was very impressive by Michael Bishop. 84 yards, he had 32 rushing, 18 yards passing. Let him run the ball a little bit more and get this offensive running game going for Kansas State. They've got 73, 74 yards already tonight. Try to get 100, break the streak.
Out of the gun, he'll drop back into his own end zone. Now they run the shuttle, and Hickson is wrapped up. 96, that's Steve Warren. Sophomore from Springfield, Missouri. They just keep rolling players out there, and they're all around. Used to be mentionable when you were 300 pounds. Now you kind of blow it off.
Yeah, and you know about Warren that the coaches were telling us the other day, he looks like a fire hydrant is what Charlie McBride said about him. His body fat percent is 13%, which is amazing for a guy that weighs 295, 300 pounds. So that guy's been in the weight room too.
Third down and half an acre for Kansas State. And whistles come in. And there was still time on the play clock.
Dead ball, false start offense, 5-yard penalty, half the distance. Repeat third down.
Right now, Kansas State would like to pack their bags and get back on the bus. Here's an interesting fact. You know, playing in the junior college ranks, you bus wherever you play, especially in the Jayhawk League. He's only been on one flight as a college football player. That was the opener to Northern Illinois because they bussed last night from Manhattan. It's only about a 2.5-hour drive. Give you an idea of the inexperience for this club. Ball's on the ground. Did Kansas State get it back? It'll either be 2 points or 6 points.
A fumble on the play.
2 points.
It looked like Bishop hit the hip of the back when he was handing it off. Again, he's an excited young man here. Sometimes he does things too fast. He hits Hickson's elbow. He hits the elbow. The ball was handed off too high. And those are the little things that he missed during spring ball. The handoff skill, the footwork on running plays. Very, very little things that make you a good quarterback or an average quarterback. And obviously he looked average on that one, but those are the little things that experience will give this young man in terms of making him a complete quarterback. And obviously he's not very happy about it.
I'll tell you what, Carlos Polk, even if the exchange was made, may have produced a safety on the play because he was already in the backfield ready to wrap up Hickson.
Yeah, they got some great penetration on that. And you've seen some backup players now for Nebraska that are going to go in there and they want to prove their worth and say, hey, I deserve my scholarship and someday I want to be part of that starting unit here at Nebraska, especially on defense, the black shirts. So you're going to get guys, even though they're second teamers, Drew, really playing hard in the final 3 or 4 minutes of the game.
27-0 in his college career coming in. It'll be 27-1, and though he's disappointed, 27-1 is a pretty good record. And if you look at Kansas State and the schedule they have the rest of the way, they're at home the next couple of weeks. Missouri, Texas A&M come a-calling, two pretty good football teams. Larry Smith has the Tigers on the rebound, but Kansas State does not have a team left that they don't match up with.
Oh, absolutely. And that man, Bill Schneider and Ron Hudson and Stoops and all the coaches on this staff, I think are excellent coaches. They've done a great job so far of guiding this football program. They've got a young team. They've recruited well, and they're going to have nothing but a very bright future, which they've had a bright past the last 9 years, so they'll be fine. But don't let this game lose the next game for you.
Kenny Cheatham from the 14-yard line. To the 36-yard line goes Cheatham, and we go downstairs to Greg Bell again. Greg.
Guys, I think one thing we learned tonight is, of course, the AP and the UPI didn't start the season looking at Nebraska, but I'm sure after this week they'll start talking about Nebraska as a possible national championships. On the other side of the field, look for Kansas State to learn one thing from this. They're young, they're inexperienced, but they gained a lot of knowledge out of this game, and I expect them to come back and be a contender in the Big 12.
All right, Greg, thank you. Nebraska came into this game number 3, Kansas State at number 17 in the AP poll. Frankie London showing his wares. He got 10 yards there. Frankie London once ran a 10.5 100 meters.
He looks like he can run it. And, you know, speaking of the polls, I think now is when the polls start to take shape, as you see Frankie London trying to wiggle his left leg loose there. But the polls don't mean anything at the beginning of the year, Drew. Now, after you've played 4 or 5 games and people know what kind of football team you have, or when the polls start to mean something.
Now, the Orange Bowl has to be pleased. Nebraska might be playing in the national championship game in the Orange Bowl. Good news, Corral Buckhalter is in the game, but that was Dan Alexander, 38, not 36, actually. Casey Weirman made the stop. Dan Alexander, a redshirt freshman from Wentzville, Missouri. There's 38. He's a 250-pound I-back. And he runs, we keep mentioning time, he runs 4.5 in the 40. That's unfair, Coach.
And he's got big arms, too, and he looks like a linebacker, believe me.
4th I-back in the lineup, Alexander. Well, he took a shot. Shooting through the hole, number 48 for Kansas State is Shelby Weirman, who is the younger brother of Casey Weirman. Shelby is a sophomore from Derby, Kansas. Casey is a senior. Both are linebackers. There's Shelby. Of course, his brother Jeff was a defensive back at Kansas in the late 80s. Pretty good player also.
And both brothers said they modeled themselves after a linebacker by the name of Mike Singletary, who used to play for the Bears.
A good guy to model yourself after on and off the field. Frankie London to the 45. All you have to do is watch Nebraska, and you see why they're able to score so many points on even good football teams like Kansas State, because the 2s and the 3s and the 4s are starters at most programs.
Well, it's called depth, my friend. It's called depth, and they coach every player in this program exactly the same. While the second team is doing something, the third team is down at another end of the field executing the run game or the passing game. They coach every player as much as possible in this football program.
Alexander, and he's not going to go far. 44 making initial contact was Monty Beisel. He's a true freshman, a parade All-American. And they recruited 3 parade All-Americans this year at Kansas State. There's Beisel. He's so good they had to pull the red shirt off, and they wanted to redshirt him. But Mike Stoops went to Bill Snyder. He said, I need this guy. And they had never before recruited a parade All-American to Manhattan.
Yeah, and this guy is going to be the future of this defense here at Kansas State. He was the state high school discus and shot put champion. He's a motor player, very much like some of those guys at Nebraska, and they absolutely love him. I'll bet you he ends up starting before the year's over for Kansas State.
Bishop will tuck it up again toward the sideline, and Michael runs out of bounds after an advance of about 6 yards. He's still going strong. There's Mike Stoops on the right. 56-20, Nebraska with 1:12 to go.
You know, he's not going to be a happy guy, but he's got to take the positives of tonight and build on them. He's an emotional young coach, obviously comes from some great bloodlines in the coaching profession, but he will get this Kansas State defense playing exactly the way he wants it before the year's over.
Second down and 4 with 1:13 left. Give it to Hickson, he explodes up the middle. And he's tackled from behind, but he gets it all the way to the 23-yard line. Clock stops as they move the chains, 1:05 to go. Let's take a look at Kansas State's remaining games in 1997. We talked about Missouri and Texas A&M. Then they go to Oklahoma and Lubbock to play the Red Raiders. Kansas, Colorado were really struggling this year at 2-2. Well, you never know. Kansas State might be able to win 9 football games again. Bishop end zone shot as a man. Touchdown, Darnell McDonald.
Complete to number 80, Darnell McDonald.
No, there's no quit number 7. 56-26. Little corner route, and he was wide open.
Wide open, but the score is obviously not going to be indicative of the way this game was played, but it's great poise by Bishop. He winds up, throws the football, puts it right on the money, and those are confidence passes for him here in the late stages of the game. Charlie McBride is not going to be a happy camper about all this, but Bill Schneider and Ron Hudson certainly are.
Slot to the top. Bishop going for 2. Oh, man. He got pinballed in. He was the salami in that sandwich. Ross Tessendorf hit him initially. 49 seconds left. 30-point lead for the Huskers. Coming up next on the East Coast, you will see in living color. And on the West Coast, you'll see the Fall Guy. Is that Lee Majors? Was he the Fall Guy?
Don't you ever watch television?
You know what? I watch a little sports and I read. Does that sound good that I read?
No.
You know, people don't buy that.
Lee Majors is a big football fan, man. He's a good guy. You better say you'll watch FX. I guarantee you.
You know what show I do watch? I watch NYPD Blue religiously. I love that show.
I do. I watch X-Files, NYPD Blue, and Miami Vice. I always wanted to be Crockett.
You always wanted to be Crockett?
Yeah, man. Absolutely. He was the best. He is the best.
Yeah, I never understood, on an officer's salary, on a detective's salary, he had a nice car, nice boat, great clothes.
Well,
I think he was taking money under the table.
No. You're cynical, man. He just worked hard.
We have another score from the Big 12 tonight. Texas Tech has defeated Baylor and Waco 35-14, so Spike Dykes gets a win. And Florida 56-7 over Arkansas. What they have done in the SEC has been remarkable.
Throwing the football, and Steve Spurrier is the guy leading the charge, but there's a lot of great coaches and outstanding football players in the SEC.
Gramatica kicks it to Kenny Cheatham, who has to back up out of the end zone. And it's 56-26 as we look at the Nebraska games left on the schedule. They go to Waco, Texas Tech, and on the road to Lawrence, Oklahoma, Missouri, Iowa State, and then what is normally the big showdown with Colorado. But Colorado can't move the football on offense.
You might want to add 2 games to that schedule there. One in San Antonio and then one in the Orange Bowl in Miami. Because I believe this football team will win in San Antonio and then they're going to play somebody in the Orange Bowl.
Well, earlier in the week, Tom Osborne said the toughest game we had remaining is Alexander blows through the hole to the 28. The toughest game he felt they had left was tonight against Kansas State. I know folks down in Boulder probably took that as a slight, but after losing to Texas A&M, Coach Osborne may be right.
Well, you know, and again, I think part of it he was talking about was when you're playing certain teams. And, you know, anything can happen early in the year. But he feels his Nebraska team barring injury, of course, will get better and better and better as the year goes on, like it does every year.
Artie Monte Cristo in the game at quarterback, hands off to Alexander, and that should be the final snap of the game. A complete and thorough victory for the Huskers, the third-ranked team in America. 56-26 over Kansas State, as Tom Osborne will meet his longtime friend Bill Snyder at midfield.
And for the second time in a row now, first the Washington Huskies and now the Kansas State Wildcats, I think Nebraska has proven that they are a team that is on the ascend this year and are going to be competitors for the national championship when the season is over.
I know the Washington Huskies know that. I think Bill Snyder and the Wildcats realize that tonight. We'll come back to Lincoln right after this.
You're in the pocket. 4 seconds to pass before some 1-ton corn-fed Clydesdale blindsides you and rips off your head. Then you get up and do it again. You play for free all day long because you love to play. Hey, if college football doesn't make you crazy, you must be dead. Pac-10, Big 12, CUSA, college football's greatest hits. UCLA battles Oregon on the road to the Rose Bowl next Saturday, only on FX, the best game time on cable.
Here's a sample of new construction in Kearney. This is what Interstate Structures, your authorized chief builder, does, and we do it very well.
Hey Husker fans, Hoover's Jewelers is your officially licensed collegiate and sports logo art carrier. You'll find pins, tie tacks, pendants, charms, money clips, key rings, and more from all major college teams, including the Huskers. Hoover's Jewelers, Hilltop Mall, Kearney.
378 yards rushing for the Huskers when they're over 300 yards on the ground. They have now won 78 consecutive games. Back with Artie Gigantino upstairs, I'm Drew Goodman. It was complete.
It was complete, and again, it should silence anybody that thought Nebraska wasn't on a roll. I was very impressed with the methodical way they went up and down the field, but I'm more impressed than anybody with Scott Frost. He is clearly the general of this great Nebraska offense.
And early, Nebraska did a great job again shutting down the running game and confusing Michael Bishop.
Yeah, I mean, when Nebraska says you're not going to run, they don't let you run. And until the game got out of hand, they had only rushed, Kansas State did, for only 20 yards. So, again, on the other side of the ball, the Nebraska defense also dominated this football game, Drew.
And we almost forgot Ahman Green. He rushed for nearly 200 yards tonight, and it wasn't just option pitches. He got some hard, tough yards between the tackles.
Well, that's what everybody forgets about Nebraska. They do both. They run the option, they pitch the ball on the option, the quarterback keeps the ball. They also try to pound you inside with blasts, power plays off tackle, and sweeps. They do it all in this offense.
Could they make it 3 national championships in 4 years? Could be.
Mia Hamm spends 90 minutes destroying her hair and 90 seconds bringing it back with the shampoo that conditions too, Pert Plus. Because Mia wants great hair with plenty of time for other things. Don't you? Pert Plus. Simply great hair. Simply.
Mom's calling Enterprise Rent a Car because our car is sick.
Enterprise will arrange to pick you up.
Wow.
Drive you to our place and get you on your way.
Everybody loves to be picked up.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Why does she play field hockey? She knows there will be no shoe commercials, no trading cards, no limos. So why? Because she is an athlete. Just like a football player, just like a basketball player, just like a baseball player. GTE is proud to be the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA and the Big 12 because of her and the pure spirit of college athletics.
They give us heroes, they give us hope, they let us laugh and cry and fall in love. Movies touch us as few things can. Any technology that heightens the experience of watching movies at home makes life even more enjoyable.
DVD video from Philips Magnavox. Technology for the heart, the spirit, and the imagination.
Get into Prime. Check out FX for the best primetime on cable. Kick off your night with the X-Files.
We both know what's out there.
The truth is out there, and the search begins right here. Next, NYPD Blue takes you out on the streets and between the sheets with New York's finest.
Do you want people to help you? Yeah.
Then it's a full hour of outrageous comedy within living color.
Someone got a bullseye.
The best primetime on cable? It may be the best primetime anywhere. The X-Files at 8, NYPD Blue at 9, in living color at 10. Weeknights on FX, Fox Gone Cable.
60-2. Nebraska on their home field in the last 10 years, and for the 29th consecutive year, they've knocked off Kansas State. For Greg Bell and Artie Gigantino, I'm Drew Goodman saying so long from Lincoln.
There are people who think water polo is not a game for a man. They're right. This is no game, and he is not just a man. It is a sport, and he is an athlete, just like a football player, just like a basketball player, just like a baseball player. GTE is proud to be the official telecommunications consultant to the NCAA and the Big 12 because of him and the pure spirit of college athletics.
Sea turtles. They bury their eggs in some tropical beach. When the eggs hatch, the babies find their way to the water and across miles of ocean. Now, we also have this built-in sense of direction when we're in our own shells.
Karin, the car navigation system from Philips Magnavox. It shows exactly how to get to where you want to go.
Man has finally caught up with nature.
For total convenience, stop at Bob's Total Service. Along with quality Total Gasoline, you'll find snacks and drinks for the football game, a complete line of Goodyear tires, and a full automotive service department. Open 6 to 11. That's Bob's Total Service of Kearney.
Let your Husker pride show with the help from Bogarts. They carry a full line of shirts, hats, flags, and other cool team stuff. Bogarts also has the things you need for a perfect tailgate party, from snacks to refreshments. Get it all for the game at Bogarts.
This week, you might notice that your satellite channels aren't coming in quite as clearly as they usually do. This is called sun fade. It happens when the sun and the satellite are in line with each other and the sun blocks out the satellite signal. We will be experiencing sun fade all of this week, with the most noticeable signal loss occurring on October the 7th through the 10th in about the middle of the afternoon. If you have any questions concerning sun fade, feel free to call our office at 234-6428 or 1-888-600-6626.
Hi, I'm Joe Jackson. You know me as the father of the Jackson 5, being a tightwad and beating my kids like a drum. But you know, you really shouldn't beat your kids. It's just they do so many damn things make you mad. Like swell up when you whoop them. Then you got to whip all of them so you have a matching set. That's why I'm so glad this new toy came along. The Joe Jackson Kids Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Yes, now you can beat my kids too. Beat all the Jackson kids. Beat Michael. Hit him so hard you'll knock the white off him. Boy's talking about a skin disease. His skin been bleached more times than Madonna's mustache. Beat that stank LaToya. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. String her up by her funky weave. And sucker punch the hell out of my personal favorite, Tito. Hey, Tito, you want to go a few rounds? You gonna knock my block off again, Dad? You got that right, boy. I'm gonna hit you so hard, by the time you stop rolling, your Jerry curl's gonna be back in style. Well, compared to you, Woody Allen's Father of the Year. Good shot, son. Too bad you can't knock the talent into somebody. Oh, I tried. Lord knows I tried. Well, I got you this time. That's for scaring Michael, and that's for cheating on Mom. Watch out, son. And most of all, that's for naming me Tito. Look, I won. I finally did something right. Yeah, well, watch out for my left boy. Come here. I brought you into this world. I'm going to take you out.
So don't slug your kids. Slug Joe Jackson's kids. They're used to it. Get the new Joe Jackson Kids Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Just beat it.
How you living? What? How you living? What? How you living?
And live in color.
Can't do what you want to do. Anything you want is up to you. For me and me, you can be anything you wanna
on a dream. Glide with the guide on a funky scene. Here comes another one of those funky, funny, more money shows. A cast for laugh, for talented pros and sisters with twisters for you to look and listener. It seems you don't believe, so you believe what I can bitch you. So put it to you short and short, we'll make it snappy. With jokes and folks they keep you happy. No need to hold your remote control. Chill. This show's got soul. All aboard, all aboard. The train up a chuckle. You better snuggle up, couple up, want a double up, double, yeah. It's hard to believe, but some of the best things in life for free. So fellas, grab your girl, tell her that you love her, cause that's the way you're living when you're living in living color.
Hello, I'm David Allen Greer. We here at In Living Color are aware that our program can offend certain viewers. That's why we're introducing our new In Living Color voicemail feedback line. If you're a member of an offended viewer group, we want to hear from you. Just call this number 555-1993. Remember, we want to hear from you.
Hi, you've reached the In Living Color feedback line. If you're a homosexual offended by a portrayal of the gay community, press 1. If you're an African American offended by negative portrayals of blacks, press 2. If you're a white supremacist offended by our positive portrayal of blacks, press 3. If you're a feminist offended by our sexist jokes, press 4. If you're a gay Armenian midget, press the star button now. If you're...
Get into Prime. Check out FX for the best prime time on cable. The X-Files at 8.
We are not alone.
NYPD Blue at 9.
How could he stand there and that boy die?
In Living Color at 10.
Fabulous.
Weeknights on FX, Fox Gone Cable.
What's a bog and bleach doing in a raincoat?
So people will think I'm new Rain Clean Clorox bleach.
Rain Clean?
Yeah, it smells fresh as the air after a spring rain.
New Rain Clean Clorox bleach.
Copycat.
Plutonium. The blue-footed booby. Fermentation.
For the questions to these answers, play Trivial Pursuit and enter the Bola Trivial Pursuit sweepstakes.
Madagascar.
Details at participating retailers.
The newest attorney at the world's most powerful law firm.
John Bell. Kevin Lomax.
Has never lost a case.
I'm just warming my hands on your talent.
But he's about to lose his soul.
It's my time now.
I don't like it here, Kevin.
Evil has its winning ways.
What are you? I have so many names.
Keanu Reeves, Al Pacino. The Devil's Advocate, rated R. Starts Friday, October 17th at a theater near you.
Fletcher Reed had a way of bending the truth.
Helmet's in the mail. I ran out of gas.
And twisting the facts.
You're the victim here. Driven into the arms of another man.
7.
Whatever.
Until his son.
I wish Dad couldn't tell a lie.
Made an honest man out of him.
Is it good for you?
I've had better.
I can't lie! Liar, Liar, starring Jim Carrey. Available now on home video. Take home 1 million laughs for a great low price. Look for the mail-in rebate.
Here's a sample of new construction in Kearney. This is what Interstate Structures, your authorized chief builder, does, and we do it very well.
Hey, Husker fans, Hoover's Jewelers is your officially licensed collegiate and sports logo art carrier. You'll find pins, tie tacks, pendants, charms, money clips, key rings, and more from all major college teams, including the Huskers. Hoover's Jewelers, Hilltop Mall, Kearney.
It's the Tom Osborne Show with two-time national championship coach, Tom Osborne. Tom Osborne Show is sponsored in part by Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty. And now, here's your host, Bill Dolman.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Bill Dolman. Welcome to the Tom Osborne Show. For the 5th straight year, Nebraska and Kansas State entered their annual matchup, both ranked in the nation's top 25. And for the 29th straight year, the Huskers came out on top, this time with an impressive 56-26 win over the Wildcats. We've got all of the highlights for you right here, plus we'll talk with Ahman Green and Eric Johnson. And in our feature segment, we'll take an inside look at the making of the Husker Legacy Bronze statue. But first, let's talk about Nebraska's win over Kansas State with head coach Tom Osborne. Tom, no doubt you are very pleased pleased with the outcome of the game against the Wildcats, but are you surprised at the margin of victory?
Well, I really thought it'd be a tough game, and I thought it might be kind of a low-scoring game in view of the fact that it looked like Kansas State had good athletes on defense, and they've been playing well defensively. So I was a little bit surprised at the size of the score and pleasantly surprised at the margin of victory.
56-26 is the final. Tom and I will take a quick time out here, then get right to the highlights of the Big Reds' big win in just a moment.
Did you know? Well, Coach Tom Osborne's been leading the University of Nebraska football team to multiple national championships. Husker professor Walter Mienka also coached the U.S. math team to first place with a perfect score in the International Math Olympiad. It's true. No matter how you add it up, there's no place like Nebraska.
A lot of industry experts told us that the passenger side was the best place to add a third door. We got still more advice insisting that the driver's side was the only logical choice. But as you can see, we let it all go right in one ear and out the other. Introducing the new Dodge Ram Quad Cab. The rules have changed.
She may not have mastered the finer points of hedge trimming. And she didn't get the lead in the musical put on by the community playhouse. But around here, she's still a star. You see, she's the local Farm Bureau insurance agent for auto, home, and property protection, and for life insurance that can help protect your family's financial security. Call your Farm Bureau insurance agent today. Living beside you, working for you.
Welcome back to the Tom Osborne Show. After a week off, the third-ranked Huskers returned home and returned to action for its second straight game against a ranked team. K-State came to town number 16 and 17 in the major polls, and as expected, the 217th consecutive sellout at Memorial Stadium was already in a frenzy by the time the 6 p.m. kickoff rolled around. Bill Snyder, the head coach of the Wildcats, there's Michael Bishop, the guy who had a target on his back. I think if you talk about Kansas State football, he's been a very good quarterback, unbeaten in his collegiate career dating back to junior college ball. But there's the crowd, an incredible sight at Memorial Stadium, and a beautiful day to play, and you got off to a great start, just pounded the ball right at him.
Well, the first drive was really a good drive for us. We started out with a little counter trap to Ahman Green, picked up 8 or 9 yards, and came back with an isolation play and another 6 and got a first down. And now a pitch play, and got some good blocks, and Ahman just barely got tripped up there and picked up 9. Now Scott Frost on an option play and gets around the outside and picked up 15.
What in their defense led you to just run the ball straight at them like they have been most of this year?
Well, we usually start out trying to do that, and we so the first drive was good and it was impressive, and we took some time off the clock too. Now this is a little different option play for us, and Scott got some nice running in there, got hit pretty hard, and that was a gain of 11 around the right side.
Take a look at that one more time. Scott had 88 yards in the first half, finished the day with 98 yards rushing, so he's getting close to those 100-yard days. He hasn't quite gotten it yet.
Well, he always ends up losing a few. Now here's a big play here. This is a little counter trap up the middle, and Ahman Green takes it in from 25 yards out, and of course, as I said, that was a good drive. Took 5 minutes off the clock, and was scored rather easily. Here's a ground level shot of it. And had some great blocks there by our left guard and our left tackle pulling, and so that was well executed. And it didn't, for a while then, it wasn't quite as easy. They tightened up, and now here Bishop looked like he went the wrong way 2 or 3 times during the day, got a little bit confused, loss of 3 there. Jay Foreman makes the play.
Take a look at that one more time. And great penetration against that offensive line that averages 316 pounds per man.
They had some big guys. One of their one tackle you see pulling there was a huge guy. And there Grant Wistrom breaks through and throws Bishop for a loss of 2.
Grant had 2 tackles for losses on the day, giving him 45.5 tackles for loss in his career, which is now the school record, surpassing Trev Albert. So kind of a big day for Grant.
And Grant's a great player, and he makes a lot of things happen out there for us. And now they hit some third down plays that were really critical in this drive. That was a gain of 19. Burnett caught the pass from Bishop, and Erwin Sweeney was there on the coverage. Now we do a pretty good job here for a little bit. This is Bishop on the option, and he gains 1 there. Shaw made the tackle, and then they got another third down play, and this time we didn't make the tackle, and so the receiver just about made it to the end zone. That was a gain of 46 yards on that play. And it looked like maybe we were going to have some more of the same problems we'd had in the last couple of games, just giving up the big play on defense. And they took it right down the field and scored fairly easily. And so they did miss the ensuing extra point. And we see the attempt here, a botched snap, and we got a chance to pick it up. Of course, that's 2 points if you can get it all the way down the field, but we just, I think they blew the ball dead. So the score was 7-6 at this point. Now Scott Frost rolls out, and he overthrew Chevin Wiggins in that particular case, and so we ended up having to punt, and a 41-yard punt here. I thought Jesse Cush did a pretty good job during the day of punting the ball.
And he also got roughed on that play.
Yeah, and that play there, they tried to block the kick, and Jesse got roughed up a little bit. Now Scott on a nice run off the right tackle area, gain of 16 yards and a first down. Now an option play, and Ahman just couldn't hang on to the ball.
They ruled that an incomplete pass.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They must have figured it went forward. Now Scott takes off on a nice run here and gains 27 yards on a broken pass play, and that got us down in their territory in pretty good shape. Here you see good pass protection there by Eric at the right tackle spot.
Got a couple of blocks from Chevin Wiggins and Vershawn Jackson downfield. That enabled him to pick up a few more yards, and now 2nd down and 8 from the Kansas State 19-yard line. You go up the middle with Ahman Green.
Ahman picked up 4 on that play, and eventually the drive stalled, and Kris Brown came in and made the field goal from 31 yards out. So even though we didn't score a touchdown, we were aided by a penalty, and we did come up with the field goal, and at that point the score was 10-6 Nebraska.
The first of 2 Kris Brown field goals on the day gives Nebraska a 10-6 lead after 1 quarter of play. Stay with us. The highlights of the second quarter are coming your way next.
Your appointment. Locations in Omaha and Lincoln.
The most complete Husker coverage is on 1011's NREP.
Farming used to be a lot simpler. You got up early, worked hard, and reaped the rewards of your labor. But today, things move a whole lot faster than they used to. Agriculture. Let us serve you with a full line of financial products. First National Bank and Trust Company of Minden, member FDIC. The Quality Bank, for how you live today.
There's nothing as crystal clear as the pure sound of complete rack systems and shelf systems from Kenwood, Bose, and Sony. Hear them today. Enter the new Audio Zone, a sound discovery at Video Kingdom. Nothing's as heavy or takes as much of a pound as the ground-shaking subwoofers at Video Kingdom. Audition them today. Enter the Audio Zone. The Audio Zone, inside Video Kingdom stores throughout Nebraska.
Pizza Hut Supreme Pizza for Ken Griffey Jr.
I'll take it. I'll run it over to Junior. Ooh, I'll take it. No, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll give it to him. Here's your pizza. Hey!
Look at all these toppings. Pizza Hut's new Supreme Pizza with 6 very generous toppings. Now with everything from fresh sliced mushrooms to meteor pepperoni.
Hey, where's my money?
Get a medium specialty pizza for only $8.99. Second medium, 1 top, only $6. Only at Pizza Hut.
The most comfortable seat in your house for the big games on TV this fall could be in your new Lazy Boy reclining chair from Earlings and Hastings. Here at Earlings, we have just received a large shipment of Lazy Boy reclining chairs, and we've priced them for quick sale, some as low as $249. If you wish to use our in-house credit department, you can spread the payments out over as long as 18 months, and delivery is free up to 60 miles from Earlings in downtown Hastings.
How do most pharmacies react when you ask for free prescription delivery? Generic drug savings? Supermarket convenience? How about prompt service? Lowest prescription price? Won't even listen, huh? Bet they don't even know your name. Must drive you clean out of your tree. Well, if we were you, pal, we'd go to USA Pharmacy.
This is beginning to fall at Memorial Stadium. As I said, the 217th consecutive sellout at Memorial Stadium. And here's K-State, great field position at their own 46-yard line, and a great play right there by Ralph Brown.
Well, we had pretty good coverage during the day, and I think one of the disturbing things was our coverage on kickoffs. We gave them, I think, at least 3 good returns, would put the ball up near midfield. Now Scott Frost on a bootleg pass hits Sheldon Jackson. Sheldon was well covered and made a very fine catch and was able to pick up the first down on the play. That was a 2nd down and 7. And now he tried to hit Lance Brown here, and the ball was just slightly tipped, and Lance couldn't hold on to it.
Looked like it may have been a big play otherwise.
Yeah, it looked like we had a big play going, and so we had to punt the ball away at this point, and now this is their favorite running play, kind of an off-tackle power play, and that was Hickson for a gain of 9 before Mike Brown made the stop. Now Bishop trying to run a quarterback counter and loses 2. And that was Brian Shaw, Grant Wistrom, who broke through and made the stop. And now throwing a slant pass and a great deflection. And Eric Warfield came up with the interception.
Ralph Brown's not going to get all the credit, though.
I think Ralph Brown got a hand in there and deflected the ball. And, of course, Eric gave us great field position there with his 26-yard return. This was a special day for Eric. I think his mother was up for the game from Arkansas, and she doesn't get up here very often. So I know it was important for him to make that play and to have some good things happen to the secondary during the day.
He's really developed into a tremendous defensive back for you. Now you've got great field position, and things just don't go your way on this drive.
No, we didn't do a good job here. I don't think I called a real good series of plays, at least the way it turned out. And so we ended up having to settle for a field goal. And, of course, when the defense gets you that kind of field position, you certainly hope you can get a touchdown. And they broke up a 3rd down pass. And we had one other play where the line slanted differently than we had planned. And we didn't get much on the isolation play. And so now a deep throw down the sideline. Mike Brown has played the ball perfectly and just didn't come up with the interception. We had 2 or 3 others that we maybe could have picked up. Now Bishop on a little counter play. A great job there by Eric Johnson. Came through and made the stop.
Eric, by the way, made his first career start for the Huskers in this ballgame.
Well, Eric has a lot of ability, and he been playing behind Octavius McFarland, but did a nice job. And now Bobby Newcomb takes off and reverses his field on a punt return. Got a few blocks and shows his running ability. And of course, Bobby is a guy that's very, very dangerous back there. I think he's only made 1 or 2 punt returns this year. But he's one of our 3 deep guys, and occasionally he's going to get the ball. And when he does, he's got a chance to break it because of his great speed, and he's got excellent strength as well.
So what are your plans for Bobby Newcomb? You get him playing some quarterback early. Now you've got him at wing back. What do you plan to do?
Well, I don't know. This year, Bobby will probably play wing back. I think there's a very good chance he'll go back to quarterback, but we'll just decide that after the season's over. Eric Crouch is going to be healthy, come spring, and we think Frankie London is really playing well. And
it's a good problem to have, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but right now we need Bobby at wing back. There's a little counter play. Ahman Green, gain of 5. And now Scott Frost on an option play, ducks up, runs strong, and gain of 6, and picks up a first down on the play.
And he also, as he indicates, had his face mask grabbed, so they tacked on a penalty at the end of this run. Scott runs tremendously hard, runs very physical, almost like any running back or fullback does.
Scott has really picked that up. It seemed like when he when he first came here, he was running a little tentatively, and I think some of that being in a drop-back pass system where he was probably taught to throw the ball away, not to run, and now he's really gotten on to running, and he's really running well, and we've been very, very pleased with his progress. Here's another option play where he gained 17 yards, and that was a little bit different wrinkle we put in the option game, and I don't think they quite knew how to play it, and in some cases it was fairly effective. Now Scott ducks up and takes it in from 4, so that was mostly Scott Frost on that particular drive, and I think it took us about 2.5 minutes off the clock to score and put us up 20-6, and certainly that isn't a safe lead, but you're breathing a little more comfortably once you get ahead by 2 touchdowns, and it was an impressive drive.
And again, that shows what great field position can do. That was just a 43-yard drive. Your average starting field position on the day was your own 39-yard line. K-State, meanwhile, started at its 25, so that was a big difference, I think, in the game.
Well, it makes a difference in scoring, and there Mike Rucker came through and made a great play, and it seems like Mike is a guy that makes a lot of factors. He just makes a lot of things happen when he's in there, and we've been very relieved that he's been able to overcome that groin injury that he had earlier in the year. Now Grant Wistrom catching the play from behind and doing a great job, and now a little counter play, and a good play underneath there. It looked like maybe Jason Wiltz was in on that play, and maybe Rucker and Mike Brown as well. Now we got the ball back again, and Corral Buckhalter on this play stumbled coming out. It looked like he was maybe going to get the first down, and he didn't quite get on track, and one of their linemen pulled him down. It was a little screen pass, so we ended up having to punt the ball away, and they fumbled the punt. And so again, we get the ball in great field position.
Take a look at this one more time. Brandon Drum is the guy hustling down there that has the ball bounce right into his hands, and another big break in the kicking game. And we're seeing it in a lot of places around the country. We saw the missed PAT a moment ago from Kansas State, but a lot of teams are having problems in the kicking game, big plays that happen like that.
It's a huge factor, and this was really an unfortunate thing here. This was the first interception Scott had thrown in I don't know how many attempts,
155 to be exact,
or something
35
like that.
quarters, yeah.
And he was under pressure there. We didn't protect him like we should have, and he probably should have or could have gotten the ball out of bounds, but he was hit just as he threw the ball, and the ball went into the Kansas State defender's hands. Now a great play there by Ralph Brown. Ralph was really playing good football and came up and filled very well and threw the runner for a loss of 1. And now we've got the ball back with just a few seconds left. I was hoping we could hit a deep pass here and then maybe try the field goal, but they ruled that the time had run out. We could probably make a field goal from that range, and I was hoping that maybe there's one tick left on the clock, but the officials said that time was out. I think we started that play with 7 or 8 seconds, and sometimes you can get it run with less than that.
Well, it was a 39-yard pass play to Matt Davison that ended the first half. Nebraska put another 10 points on the board in the second quarter, and they took a 20-6 lead into the locker room at halftime. We'll take another break here and make room for our player guest. When we come back, Tom and I will be joined by Saturday's offensive star, Ahman Green.
Listen, Pierre, we Americans like high fiber, low cholesterol, high protein, low fat, vitamins, minerals, iron. Gotta have your iron. Always gotta have iron. Snails. Pig's trotter, chips brand. Ah! You better get this food thing fixed, because I know the sponsor, and I'll be back. Where's the can?
College Sports Media would like to congratulate Coach Osborne on 25 years of coaching excellence. In conjunction with Coach Osborne's 25th year, College Sports Media is proud to offer a line of apparel and gifts commemorating an era of excellence. Call 1-800-230-3831 for a free catalog, or visit your local Big Red retailer.
The Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine physicians are committed to giving patients the finest in orthopedic care. Athletes at the University of Nebraska have been under their care for over 24 years. The staff of 8 physicians have years of surgical experience to get you back on the field of competition or merely back to enjoying your evening walks. Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, proud to be your Husker team physicians.
Your sugar and spice and everything nice, nibbling on your neck is my only vice. I gotta tell you, Cookie, I'm sweet on you. Looky little cookie, are you sweet on me too? You're my sugar plum, my honey bun, the apple of my eye. I crumble at the thought of you. Oh, I gotta tell you, Cookie, I'm sweet on you. I'm sweet on you.
As a freshman, Ahman Green turned in one of the best seasons in school history with more than 1,000 yards rushing. Last year, however, injuries turned a promising season into a bit of a disappointment. So far this season, though, it has been far from disappointing for Ahman. After gaining 193 yards against Kansas State, he's more than halfway to another 1,000-yard season and running up to his reputation as one of the best backs in the country. And Ahman is with us this week. Ahman, how disappointing was it to go through the 96 campaign, and how much fun has 97 been for you so far?
Well, last year I hadn't experienced anything like I did, going through high school and Little League. Didn't really experience no big injuries that held me back like the turf toe did, but right now I'm feeling good. I mean, offense is rolling, I'm rolling, so right now we're having a really good season.
I know you're relieved to hear all that.
Yeah. I always have to check with him after every game, see how he is, but last year I think the problem was you got the turf toe against Kansas State, and then I guess in trying to compensate for that, you ended up with a stress fracture.
Yep.
And, that was really a blow to
it's something that just came, and I was like, what else can be next, Then I got the fracture, and I just didn't know what to do after a while.
Yeah, you're just kind of coming out of the turf toe and ran well over to Iowa State, and then out of the clear blue, all of a sudden you had a stress fracture, and so that came at a bad time.
I think it was just probably me trying to run with the pain of the turf toe and putting it on putting pressures on different part of my foot.
Yeah. Well, I think you've done well in school. What are you majoring in?
I was in computer science my freshman year, but it was just too much math. I couldn't really focus on it like I wanted to, so I switched to geography. Something I like, to deal with stuff, to deal with the environment, know how things are functioning around me, how what's instinct or what's not instinct in terms of animal species and stuff like that.
Well, I know your grade point average is pretty respectable. It's over 3 point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a 3, just over 3 point, 3.1. So
you got to memorize a lot of stuff in geography, don't you?
Yeah, I got to make sure where's what, make sure what's country there and this and that.
And it seems to me like you're probably in as good a shape as you've ever been in. Is that right? You feel like you're moving well, and you had some big runs today. Here's one counter sweep we're just seeing right here, and I thought they were going to knock you out of bounds, but you managed to stay in. And can you describe that run a little bit?
Yeah, I thought I was going out of bounds too, and I just thought when I started to get to the sidelines, I just thought about just putting my shoulder down, picking up as much yards as I can. And when I did that, I just saw all I had to beat was the DB, and just put my.
Here was a fake reverse, and it seemed the flow kind of went the other way, and you made a nice cut there. And I don't even know who was out in front of you. It looked like you got a good block or two.
Yeah, I think it was either Lance or Lake, out there throwing downfield, which made it wide open. The field was just wide open for Green right there to the end zone.
Then your first run, counter trap for a touchdown, how long was that? Do you remember?
No, I don't. I think it was 30, maybe.
30 yards. So you had really 3 big runs, didn't you, in the game?
Yep.
Well, you had 4 touchdowns on the day, 193 yards rushing. You moved into 7th place all-time at Nebraska, so some pretty impressive numbers, and maybe by the end of your career you might be up there on top. So congratulations on all the success.
Thanks a lot.
That's Ahman Green. He was the star of the show for Nebraska offensively. When we come back, we'll turn our attention to the defense with a guy who made his first career start, linebacker Eric Johnson. Stay with us.
It's your own little world. You're way up high, so you can see everything. It has lots of places to hide your treasures. It's roomy. It's cozy, with space for all your favorite things and your favorite people. It makes you feel like you're part of a club. Dodge Caravan. It's like a treehouse for grown-ups.
It's funny what a lot of pizza places call a pizza. Now this is what Valentino's calls a pizza. At Valentino's, we take great pride in creating perfect pizzas. We use absolutely the finest ingredients in making our award-winning pizza dough and sauces. So no matter what kind of pizza you order from Valentino's, you can count on it being perfectly delicious every time. Valentino's, the best pizza ever made, guaranteed.
Oh, bill time. We need a home equity loan.
Not another loan.
A smart loan. Our interest rate and our monthly payment will be lower. It's tax deductible, and we can write one check instead of...
Hey, come on! I'm late for school. You've been in there 45 minutes. We gotta go, Mom. We need another bathroom.
No closing fee. Tax-deductible home equity loans from Norwest.
If you haven't seen every Tom Osborne milestone victory, you need glasses. Introducing the Tom Osborne Milestone Victory Glasses from Phillips 66.
Each victory glass commemorates a different coaching milestone, starting with our first win in 1973. Stop by any participating Phillips 66 throughout the season and start collecting all 6 glasses. Only $1.66 with each fill.
Hurry into Phillips 66, because when these glasses are gone, they're history.
The only injury of note in the Husker camp last week was a sprained ankle to linebacker Octavius McFarland. When it became apparent that he wouldn't be at full speed for Kansas State, the call went to Eric Johnson, who made his first career start Saturday and responded with a team-high 7 tackles and an invitation to be on the show. Eric, how different is it to go into a ball game knowing you're going to be the starter instead of being, somebody who's been a regular backup this season?
Well, it takes a lot of preparation. It takes a lot of tape preparation and a lot of coaches and a lot of help from teammates.
You a little more nervous going into the ball game?
Yeah, I really was.
Well, you responded well.
I thought he played very well from the sideline. Of course, I haven't looked at the film yet. We're taping this about midnight, so it's not a real great pleasure to be here. But Eric, you're one of the most upbeat guys I've ever seen. And you ever have any down times? You never show it. And seem like you're always pretty positive about things.
Oh, I don't know. I just like to have fun.
Yeah, you had some fun tonight, huh?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun tonight.
Well, that's good. And you're from Phoenix?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Where'd you go to high school down
I
there?
went to high school at Alhambra High School in Phoenix. We played a little bit against Kenny Cheatham.
Kenny Cheatham?
Yeah.
And then we got Mike Brown from down there. Did you ever play against Mike's team?
No, we didn't get to play against Mike down there. It was in 5A, so.
Yeah. So, and you've been up here now. This is your 3rd year?
Right.
Mm-hmm. What are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in secondary education, high-risk students.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you want to teach elementary,
Well, I wanted to teach high school because of a teacher that I had named Miss Griego. She helped me out a lot in school, so that made me really want to teach.
So when you have somebody like that, it often makes an impact on you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
Well, I think you'll do a great job with kids because you're always a fun guy to be around. And here's some of your plays today. Here you filled and got him up around the head there, didn't you?
Yeah.
You had 7 tackles, and looked like Jason Peter thought you did a good job too, huh?
Yeah. He hit me upside the head one time. I had to catch my thoughts.
Sometimes it's better not to have Jason be congratulating you, huh?
Eric, how elusive was Michael Bishop? So much was said about him coming into the ball game. Did you target him specifically?
Yeah, but we had a lot of practice with it with Coach Bowe. He had us to change our angles.
Mm-hmm. Here you on the option play, and you ran the quarterback, or the pitch man down actually there. So and we were kind of worried about the option, but I don't think they really got that going today, did they?
They really didn't.
Yeah. Well, great game, Eric, and we're really glad things worked out well for you, and appreciate your taking time to come and be on with us tonight.
All right.
Eric, I'm kind of curious. You're a cousin of Jamel Holloway, who played football at Oklahoma, and you won the Tyrone Bird Award when you were in high school at Arizona. How much did you know about Nebraska in high school?
Well, really, I didn't know as much until about my junior year, and I started watching a lot of it. But when I was little, I can remember some of the games with Jamel and the Nebraska. The Big Red always wanted to kick their butt.
Well, we're glad to have you here at Nebraska, and congratulations on making your first start, and best of luck the rest of the season.
All right, thanks.
That's Eric Johnson. Our thanks to Eric and Ahman Green for being with us this week. It's time to get back to the game, and when we do, we'll turn our attention to an explosive 3rd quarter for the Huskers after this timeout.
It seems obvious, really. that the people who created the nation's first fiber optic network would be the ones making wireless clearer. Sprint PCS, with 100% digital clarity nationwide and a simpler approach to doing business. It's the clear alternative to cellular. Or maybe you've already heard.
It's funny what a lot of pizza places call a buffet. Now this is what Valentino's calls a buffet. Valentino's lunch and dinner buffets have more than 60 homemade entrees and salad bar items, lasagna, spaghetti, and other pasta dishes, fresh salads, desserts, and of course our award-winning pizza. So stop by for lunch or dinner today. The only thing small about our buffet is the price. Valentino's, the best pizza ever made, guaranteed.
After 51 years in business, Ernie's in Ceresco is celebrating again with the grand opening of our newly expanded major appliance, electronics, and furniture showrooms. Ernie's has transformed Ceresco's former John Deere building into home furnishing showrooms to serve you even better. Enjoy limited time grand opening price reductions on all famous name furniture, carpet, appliances, and more. Plus, get free delivery within 100 miles. Special no-interest financing. Pay not a dime till summertime. It's going on now at Ernie's in Ceresco.
My love must be a kind of blind love. I can't see anyone but you. I only have eyes.
Norman Feedy, Pepsi drinker for life. Pepsi, Generation Next.
With Tom Osborne, I'm Bill Dolman. We're taking a look at the highlights of Nebraska and Kansas State. The Huskers lead at 20-6, and as we get to the second half of play, the lights start to take effect. Now, some are borrowed, but some are brand new, towering above the East Stadium, which were installed during the off week. Tom, what's it like playing at night? Do you prefer day games or night games?
Well, it doesn't make much difference to me. I think I prefer it be scheduled in advance because sometimes it just really works a hardship on a lot of people when you change only 7, 8, 9, 10 days ahead of time. A couple option plays here. We stopped Bishop on the first play, and then the second play, a bad pitch, and they lose a substantial amount of yardage on the play. Here we see another shot of it. Chad Kelsey came after the quarterback, and we throw him back about the 7-yard line. And we noticed that in the films that even though they were trying to run option football, they weren't really very good at executing it at times. And now you see Bishop back in the end zone. A good tackle there by Jason Peter after Bishop had spun out of one tackle. And that was a loss of 4.
You take a look at this one more time. You seem to get tremendous pressure on Bishop the entire day.
Well, and the big thing was that they had the lanes filled, so we didn't have a lot of places to scramble. And Tony Ortiz was also in on that tackle. Tony played quite a bit during the day. Here the ball bounced, and Chevin Wiggins gets a pretty good return around the right side, and so we have good field position here, taking over the ball at the 35, 36-yard line. Now a play where Ahman Green kind of came squirting out of there and almost broke it, gain of 7, and now Scott Frost on a fairly fortunate play here to Vershawn Jackson made a fine catch, and I believe there was also a flag against Kansas State on the play, and I think that was declined.
We better take a look at this again because this is Ahman's first catch of the year, so you're finally going to some other tight ends behind Sheldon.
Vershawn Jackson made the reception there, and glad to see him get one. Now a pitch play to Ahman Green, and they slanted their line, and it was very well blocked, and Ahman picks up 7 yards on the play.
Ahman had a career day here in the third quarter. This is the first of 3 touchdowns for him.
He had some big runs, and this was very well blocked here. He really went in almost untouched, and that put us up 27-6 after the ensuing extra point. And it looks like the band is enjoying it. Now a play-action pass, pretty good coverage there by Ralph Brown, but he was flagged on the play. That's one of those close calls. Now a little bit of a counter option. And an excellent job of staying home there by Jason Peter. I think there was an inline twist or stunt, and Jason happened to stunt out into it, and really did a nice job of containing the play, because that was really kind of like a reverse coming off of an option that Oklahoma used to run and run pretty effectively at times. So our defense continued to play well. Again, pretty good field position up around the 40-yard line. Now a great run by Ahman, pretty well blocked. Looked like he was going to be knocked out of bounds, but managed to stay in bounds and goes about 60 yards for that touchdown. Excellent job there.
One play, 59 yards, took 11 seconds, and tremendous blocking. You see Fred Pollock, number 73, and Matt Hoskinson, 62, out there leading the way, and the rest of the way, it's all Ahman.
I also, I think Jeff Lake was out there as a receiver, did a good job down the field, and so he had a little crack there, but it looked like the sideline was going to get him, but he managed to stay in bounds. Now the quarterback goes the wrong way, and Bishop had a little bit of trouble with this during the day. Eric Johnson got hit very hard there. And Bishop makes a pretty good run to get back up and gain a couple yards on the play, but he certainly was under a lot of pressure.
Here they try another option, and great pursuit with Mike Brown, 21, coming in there along with Eric Johnson. Kansas State, after 3 quarters of play, finished with just 30 yards. Now, they picked up 68 yards rushing in the 4th quarter alone, but I would say you stopped the run very effectively.
Yeah, I think most of their yards in the 4th quarter came against reserves, and so our top unit really did pretty well. Now he came with a reverse here off of that counter sweep. Pretty good block by Scott Frost, and it looks like Josh Heskey is trying to stay out in front of Bobby Newcomb there, and Bobby did a nice job of picking up 25 yards on the reverse, and we'll see another shot of it here. You see, it was the same play that we'd scored on, the counter sweep, and they ran a reverse off of it, and eventually one of their safeties came over and made the tackle. And now we come right back with a fake of the reverse, and that seemed to fool a few people in the secondary, and Ahman has a lot of running room. Lance Brown is out in front, and so Ahman goes all the way in from 50 yards out, so the reverse and then the fake off of the reverse on consecutive plays.
Now watch Eric Anderson, number 70, kick out there and throw a pretty good block on that corner. Took care of 2 guys for you.
He knocked the corner into the other defensive back, and then I think there were probably a couple of people that went after the reverse, and so sometimes a fake reverse can be really more effective than a reverse itself. And in that case, it worked out pretty well.
He struck quickly. He had a touchdown drive of 1:47, one of 11 seconds, and that one of 54 seconds. 41-6 is the score. And K-State comes back with a big play. That was a first down attempt. Darryl McDonald, 42 yards.
Well, that was, we had guys there, but they just didn't break on the ball very well. Now a blitz, and Jay Foreman had Bishop in the backfield. This was I believe a 4th down play, 4th down and 2. And Bishop managed to break the tackle and get out of there for a gain of 5, and now they run a counter trap, and Hickson gains 13 and scores. And at this point, we had some of our top players in there, but quite a few of the people up front were backups, and we need to develop some quality depth, and I think some guys maybe learned some lessons today, maybe the hard way, in terms of what they had to do to play major college football.
Well, with the big margin of victory, no doubt a lot of reserves did get some valuable playing time. Well, thanks to 3 third-quarter touchdowns by Ahman Green, the Huskers outscored the Cats 21-6, and will take a 41-12 lead into the 4th quarter. And we'll get to those highlights right after this.
Husker Video is proud to bring you the entire 1997 season, Coach Osborne's 25th year as a video cassette subscription. Each week you will receive the previous Saturday's game in its entirety, including the radio broadcast. Also from Husker Video, the Husker 5-Pack. The 5-Pack contains the biggest wins in Husker history, all 4 national championship games, and the game of the century in a handsome gift box. Call 1-800-230-3831 to order or to receive a free catalog.
The Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine physicians are committed to giving patients the finest in orthopedic care. Athletes at the University of Nebraska have been under their care for over 24 years. The staff of 8 physicians have years of surgical experience to get you back on the field of competition or merely back to enjoying your evening walks. Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, proud to be your Husker team physicians.
If you haven't seen every Tom Osborne milestone victory, you need glasses. Introducing the Tom Osborne Milestone Victory Glasses from Phillips 66.
Each victory glass commemorates a different coaching milestone, starting with our first win in 1973. Stop by any participating Phillips 66 throughout the season and start collecting all 6 glasses. Only $1.66 with each fill.
Hurry into Phillips 66, because when these glasses are gone, they're history.
To compete and win today, you need to literally outwork the competition. That's why we use the Personal Edge supplement system. Personal Edge provides great tasting energy and recovery bars and a fat metabolizer powder that helps to spare the lean muscle mass you've worked so hard to get. So whether we're training or playing our toughest rival, we want an edge. Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call toll-free now to order. 1-888-357-3343.
Welcome back to the show. The Huskers are well on their way to win number 4 on the season, leading 41-12. Now heading into the fourth quarter, Kansas State has the football, but Nebraska has the momentum. Kansas State with Michael Bishop will go to the air and try and complete a pass to Eric Hickson, but simply overthrew his man pretty badly.
The receiver was pretty well covered there. Now a punt, and of course this was something we had happen a couple of times where we had 2 guys there to catch the punt. We need to get that straightened out because we're eventually going to have a fumbled punt if we don't do a better job.
That was Brandon Harrison returning for 7 yards. He and Michael Bishop, by the way, were teammates at Blinn Junior College in Texas the last 2 years.
Jay Sims is in the ball game here at I-back. Buck Halter was still a little bit under the weather with that ankle, and he gained 6 on the option play. And now Scott Frost does a nice job of hitting Kenny Cheatham on the sideline for a gain of 9 and a first down. That was a 3rd down and 7 play, and one that we need to convert on. And here's a screen pass, and Jay Sims does a good job of picking up 16 yards and a first down as we got some good blocks out in front. You see that Scott was just about sacked as he released the ball. The timing was good. Got some people downfield ahead of it, and that was a pretty well executed play.
There was a lot of talk last week about the new wrinkles you had for Washington. Did you have some new things for Kansas State this week?
Yeah, there's some things that were a little different, and that screen pass, for instance, was one that we had put in for the game. Now Scott picks up 8 yards on an option play, and a good run there by Jay Sims for 9 and a first down. And here you see it again. At this point, we have Willie Miller in there at fullback, and Willie has not played a whole lot this year, and was coming off a shoulder injury, but he's doing pretty well now. Now Jay Sims makes a great run here, good balance and great strength, and Willie Miller hit him in the back and knocked him in the end zone.
Got a little help.
So that was about as hard a 5-yard run as you'll ever see.
Well, I heard people saying that he's trying to pull a Macavicka, so Joel's got his own type of run being named after him here at Nebraska.
That was a great run there, and I was really glad to see Jay Sims do that, because Jay's one of those guys who a lot of times has worked very hard, paid a great price, and really hasn't gotten to play very much. And in this case, he really responded very well.
That capped a 10-play, 56-yard drive that took 3.5 minutes, and for the most part, the starters' days are done. Now Kansas State with the football as we reach the final 10 minutes of the ball game. A personal foul penalty for the face mask was called against Jerome Peterson there, and that extended the K-State drive.
Okay, so they got a big play there. They got the penalty plus about a 15-yard run. Now, a good job by Jay Foreman and Mike Rucker tackling Hickson for a loss of 1. And now you see Bishop taking off. We missed a tackle there initially at the line of scrimmage. It would have really helped to have made that. But Bishop got 12 there on a 3rd down and 11. And then the next play, he picks up 4 on an option play and goes in and scores fairly easily. And so it's kind of disturbing to have them move down the field like that, but we got to get some experience to these guys. And now Sims gains 5, and we came up short there on the first down, so we had to punt it away. Billy LaFleur's in the game, and Billy is another one of those guys who is really a good punter, good player, but just hasn't had a chance to play very much. And Kyle Vandenbosch got down there, made the tackle, a true freshman out of the northwestern part of Iowa. And now a great interception, a great run here by Joe Walker. I think Joe's real name is DeMarcus or something like that, but everybody calls him Joe. And right there, a good block by Clint Finley, who came back and got a key block, and Joe did a great job of reversing his field and making a few people miss him.
We want to take a look at this. Take a look at this one more time. It's a great play by Joe, but I think the biggest oohs and ahs in this play was the replay of Clint Finley's block. Now the guy he blocks is number 78. He outweighs him by 105 pounds, and it's coming up right there as you see it. And Joel Walker then trots into the end zone, 71 yards on the interception return for a touchdown. Clint Finley's about the nicest guy you'll ever meet, but boy, he'll go out there and hit you.
Clint really really carries a load when he hits you, and he has been really a big hitter on our football team.
That made the score. Nebraska on top, 54-20, and then Kansas State with terrible field position now. That is the 13-yard line, and we take a look at the sack one more time.
Aaron Wills in here on the sack, and I think Brandon Drum also was in there right at the end. But Aaron Wills is a player out of Omaha Burke who's started his career here as a tight end and now has become a rush end and has done a good job. And there Aaron is in on that tackle along with Steve Warren. Steve is a redshirt freshman, rather a sophomore this year from Springfield, Missouri, who's doing a good job. And now you see them back in the end zone. There's a misfire there on the handoff. Kansas State was able to recover the ball, but it is a safety, and of course that gave us 2 more points and led to a Kansas State kickoff from the 20-yard line.
56-20 is the score now with 3.5 minutes to play in the ball game. Here's Frankie London in there at quarterback with an 11-yard gain.
Well, Frankie got a chance to run a couple times. Makes a pretty good run here. Just barely got tripped up there and was short of the first down. But Frankie is a very good player and a guy that we're very encouraged by. And now we tried to get the first down on 4th down and 2. And they just got penetration on us, and Dan Alexander ended up losing 4 or 5 yards, and so we turned the ball over to Kansas State on a failed 4th down conversion, and now they get a draw play going up the middle, and a pretty big run there.
Hickson gains 22 yards on that play.
And now they ran a post corner and beat our cornerback out there, and so they scored very quickly, and so that got them up to 26 points. But we end up the game here with Dan Alexander carrying the ball. Dan is coming off that anterior cruciate ligament tear and has come back very quickly. I think he's only probably 4.5, 5 months from surgery. So we're really gratified to see him come back like he has. Very strong runner, and overall pretty good game as far as the way we played.
And Nebraska wins its 39th straight ball game at home and wins its 29th straight against the Kansas State Wildcats. So with a 56-26 win, Nebraska gets the second season of Big 12 play underway in good fashion and improves to 4-0 on the 97 campaign. Next up, Nebraska heads back to the road to take on Baylor in Waco. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But coming up next on the show, we'll take an up-close look at the Big Red's brand new bronze. Husker legacy. Stay with us.
In an ever-changing world, it's nice that some things remain the same, like 5 Points Bank. For Don Jelinek, it's knowing his banker is there for the long haul. Keith Jardine likes entrusting his business with people he knows. And for Barb and Jean Graves, it's the convenience of hometown banking. People you know, innovative technology. It's the best of both worlds. 5 Points Bank, member FDIC.
It's a pure, cold shower from nature, bringing life to your home, to the world. Culligan is water, water for life. Culligan is water, water for life.
Just say, hey, Culligan Man, to get the good water machine. Culligan, the world's source for better water.
Culligan Man.
If you're looking for a great deal on combine tires or truck tires, then call Jim Hine at Heartland Co-op. A 23-1, 26, 12-ply combine tire is now only $410 cash and carry. Or 8 1/4, 20 road service is now $108 cash and carry. If you want the ultimate in straddle duals, then our Kirshner duals is what you'll want. Plus we have the unbeatable service. Remember, if we don't have it and we can't get it, then they don't make it.
Heartland Co-op has the right tire for you.
how to buy a new car. Step 1. Pick a car that fits your style. Ford Escort. Contour. Step 2. Wait for the inventory closeout sale. That's when your local Ford dealer will want to clear the inventory to make room for the next shipment. Inventory closeout is the time to get the best values on Ford Escort and Contour. Like $1,000 cash back on Contour or low 4.9 and 6.9 financing on the best-selling Escort. Get cars that fit your style and your budget. Step 3. Hurry into your local Ford dealer today for the inventory closeout sale. Going on now.
You got to surround yourself with talented people, stay focused, and work hard.
Norwest salutes Tom Osborne's 25 years of winning with Champion Checking. Visit any Norwest, Nebraska office, open a new checking account, and get a free commemorative checkbook cover.
It's nice to know Norwest is as proud as I am to be part of Nebraska.
Nebraska can make home a winner.
Jeff Schmal tells us about a new addition to Memorial Stadium that is sure to become a favorite photo stop for Husker fans. Here's Jeff with more.
Over the years, the Nebraska Black Shirts have many times resembled immovable objects to opponents. And now a bronze sculpture outside the East Stadium is just that, an immovable object that is a tribute to the Husker football team. The 2-ton life-size sculpture is called Husker Legacy, and it was the creation of Malcolm, Nebraska artist Fred Hoppe.
Nebraska football has become a part of Nebraska heritage, and we wanted to put up a sculpture that would symbolize that, and we felt this picture best represented what we tried to get across.
Hoppe looked at every photograph of every play during the 1994 and 95 national championship seasons before settling on the one used for Husker Legacy. The play was from the 1995 game against Kansas State, when 6 Huskers gang-tackled running back Mike Lawrence for a loss of 2 yards on the Wildcats' second series of the game.
We wanted to get the overall attitude that we feel the Nebraska teams have had. And as you can see, one man could have made this tackle, but the way the Huskers work is they don't quit. You had one guy obviously making the tackle on this photo, but yet there was 5 more joining in to help him.
The Husker Legacy sculpture was delivered and cemented in earlier this week. Hoppe is a graduate of the University of Nebraska and has lived in the Cornhusker state all of his life. As a result, this piece of artwork will always have a special place in his heart.
Well, people have a tendency when they're looking for an artist to go out of state. You can never be an expert in your hometown. And what I'm most proud of is that the football department and the people here had confidence in me to do this piece.
2 former Husker players, Danny Noonan and Corey Schlesinger, as well as a couple of Nebraska strength coaches, posed as models for the sculpture. Hoppe made full-body cast molds of the models and then sculptured the piece out of clay. From there, the artwork was shipped to a Wyoming foundry where it was bronzed. The sculpture is valued at $1 million, and Husker fans can get a piece of the action by purchasing a 48-pound bronze replica for $1,800.
What we're doing is we're selling a small 1/10 size replica of this, and 40% of the sale goes to pay for the big one, and the other 60% will go back to the football department or athletic department to help other areas of the university.
One thing is certain, this piece of artwork will be a fan favorite, and it will also be around for quite some time.
This statue should last several thousand years if it's not vandalized. Bronzes are known to have lasted 6,000 years already in Europe. So we're hoping this thing will be here for a good long time.
And if Charlie McBride has anything to say about it, the Black Shirts will continue their gang-tackling ways for the life of the Husker Legacy sculpture. This is Jeff Schmal reporting for The Tom Osborne Show.
It is a beautiful piece of work. Tom and I will come back to close out the show right after this.
You got to surround yourself with talented people, stay focused, and work hard.
Norwest salutes Tom Osborne's 25 years of winning with Champion Checking. Visit any Norwest Nebraska office, open a new checking account, and get a free commemorative checkbook cover.
It's nice to know Norwest is as proud as I am to be part of Nebraska.
Nebraska can make on a winner.
To compete and win today, you need to literally outwork the competition. That's why we use the Personal Edge supplement system. Personal Edge provides great tasting energy and recovery bars and a fat metabolizer powder that helps to spare the lean muscle mass you've worked so hard to get. So whether we're training or playing our toughest rival, we want an edge. Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call toll-free now to order. 1-888-357-3343.
It's a little chilly today. Could you get me a jacket?
I'll take care of it, Coach. Let's see, who do I have available? J.C. Penney, and make it snappy.
Do you want the red one or the black one?
J.C. Penney's. Nice job, Little Red.
It seems an obvious point. When choosing a way to communicate, you want to feel confident your message will get through. Sprint PCS. Wireless service with fewer system busy signals and fewer dropped calls. The replacement for cellular is here.
He's not a star on his neighborhood softball team. And his work at the annual barbecue wasn't very impressive. But around here, he's still a hometown hero. You see, he's the local Farm Bureau insurance agent. For auto, home, and property protection, and for life insurance that can help protect your family's financial security. Call a Farm Bureau insurance agent today. Living beside you, working for you.
Once again, Nebraska improves to 4-0 on the season with a Big 12 opening 56-26 win over Kansas State. No more time off for a while. The Huskers are back at it next week at Baylor. And Tom, I bet it's nice to get into a rhythm finally.
Well, I think when you're playing well and you're not too beat up, it's good to play every week. And we've had enough open dates, particularly early in the season. So we're looking forward to playing.
It was a great win over Kansas State. The Huskers win it by 30. Make sure you join us next week for all of the highlights of Nebraska and Baylor right here on the Tom Osborne Show. So now for the coach and our Husker Vision crew, I'm Bill Dolman. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Tom Osborne's wardrobe has been provided by Gary Michaels Clothiers. The Tom Osborne Show was sponsored in part by Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty. This has been a Husker Vision production.
Big G Auto Service Center at Hastings and Bob's Total of Kearney are your Goodyear tire dealers. They carry every trustworthy Goodyear tire available. Eagles, Wranglers, season radials, performance radials, off-road tires, regattas, passenger radials, light truck radials, and Goodyear Aqua Treads. And each are always at their everyday low price. Put the tires on your vehicle with the name you can trust. Goodyear, from Big G Auto Service Center at Hastings and Bob's Total, Kearney.
Wouldn't you like to have some fresh ideas every single day that will transform you from a dreamer into a doer? Well, now you can with Martha Stewart Living.
Spark your creativity with a sense of style and elegance. Cultivate all the things in your world. Whether it's cooking, decorating, gardening, or entertaining, you'll learn something new every day with my new show, Martha Stewart Living.
Weekdays at 11 a.m. on KHAS TV.
It's a good thing.
Get ready to ride Team Knight Rider.
Coming Sunday nights at 11:30 this fall.
Don't Drink and Drive, a public service announcement brought to you by KHAS TV5. This is KHAS TV Channel 5 Hastings. The following is a paid...